Good morning, Shannon. How are you? Please continue to grab snacks, drinks. We are going to get things underway here. Hi, I'm Shannon McGregor. I'm an associate professor here in the Huffman School for Journalism and Media, and I'm also a principal investigator in public life. I'm really excited to welcome you all here today. I have a few logistics before I get into talking about the matter at hand. For our panelist attendees, we want to let you know we have a tab at meantime and coffee later during the day. If you are here for CLE credit, please come see us after the panel. We have a QR code that you can scan for the CLE credit. And then I also want to say that we're thrilled to be able to provide some copies of the book that we are here to sort of launch, Media in January 6th, over on the table, as well as some copies of books by scholars that are here today. We have Francesca Tracobi's The Propagandist Playbook, Khadijah Costley-White's The Branding of Right-Wing Activism, and Daniel Young's Wrong, Media, Politics, and Identity Drive Our Appetite for Information. So please feel free to grab those from the table whenever you would like. I also want to take a moment, and I hope you'll join me, in thanking CTAP's Corbin and Felicity for all the work they did to help organize this event. So I mentioned that I'm with CTAP, so I want to take a second for those of you who may not be familiar to tell you who we are. So the Center for Information Technology and Public Life is an interdisciplinary research center here at UMC, with an intellectual commitment to communication for a stronger democracy. Our interdisciplinary research center is truly our collaborative network where we create theoretically rich, empirically sound, and compellingly told scholarship that diagnoses and translates the stakes of power imbalances for journalists, policymakers, and the public. With a focus on people, platforms, and power, our interdisciplinary approach provides unique insights into how technology intersects with social inequalities and power structures. And through our scholarship, teaching, and the dissemination of our research, we create this sort of essential body of work across multiple fields for house professors here in the School of Journalism and Media, the Department of Communications, School of Information and Library Science, Department of Sociology, to try and create this sort of body of work that's grounded in our shared commitment to equality and justice. And it's that same shared commitment that led us to the volume that we're here to talk about today, Media in January 6th. So let's think back to when this report from the House Select Committee first came out, detailing what happened on January 6th. Across the 104 pages of text, the summary of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol's core findings mention the media just 2 times and social media just 6 times. The committee's report is obviously deeply important for our country, for diagnosing what happened and holding those who took part in the attempted coup and the insurrection of that day accountable. But it has an ultimately narrow focus, this report, and it obscures the role of the media and its relationship to politics in fomenting this attempted coup on January 6th. And so, in our book here, which again, you can find copies of on the table over there, we bring together 24 chapters that make clear that an understanding of media, of history, of the relationship between communication and social identity, and the reinforcing dynamics between media and politics are necessary if we are going to fully grasp what happened that day and the implications of that day and our time continuing since then for democracy. So this volume came together following an event that we had that brought together scholars across multiple fields, many of them part of the larger sort of Knight Research Network. Here at CTAP, we co-hosted this event with George Washington's Institute for Data, Democracy, and Politics on the 1-year anniversary of January 6th. To our knowledge, this was the only event across the multiple fields that this sort of network represents that tried to make sense of and account for what happened that day and the role of media, political behavior, and sociology in this. And so reflecting on this shared commitment to a true multiracial democracy in the US. The discussions that we had that day on the event marking the 1-year anniversary and the subsequent chapters that are collected here in this volume center historical and contemporary racial, ethnic, and power dynamics within the context of media and information and communication. This is sort of what we tend to see as our brand here at CTAP. And we argue both at CTAP and in this volume across all the contributors that absent a focus on these things, we fail to see how our country can understand and withstand our ongoing and future threats to democracy. So the contributions in this volume lay out what we see as a very promising research agenda at the intersections of democracy and media, which we really urge scholars to take up. There are, and there will be, more calls for deflationism, accusations of partisanship, of alarmism, but as a recent New Yorker piece pointedly asks, when does a commitment to deflationism risk turning into denial? And so for those who value and support a truly multiracial democracy in the US, we see this as sort of an all hands on deck moment. And so I'm really honored to be on the front lines and on the deck, so to speak, with the intelligent and committed folks that contribute to this volume and who are here today. And so with that, I would like to introduce our first panel, Understanding January 6th, and welcome our guests from this panel up to the front. So we have Scott Alphos, the Miriam Professor of Political Science, Professor of Communication, and Director of the Klein Center for Advanced Social Research at the University of Illinois. Also join me in welcoming Danielle Brown, the 1855 Community and Urban Journalism Professor and an Associate Professor at Michigan State University School of Journalism. And welcoming two of CTAP's own, first Alice Marwick, an Associate Professor at UNC's Department of Communication and a CTAP Principal Investigator. And Francesca Tripodi, Associate Professor in the University School of Information and Library Science, newly tenured. Let's please give it a round of applause. So in this panel, we're going to consider how should social scientists, media scholars, policymakers, journalists, and the public at large understand what happened on January 6th. The researchers on this panel, all of whom contributed to the volume, will discuss the work that demonstrates what happened on January 6th was an attempted coup that was grounded in the political interests of the outgoing president, his supporters, and members of the Republican Party, as well as the political coalition that they represent. They'll analyze how media, communication, and rhetoric were central to laying the groundwork for January 6th, as well as how the events on that day unfolded. So each of our presenters here is going to give a brief statement. Then we'll have a discussion, and then we'll invite questions from the audience. So, thank you. Scott, I will turn it over to you.
Do you want us on podium or here?
I think just here is good, yeah.
Great. Yeah, I've got a timer going.
I love it.
Hi, I represent and direct the Klein Center for Advanced Social Research at the University of Illinois. Our mission is transforming information into knowledge that advances human flourishing, and we do that by documenting human conflict at scales ranging from small acts of protest or political violence all the way up to coups and what follows from that. We have a variety of projects that are designed to produce highest quality academic data sets that get released to the public, so that people who have interest in human violence in its various forms can draw the highest quality inferences based on the data that we can help to provide. And we cover the range from documenting police shootings in the United States to documenting protests historically from the 1940s all the way up until the present. But one thing that we're known for is curating the world's largest registry of coups and attempted coups and coup conspiracies for every country in the world from 1945 to the present. And when our team witnessed the events on January 6th, we understood immediately that because of the unusual mission that we operate in, we had an opportunity to help people understand what are the labels that at least the Klein Center team would use to categorize what we're seeing unfolding on the screens and then the days following. And there were lots of different options within our definitions. It was clearly what we would call a politically motivated attack. It was clearly a mass expression event. It was a very complex event. Lots of people doing lots of different things, probably for different motives. So very difficult to assess, but one of the key questions that we wanted to dive into is whether our coup d'etat project was relevant for what happened. And in the weeks that followed, from January 6th, a team of 6 of us were voraciously consuming the reporting, what little legal documentation was starting to emerge at that point. And by the end of January of 2021, we released a public statement defining this as an attempted coup, according to definitions that the Klein Center had been using since 2013. So this isn't anything to make it up after the attack. And our definition, just so you know, is a coup is an organized effort to effect sudden and irregular, that is illegal or extra-legal removal of the incumbent executive authority of the national government, or to displace the authority at the highest levels of one or more branches of government. So that's what a coup is. And you can have coups that are attempted. You can have coups that are sort of in the air, but there's never any plans. There's different kind of elements of them, but all of these elements to meet our project definitions have to satisfy 5 criteria. The first is there needs to be some person or persons who initiated the coup event. It can't have just sort of spontaneously happened. Second, the target of the coup must have meaningful control over national policy. So kind of when the KKK overthrew the government of Indiana in the 1920s, that wouldn't count as a coup for us because that's not national policy. There must be a credible threat to the leader's hold on power. That's the third. And we could see already on January 6th that those first three criteria were already met. So for our team, it was the next 2 that were the important ones to assess. The fourth criteria is there must be illegal or irregular means used to seize, remove, or render powerless the target of the coup. And fifth, it must be an organized effort. So these 2 were difficult for us because it was not clear whether the motives of at least some part of this group were to usurp power of Congress or merely disrupt the operations of Congress as a protest, which the event on the ellipse behind the White House was a protest demonstration. So we needed to get down to that, and we needed to also assess, to what degree this was just a spontaneous event. In the Klein Center definitions, a spontaneous eruption of violence is a riot. But if it's not spontaneous, it's not a riot in the Klein Center's terminology. And it is not a riot. So we found in the weeks that followed sufficient evidence to document that one or more groups did indeed intend to usurp the power of Congress, and one or more groups did indeed organize themselves for violence on that day. It was not purely spontaneous. My 5 minutes are up. We have 2 subcategories of attempted coup that have been appended in our data set for this event. The first, the initial one that we came out with was what we call an attempted dissident coup. That's disaffected civilians, people outside government. It's a pretty common kind of coup event around the world. And after the select committee's investigations and the many court cases that began revealing more dispositive evidence about motivations and what was going on behind the scenes, we later made a second determination that this was also an attempted auto coup. An auto coup is a coup that involves the current executive authority trying to either disrupt a transition to a duly elected next authority or to otherwise illegally extend their term in power. So the Klein Center's coup d'etat project classifies this as both an attempted dissident coup and an attempted auto coup. And in our way of explaining things after these classifications were made, we tried to help journalists and citizens who are very upset about what they're seeing to just see how an academic organization can calmly walk through a definition and see this is how our project definitions apply to this case, and none of us ever thought that we'd be applying those definitions to these things.
Contribution to this conversation in many ways is based on trying to think through and talk about what you shouldn't call it. Very much, there are lots of words that it could be called, and when I was working on some of the work for the chapter in the book, I was watching different words unfold, right? And as those words were unfolding, like this is a protest turned into a riot, very much I wanted to make sure that we use the right language, coup d'etat, right? But also that we didn't use the wrong language until we could figure out what the right language was. And so if you hear anything, this was not a protest and it was not a riot either. And that's very much what my work suggests. The central focus of my work is not on conservative uprisings, actually. It's on the representation of Black Lives Matter, particularly since the uptick of protest activities since 2012 globally. A lot of my work has focused on Black Lives Matter, but also has compared it and contrasted the representation of it in media with other protests that have happened. So like in 2016 and 2017, I looked at the comparison of Black Lives Matter and some of the protests around the very, what is called a model of nonviolent protests, the Women's March, right? And how this legitimized protest effort to on behalf of women and women's rights, which was large and massive and global, was not met with much constraint from police, was also legitimized in media coverage and given its due diligence as a legitimate political piece, whereas Black Lives Matter over the course of many years and be legitimized in media coverage routinely has not been shown much more. They assume that you understand that racism is an idea. They assume that you believe that racism is bad or that it exists at all, and don't write in all the ways that it manifests in the lives of Black people as sort of the core base behind what that protest is. So in 2020, it was really interesting, or 2021, it was really interesting to be able to have a new comparison, a place where we also knew some of the fundamental baselines of what was being talked about, the vote or the election being rigged, that was also not real in lots of ways, right? And so the comparisons of that led a lot of work to show that the media also delegitimized the January 6th attacks. They called it protest at first, and then moved over to talking more about their actions and less about their baseline, which is the same pattern that the media has used for Black Lives Matter. Many people are like, aha, it's the same, they're all bad, right? And that's not the point here. The point is that the realness of the demands and the grievances around racism in the United States are like the election results the election fraud that was the basis of the claims for some of those protests. So in the end, I really have two takeaways. One is not to call January 6th a protest, which was very much what all of the frontline coverage of this was. It was very much, it started off not as a protest against something, because you can't protest things that aren't real. But it was a rally, which is rooted in the word of recovery, right? And the idea of not of being able to get back together after you've been defeated. This was a rally at first that turned into something else. Very much after the media decided to change the language as they realized this doesn't work inside the protest constraints or the word protest, they moved to the word riot. And there's a lot of things around the reason why the word riot is inadequate, but it's also important to consider the cultural context in the United States of when we use the word riot. We talk about the race riots, we talk about the riots that followed the killing of Michael Brown, we talk about riots that followed the killing of Freddie Gray. We talk about the riots in Minneapolis, where I was on ground zero, and people still tell me that city is on fire. And so the use of the term riot not only is inadequate, but it keeps that sort of false comparison that what was happening on January 6th is very similar to what is happening in the charge to try to make the United States a more racially equitable space. And so that's sort of my contribution to this the idea of thinking through the realness of what some constraints are and using language that is different, that is not rooted in the democratic processes or in the United States democratic history or the denial of that to describe what we're seeing in this authoritative period.
Right, so for the last 4 years, I've been studying far-right online radicalization, and I'm interested in how people come to believe extremist, conspiratorial, and fringe ideas they encounter primarily on social platforms online. And when we think about January 6th, there's often a popular and even an academic discourse that the participants in January 6th did so because they were radicalized as a result of far-right disinformation. I have a long list of examples in the book chapter, but for example, Andrew Kidd wrote in the scholarly journal Violence that the attempted coup was the result of, quote, radicalization of the conservative movement and the Republican Party. And Michael Edison of the Southern Poverty Law Center similarly wrote that the January 6th participants were the victims of mass radicalization. But this is despite the fact that it's quite clear that Trump and many other Republican politicians aided, abetted, and planned and encouraged the January 6th rally or the January 6th event. But it's not immediately clear what anyone means when they use the term radicalization. Like, this is an actual scholarly term that has a really big literature that is associated with it. And it's really complicated. For one thing, it can mean people who take on extremist political ideals, which is not illegal in the United States, or it can mean people who commit acts of extremist political violence, which is illegal in the United States. But I think we have to really understand radicalization and where it comes from in order to understand why it's an inappropriate term to use in this context. Radicalization comes into play after 9/11. It comes into play in a highly Islamophobic context in which Islam is seen as the radical other of something that is so exterior to American ideals that the only way that anyone who is born in Western Europe or America or living there would ever take up those ideals is because they have been radicalized, right? And it assumes this set of radical ideas that are outside the mainstream, which really doesn't make sense with the United States' well-documented history of white supremacy. And the belief that the 2020 election was stolen is extremely common even to this day. A survey conducted by Robert Cape at the University of Chicago found that 47 million people in the United States believe that the 2020 election was stolen from Donald Trump and that Joe Biden is an illegitimate president. And among Republicans, surveys consistently, even really recent surveys, find that about 70% of Republicans believe the election results are illegitimate. And the Republican Party has repeatedly characterized not just the January 6th insurrection, but election denialism in general as, quote, legitimate political discourse. So this week, the RNC, now headed by Lara Trump, released a scripted robocall. And I want to quote from this robocall for y'all. They claimed that the Democrats committed massive fraud in the 2020 election. Quote, "We all know the problems: no photo IDs, unsecured ballot drop boxes, mass mailings of ballots, and voter rolls chock full of deceased people and non-citizens are just a few examples of the massive fraud that took place. If Democrats have their way, your vote could be canceled out by someone who isn't even an American citizen." So if we're talking about political beliefs that were promoted by the top people in power and that are still widely believed to this day, how is this in any way radical? How is this other way exterior to mainstream American politics? So I would like us to think about this as more the result of mainstreaming extremist ideas than of radicalization. And mainstreaming is a really well-documented far-right political strategy. They call it metapolitics, and it's the attempt to inject white nationalism or the rejection of liberal democracy, not just into mainstream political discourse, but into mainstream culture in general. And in multi-party Europe, Europe has many political parties. And what we've seen is the rise of a bunch of far-right political parties, which unfortunately now are gaining significant power across the EU, such as the National Rally in France, the Forum for Democracy in the Netherlands, and the Swiss People's Party. But in the United States, we only have two parties. So the far right has strategically decided they are going to mainstream their ideas through the Republican Party, and this has been an extremely successful strategy. First, we see the increased prominence of far right ideas in public discourse, such as the Great Replacement theory, which posits that Jews are attempting to replace white people with immigrants and other people of color for nefarious reasons. And even though this theory tends to be anti-Semitic and focus on foreign-born immigrants, recent research from GW's Andrew Thompson, who's here today, finds that mere discussion of demographic changes in the U.S. generates strong anti-Black considerations that drive support for political violence and in other words, far-right domestic terrorism. The second is the increased extremism of mainstream Republican political ideas and the leveraging of far-right ideas by establishment politicians to increase and maintain political power. It is not that there is a clear, bright line between the right and the far right. When we're talking about things like anti-trans disinformation, anti-immigration policy, anti-BLM rhetoric, it's just a question of intensity rather than a question of difference in content between the right and the far right. All right, I'm out of time, but my main point is that January 6th is better framed as the result of mainstreaming far right and conspiratorial beliefs in ordinary Republican conservative politics than a radical break with the status quo. Thank you.
I actually, it was like such a beautiful little sound. I thought it was my stomach.
I know, it's just a robot alarm. My 3-year-old picked it.
I love it. Anyways, I'm Francesca Tripodi. I'm super excited to be on this panel. I see so many connections between our work. I've been thinking about search engines for quite some time, or how the way people find information validates their already existing worldviews. And a book that is here, and I hope you take it, explains how powerful politicians and pundits wield the power of search engines. And I'm thinking a lot about how now this translates into AI initiative now, and that this disinformation effort is steeped in white supremacist logic. So I look at how search engines fuel disinformation and lead to organizing efforts that ultimately harm society. And in the chapter for the other book that's also there, and I really hope you all take it, I focus explicitly on the deep historical legacy of election fraud in the United States and how it's tied to racial injustice. So I think about less in the idea of mainstreaming extremism and more about the role extremist white supremacist logic has played since the founding of the United States, and also the deep role that plays in terms of perpetuating power. So on January 6th, we saw what happens when leaders are trying to deny free and fair elections. And among the many lies that then President Trump was spewing on that day were, I would say, maybe the less egregious, but equally harmful, was this idea of crediting his supporters for inventing the phrase "stop this." And what I'm doing in the chapter in the Media and January 6th book is thinking about how that legacy of Stop This Steal is definitely not the invention of MAGA Nation. In fact, if you look at trends data and look at archives of Twitter, Stop This Steal first started surfacing in 2016 when Trump thought he was going to lose to Hillary Clinton. He didn't. So then figured out, you see it spike again in 2018. It was actually part of the DeSantis campaign. That worked in their favor, it petered out, and then you see it peaking in 2020, all the way leading up to the attempted coup on the United States. But collectively, what I think about is how the story, or what Arlie Hochschild, a sociologist, refers to as deep stories, is tied to this idea of Stop This Steal. So deep stories are a concept created by sociologists that refers to narratives that are told and retold so frequently that you don't even have to actually hear the whole story to know what they're saying. These are stories that feel true, even if they aren't exactly accurate. And the story of election fraud in the United States goes something like that. Others, whether that be Jews, immigrants, Black people, women, members of the LGBTQ community, are trying to steal or influence those who should control power in the United States. Read white Christian men. But this story is like so old. And what I have found by looking to the scholar W.E.B. Du Bois, who is a really famous sociologist, and actually Daniel is here. He's the one that initially had me take a look at this work as well. So he writes in the book, Black Reconstruction in America, the very last chapter, W.E.B. Du Bois in the 1930s is using the phrase misinformation to think about how capitalists rewrote history books to make it seem like Reconstruction was the fault, the failure of Reconstruction was the fault of Black persons, not white people in power, white men in power. And shortly after Black persons received the right to vote, and they elected a record number of Black men to serve in U.S. Congress, we see lies starting to circulate that African Americans had used their voting privileges, engaged in corruption, and stood generally unfit for democracy. And so we use this lie to strip away rights. And what we see is that by using this lie, we see this increase in voter ID laws. We see a justification for redistricting, aka gerrymandering, right? And that by activating this lie over and over and over again, it then justifies the logic that it's like, okay, to walk, to storm the Capitol and try to overthrow the government of the United States. So I'm really excited to talk more. I feel like there's so much overlap, and I'm done.
So, I think all of this discussion already so far, showed how media, communication, rhetoric were really central to laying the groundwork for January 6th and what unfolded on that day. But one of the points that all of you sort of talk about and make, and one that I will credit to my advisor, Regina Lawrence, as being one of the inspirations for a lot of my work, is that words matter. The specific words that we call things, right? This is a common theme that we see across, sort of what we're discussing here today. So I want to put to you, why do words matter? Why is it so crucial that we call January 6th an attempted coup? That we call fascist violence what it is and not characterize it the way that we might call spontaneous violence or even protest. That we call extremism what it is, that we delineate between radicalization and mainstreaming. So why are these words so important? And I think also to layer onto that, for whom is it important that these words are precise?
I'll start.
We're all being so polite and respectful and giving space for each other so no one is talking.
Well, that was the central part of your argument, is the words that matter. So why don't you start and then I'll.
Okay. Okay, so I think words matter because it's how we understand things. I mean, we're like literally you saw what happened on January 6th and you understood it, but we don't know how to visually understand things the same way, and words help us give sort of a shared across idea about what things are. They help us talk about it in our language. Literally, we don't have a visual capacity to do that. So while people saw what happened on January 6th, words are what make it possible to say, no, that was Antifa. Mm-hmm. Or as someone told me on the plane on the way here, I hope you'll talk about how it was a step. To make Trump look bad. That's all that happened. That's all she saw on January 6th. So the words we use help give us information about how we understand the visuals we don't tend to teach substance about. And I think that, for me, especially as I think about the, continued history of our civil rights struggle for Black people in the United States, it's really important that the words that are used around things like race and racism, they don't have visuals that people want to see. They don't have visuals that people tend to understand. And in many ways, as we've eradicated Jim Crow, but then created new tie-ins of racist principles and institutions through the United States that aren't as visible. They can't be seen, so we need the right words to be able to talk about them, and co-opting them with other things that are visible, like if January 6th is a riot and Black Lives Matter is a riot, then you can think of these things in the same way, then you can delegitimize them in the same way, but that is simply not the truth, right? And so I think that, you know, the very direct and specific articulation of what we say is the only way we're going to sort of dig ourselves out of the hole we've dealt ourselves in our cultural context in the US.
Yeah, so I'll add on that in two ways. I think a lot about how the words we use shape our queries, and then that shapes the information returned to us. So the way people see the world is very much this activated starting point that then feeds back information that can, in many ways, reconfirm lies, right? But then I also think about, and I use the work of Sophia Noble to complicate and think critically about the way that corporate and political interests are complicate this even further. So what we see, even if you did a Google image search of the word riot versus the word protest, and see what kind of images come up. I haven't done that. I don't know yet. Just I'm guessing based on Sophia Noble's amazing brain, that we'll see what we're gonna see. And so, yeah, how we classify phrases are really important, but then there's also a larger infrastructure of how people get the facts or verify truth, and that is
Words sort of activate larger concepts and imaginaries, right? So when people use the term radicalization, they're tapping into this discourse, and it's like this lone wolf guy sitting in his mom's basement looking at 4chan, and then he goes and does something horrible, right? And that's just not, it pushes responsibility from the sort of collective responsibility of people who are in positions of power or positions of influence who are spreading this rhetoric. And it also tends to often push responsibility onto the social platform rather than the mainstream media or the state, who are often overlooked, obviously not today, but often overlooked when it comes to the role of spreading these kinds of ideas. The other thing I wanted to mention was that a lot of people, when talking about January 6th, will describe it as an act of domestic terrorism. And I have been thinking a lot about this lately because in the United States, we don't have a federal criminal statute for domestic terrorism. We have a foreign terrorism, and we have organizations that are designated as foreign terrorist organizations, but we don't have organizations that are designated as domestic terrorism. And that's because of the First Amendment, because there's a fine line between legitimate political expression and when that political expression tips into violence, right? So if you had just gone to January 6th and people had like waved their QAnon flags around and marched up and down, that is legitimate political expression, right? It's like when they break into the property, when people get injured, that's when it becomes an act of political violence and thus terrorism. But it's very nice to think about like, oh, well, we should have that. We should have a definition of domestic terrorism. But the problem is that when you build those types of things into the carceral logics of American politics, they often go to places we don't want them to go. So right now, Georgia has a domestic terrorism statute. And it's an expansive statute that allows for domestic terrorism to include any sort of attack on infrastructure, which again is widely defined. And right now outside of Atlanta, there's an attempt to build a large police training facility known as Cop City. And there have been a lot of abolitionist activists down protesting against the construction of Cop City. And Georgia has used this domestic terrorism statute to prosecute them. So for these like 19-year-old kids who are looking at 25 years in jail for basically what I would consider to be legitimate political protests. So I think that when we think about how the state apparatus works in all of these ways, I think we need to think about public discourse, but then we need to think about how that public discourse gets instantiated, because it doesn't always work in the ways that we would like.
Words matter in part because some words evoke legal consequences. The word sedition has a very specific role in the U.S. federal code. Treason is another one of those. But I think for our purposes and thinking about media and the role of communication and helping people to understand what to make of an event like January 6th, I think words evoke categories, and it's important to align the categories so that people can understand what to make of this thing that they've just witnessed. And that's why I think the category of coup is a very appropriate one, because it's an exceptional form of extra-legal political power exercise. And in the United States, since the Civil War, we haven't had one. We can talk about before the Civil War, but so this is something that is not typical for this country, even though This is a country that has a long history of political violence, just a lot of it. And in our cultural spaces, particularly dominant cultural spaces, there's this curious double-mindedness about remembering the nice story of America and forgetting about, from revolutionary times on, tar and feathering was a very violent, people died from tar and feathering, right? And then we move on up. There's just been violence all along the way. But this is a different kind of violence, and it has important ramifications that suddenly takes a country like the United States and places it in a category of Thailand and Iraq, maybe, and we are not maybe as special and maybe not as insulated from some kinds of political upheaval as we may have thought before January.
Thank you, for perfectly doing that. Next question I was gonna ask. So we're talking about words. A word that we hear so much today to describe today's politics, to describe January 6th, is unprecedented, right? Apologize to my family. When I listen to NPR in the morning, I yell a lot, and I especially feel like, when I hear unprecedented, I'm like, but as the book and y'all's contributions and our discussion even here today demonstrate, none of what happened on January 6th was unprecedented. So I wanted us to take a moment to think about, why does this word, get used so often, and what are the implications of this exceptionalist framing around our current political moment and around January 6th?
I think I could very quickly say, I think it's called unprecedented because we've erased all the other times.
Yeah.
We've been really great at erasing all the other times that we've done this kind of work, or we've seen this happen in the United States.
I think some people would say it's unprecedented because when have we seen Confederate flags flying in the Capitol building? When have we seen a angry crowd taking over? And I would, and on that definition, there may be a reasonable case that that particular constellation of things maybe hadn't happened before, but it turns out Akhil Amar and Vikram Amar, two law professors, and Stephen Calabrese filed an amicus brief for the Trump v. Anderson case, which was the 14th Amendment case of whether Colorado could throw Donald Trump off the ballot. And they document in that amicus brief that there actually was a previous insurrection attempt before the Civil War by the outgoing Secretary of War, whose name is John Floyd. And he not only positioned military forces so that they could be easily taken over by the southern states that would become the Confederacy, so the Treasonous Act, but that he conspired to thwart the peaceful transition of power when Abraham Lincoln was elected, and actually had gathered a crowd ready to do the thing that we saw on January 6th. So even in this case, it's not unprecedented, and now we know.
I think America has a lot invested, and especially American media has a lot invested in this idea of us as this like wonderful, patriotic, free country. And that extends down into the sort of attempts to control the way American history is taught by focusing on the sort of jingoistic patriotic myths of American democracy rather than, as Danny said, like the actual events that happened. Like I didn't learn about the Tulsa Race Massacre until I was in my 30s. About it by watching the freaking Watchmen on HBO. Like that is, and I am a PhD who minored in history. Like that is, I mean, and you can say that's on me, but I think it's also on my teachers and also on the system of education, right? And I think that we fully push forth this sort of mythology of the way that America works rather than acknowledging the reality of how America works and has worked. And that is everybody's stuff.
I think everyone said most. I will just add the role Academy plays in this perpetuation of this lie, right? I mean, in the fact that I have a PhD in sociology and I didn't read Du Bois until I graduated because he wasn't in any of the theory classes. And so I think, this isn't unprecedented, but if we keep pretending, if we keep writing about it like it is, we are part of that narrative.
And I think by using the term unprecedented and like continuing to sort of this like exceptionalist idea, that's earlier today, it means we're not gonna be able to, it gives us no hope in ever dealing with the deeply like racist history of this country and moving beyond into better, you know what I mean, type of country, if we continue to sort of embrace this exceptionalist framing.
And I'll just say, unprecedented also sort of like adds in this exceptional thing, like this is just this happened, it's a one-off, this only happened once.
Don't worry about it happening again.
And lots of people aren't, like, as we approach a new election season, lots of people are like, it's gonna be okay, we'll be fine, we learned our lesson, and I think that this word is gonna be deeply problematic as we roll into this election season, because if it does happen again, can it still be unprecedented? Or do we just have to scale up? Like, it brings a lot of questions.
Yeah, yeah. And I also think that unprecedented gets used so much, particularly by the media, because where media system is set up, you know, around engagement and attention in sort of the capitalist way that it is, unprecedented is like, oh, right? Like this is like an exciting thing. Like I need to see what's unprecedented, right? Like that word engages us and it engages these deep stories that we tell ourselves, right, about America. And so I think there's also a sort of profit and attention economy aspect to using the word unprecedented as well. So, you know, we have been talking about this across all of these sort of discussions. But, you know, I think I wanted to just see if there were other things people wanted to add. And, you know, we talked about this some, but like the way that race in this country shapes how we describe and define these sort of things that we're talking about. Protests versus riots. What is this information? And the way that race has shaped and continues to shape the way that we first think about these things. And how does it do that? And what are some of the implications of that, of trying to understand happening?
I'm happy to give my disinformation spiel.
Do it.
Okay.
I was kind of hoping you would.
So a lot of people frame disinformation as just like incorrect information on the internet. But when we think about like false information that is strategically spread for ideological reasons, we have to think about things like the welfare queen narrative, anti-trans disinformation, lies about immigration or immigrants and the propensity to commit crime. What we find is that disinformation is a primary way in which systems of power stay entrenched. If you think about empire, there's these whole colonial systems of race science that justify sort of empire and settler colonialism. And this is used to justify in present day legislative and political processes. Like there's this huge body of anti-trans disinformation that is being used to do everything from ban gender affirming care to banning drag shows, right? And if we don't call that stuff out as disinformation, if we don't label it as disinformation, it's really easy to overlook the strategic role of information and knowledge. And it's also easy to overlook the power of the state in maintaining an that's my disinformation spiel.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's this really great book, I'm forgetting the name of it. Thicker Than Blood. And it talks about the role of racism in inventing statistics, right? And how it plays in a key part of what we learn as valid science and how we attain this like pure science and how it's rooted in disenfranchisement. So yeah, just adding to that. I'll get that. I can't remember it off the top of my head, I'm sorry.
I will just say that I think that the problem, one of the biggest problems that we are going to embark upon is the comfort of isolating the unprecedentedness, right, of January 6th in a space where we can sort of conflate it with other kinds of riots and things like that, which is part of the reason I wrote the chapter. But the problem with making it a one-off or making it seem like it's exceptional is one, it did set a precedent, right? But also two, it makes people who are maybe moderate comfortable of saying, oh, that's not us though. But as someone who's now lived in both the reddest and the bluest of states, I can tell you that moderate middle is very, very frustrating as many of activist predecessors have said. And so I think that, everything I've talked about is race, so I struggle to like find something unique to say, but I think that one of the things that we have to one of the another reason why the language that we use is so important and the way we think about and talk about what happened is so important is because we don't use radical words that we've only associated, and this is very American of us, but like with other people, like coup d'etat, that's not us. That doesn't happen here, right? But if we have to use those words, if that's what it takes to say this isn't regular, this isn't normal, this doesn't happen in the scope of the United States as you know, whitewashed as you've learned it, right? Like this isn't normal, and if we don't look up, we're gonna be like that Netflix movie with Jennifer Lawrence, right? Like, we have to, and
I would love to just also expand and say, I think the phrase and concept, our understanding of what democracy is, has been very whitewashed and like not even recognizing that the exclusionary powers that many are fighting against is like baked into that system. So it's often working like as intended when it excludes. It was not created for all to participate in. There were very specific things put into place to ensure that not everyone got to vote. And so I think we just recognizing that like, the normalcy of what we think of as democracy isn't even really what was created in that space.
I think one last thing to mention about the racial dimensions that you raised is who's passing the first round. And if you are familiar with the terrific work by David Weaver and Lars Wilhoit looking at surveys of American journalists, it is the case that overwhelmingly professional journalists in the United States are white and male, and there's a particular cultural lens that just sort of occupies those spaces. So it becomes challenging to the extent that at least parts of this country are still dependent in some way on this professional news system to look for information that has a chance of being corrected or for political figures that may be popular, but there's a system in place that might hold them accountable a little bit. That is still kind of baked in with a cultural resonance that is going to make it difficult to see some of the dimensions that we're talking about this morning. The challenge.
Yeah, I mean, I think, that's not the only reason, but one of the reasons that we get things, phrases like racialized, or like a racial statement rather than like racially tinged commentary rather than racist, right? Like that is one, you know what I mean? In the ways that we end up with phrases like that instead we have actual words for, right? But the press has largely been hesitant to apply those words. I want to have time for the audience Q&A, so I just want to ask one last question of everyone, and then we'll move in and hear what you all would like to hear more about. So we talked a lot about what we've learned, how we can use what we know, the research that we've done, others to understand January 6th. What do we not know? What lessons or takeaways have we not learned about January 6th? What are some of the things that we might still not know or haven't really sort of taken of what happened?
I don't think the media has figured out how to cover Trump yet. I think it's been years and years and they still haven't figured it out. The guy is a troll. The guy is like an expert media manipulator. He reminds me a lot of Paris Hilton in the early aughts. Like Paris was like the best at getting attention from the tabloids. Like the infrastructure of supermarket tabloids, like okay and hello and everything would not, like Paris was beholden to them because she played into exactly what they wanted. And so she was on the cover every single week. Trump is exactly the same. He puts out outrageous statements. He says inflammatory things. And every single time the media is like, oh my God, we have to cover this because Trump said it. Trump said an outrageous thing. There's no context. The news cycle just constantly gets, upset or distracted. So I think it's just a shame. I think that's very disappointing to me. And I think, as Danny said, I think the both sidesism, I think the idea that you have to equate these things when one side is saying like, oh, we don't believe in multiracial pluralist democracy. And the other side is like, hey, maybe we should give people health care. Like maybe let's not both sides that.
one of the things that I personally don't know is which like as important as it is to create adequate language and words around certain ideas and things, but which words are going to get new definitions based on a new set of seemingly false. So I'm thinking like, how is DEI, right, been revolutionized? How will these words be revolutionized in ways that will inevitably keep in place existing power structures and be the people who are trying to do good for society? I don't think we can predict which word is going to be next fully. I know like democracy is a word that's on my radar as something that is something we should look out for. We've done some social listening in the Midwest and seen that there is conversations that are not rumbles, or that are not whispers. They're now like small rumbles about how democracy wasn't listed in the Constitution, and so we're not a democracy, we're a republic, and we should be talking about a republic. And the liberals want the democracy. This isn't about democracy, which to me is kind of like terrifying in lots of ways, because democracy was, at least, even though I have wildly critiqued it not being accessible to people who look like me, but it at least gave like a moral background for this is what equality would look like if democracy were fully available to people that look like me. And so I think that one of the things we probably will need to write, you guys should cut it another book about, is what words and how did words change, and how did the way we decided knowledge was knowledge change in a way that actually was very destructive for us.
Yeah,
I'll
I'll
do
do
a
a quick plug over my book, because I do talk about this in my book pretty extensively, like how keywords are co-opted, like what you're talking about, but also, there's a whole PragerU video on why we're not a democracy and why democracy is actually harmful, because we are a republic. It's the exact same word. So I would imagine the people in your group have watched that video, because it talks about how a true democracy instigates mob rule, and then it equates mob rule with non-white. So it is like definitely a huge thing. And yeah, it's like it is a Prager is actually one of their most widely circulated videos called Why We Need to Protect Electoral College. And it talks about, and it looks at the Constitution and talks about it as a republic. They also use the federal frequently to justify that.
And the word democracy, what you're talking about, has it, it's going there, like, I absolutely agree, like, it's totally jumps, like, I was, helping, to, design the survey, and we were gonna be asking about, like, what are some things you think are important to democracy? How important are these different aspects of democracy? They're questions that are asked by, the World Values Survey, that are asked around the world, and have been for decades. And when we did some testing about using them, folks in the US, people who identify as conservative inherently put a partisan label onto the word democracy. So we had to use a different word. We had to just say like, because if you use the word democracy, it was activating sort of partisan. Interesting finding in and of itself, but not what we were, necessarily trying to go for in during that.
If there's anybody in the room who wants to hear what is this thing should be great about?
Catch me during one of the breaks. I'm totally figured out on this stuff. I'm happy to walk through the difference. But I would say there's another thing that is underappreciated about January 6th, and that is the decades of media policy that helped to foment the kind of feverish rhetoric that I'm not making an argument about, it's deterministic, but go back to the 1980s, the rise of talk radio, the deregulation of broadcast, and then in the 90s, Fox News, and then they're making money, so MSNBC flips to an advocacy model of journalism, and we get now platforms that operate who knows how and are hardly regulated at all. And I think that it's very important for us to understand two things. One, that what we saw manifested on January 6th was a product of several decades of changes in communication ecosystems, and that means it's not going away anytime soon, unfortunately. But secondly, that communication scholars might have some important things to say, to our policy world about how to think about safeguarding the civic health of a country by maybe drawing a few lines around things. I'm not going to suggest particular policies here, but it is interesting that if you look even today at where news audiences congregate, it's national network news and it's local news. And once you go into the kind of extreme parts of social media landscape and so on, there's a really long tail with lots of small little audiences. And it means that that legacy media system is still a really important player in this space. And we should be thinking about how we can help to get some of the knowledge in this room, I think, out to the policymaking community to just safeguard our ability to maintain ourselves as a society and safeguard against some of these more extreme forms of rhetoric that
We have, little bit over, Alyssa's helping me, a little bit over 20 minutes left. So we would love to hear what questions you all might have for specific folks on the panel, for everyone to sort of get their take on. Yeah, yeah.
So all of us, when we visit the Capitol, we have to go through 3 layers of security, right? And so I think January 6th was a big intelligence failure because, people knew about it, but they did not do anything. And even President Biden at that time commented that if the race of the protesters were different, it would be more people would have died on the protester side. But I also wanted to tell you that, that's perplexing. That's also unprecedented going back to what you said. But it's kind of amazing that the media really has a love and hate relationship with Trump, even after 3 years, where he describes all these protesters as hostages, and the media just covers it without even having a disclaimer, like, as you know, in some cases. So I think that January 6th, as a moment, as a media moment, will always be controversial and a dark moment in our life. Thank you.
So we're kind of talking about words, naming things. I'm kind of curious to get your thoughts on what we should be referring to or calling the Republican Party itself. It's still repeatedly called conservative, center right, right wing, far right. I think if we're going to be stuck with this 2-party system, then we should have an accurate way to call a party that is behind all of this. So I'd love to get your thoughts on what should we call the Republican Party today?
I mean, we can call it whatever we want, but the way a bunch of academics characterize the Republican Party is not going to have widespread social impact, right? I mean, maybe the point is we need precision. We need to be very specific. But I would say that the Republican Party is still fairly large and diverse, right? And it has a lot of different viewpoints, and I mean, large and diverse in terms of maybe some very finely distinguished conservative viewpoints, not large and diverse in terms of like racial, ethnic diversity. But I think I'm more comfortable saying, there's a discourse, there's far right discourse or far right policy that is being pushed by the Republican Party rather than.
I think it's important to point out sort of how counter-majoritarian, you know what I mean? The parties, I don't know if that can be a label, but like the fact that they are participating, using the levers sort of democracy and of our democratic institutions to erode those very same institutions, right? Because the only way that the party as it is constructed now could maintain power is by exclusion, is by eroding fragile, inadequate democratic institutions that we have. And so that's too wordy to be a label. It's not a label. But I do think like the stakes of those things are important to point out because I think they're important for the public to think about when people are thinking about who to vote for, when they're thinking about how to identify, right? That this is not, as it is now, a party interested in seeing what people want and enacting that, right? It is sort of going very much the other way and excluding to do what they want, which are by and large not policies or attitudes that are, bless you, are endorsed or supported by the majority of the American.
I think one other thing to mention about parties is that it's kind of strange because in the American context, we always have had two parties. The only successful third party electorally has been the Republican Party, the dissolution of the Whig Party in the 1850s. But parties remain private organizations. They don't have a public role, even though we assume, I mean, they have public implications, but they are private organizations. Who also are protected by state level ballot laws and so it's more complicated than that. But yeah, so how to categorize and how to think about them is an interesting challenge. I think one of the challenges that we're seeing today is because of the history of the latter part of the 19th century, it is exceedingly difficult for third parties to appear on ballots in some way that could contest a national election. There's a long history for that, but this is kind of one of the moments that wouldn't it be nice if it was a little easier for some alternatives to show up and help us navigate through this.
We have
Oh, we have a Zoom question. Okay.
I believe this is directed towards Scott. Someone would like to know that more about the national constraints with the definition of coup, specifically relating to the insurrection that occurred in Wilmington in 1898, because they see a lot of similarities between January 6th and the event in Wilmington. So they'd like to know more about the implications of like the national level in terms of that definition of coup.
So I get to escape that question by saying our project starts in 1945. But obviously, anybody who is involved, and many in this room have been, in collecting systematically organized data sets, knows that you have to make some difficult decisions about what's in and what's out and things like that. And so really as a matter of just parsimony, the Klein Center's project beginning in 2013 really only focused on displacement of national political authority as the thing we're going to talk about. But it is certainly the case that there are all kinds of subnational coup-like events. I don't know about Wilmington, but I mentioned the KKK takeover of Indiana, which many Americans don't know about. There's a terrific book by Timothy Egan called The Fever in the Heartland. And yeah, the Klan ran Indiana and was pretty good in Oregon and in Colorado as well in the 1920s. And yeah, so there are lots of events that involve a displacement of power, political power, but at least in the Klein Center's project, we're only focusing on national level things as a way to just try to manage the scope of what we're trying to do.
Great panel. First, I wanted to ask about, so we've come sort of to this consensus that words matter and that words as they are used in academia matter, but to Alice's point, we can call it whatever we want, but that doesn't mean that journalists are going to follow. How do we actually get these definitions once we sort of decide them to transition into media coverage of these things? Like, what would that mean?
Yeah, I mean, it means doing things outside of just our university. It means inviting, like we have today, people who are not just academics, to these kinds of conversations. It means writing and speaking beyond sort of these walls. And, I think that is one of the core things that we at least try to do at CTAP, and that I think a lot of the other folks here today do also, is not just sort of writing in our academic journals that, make millions of dollars and are behind library paywalls, but like writing and speaking to other places. I'm sure many other folks here could say the same thing, but, when you, if you end up in contact with a journalist, like your sort of hope at sort of its most transactional level is that like, you'll get quoted,
right? Because then there's like a public display of like, okay, you did this thing and like, wow, you're important, you're in the New York Times or whatever. But most of the conversations, at least that I have with journalists, are like very long conversations explaining, you know what I mean? Some of these things we're talking about here to them that never culminate in a quote or an appearance, you know what I mean, on a broadcast. And I think there are a lot of people sort of engaged in that work. I don't think it's been adequate, you know what I mean? So I think we need to continue to work on that. I will also just say that in 2020, some folks here and many other scholars sort of across the country sort of established this group, the Election Coverage and Democracy Network, where we were trying to provide very public, easy to understand information to journalists about what to call these things, how to deal, you know what I mean, with some of these issues that we're talking about today. Some of this was pre-January 6th, and then we had to update some of what these guys look like. But you know, I'll just echo some of what I said earlier in regards to Lorcan's question, which is trying, I think one of the roles that we can also have as academics is to try and provide sort of the baseline for journalists to make those assertions that are hard for them to make, that are outside the normal terms of political coverage. So provide them the research to say, this is anti-democratic, right? Here's how you should define the stakes of what's happening in an election where we have a whole party basically dedicated to, at this moment, undermining democracy. So Daniel Kreis, who's here, and Lisa Jang, who's here, and myself and Eric Rice, or Eric Peterson at Rice, have come up with this idea of like democracy-framed election coverage that really argues that going beyond just pointing out that, like, for example, 2020 is a lie, that it is also deleterious to democracy to elect people, right, who are going to work to undermine it. And so pointing out sort of the stakes of these things for democracy in that coverage, I think the role that we can play as academics is also to provide, like, we can be the baseline for that so that journalists don't have to say that themselves, even though these are all facts. But this is a new thing, and it's, you know what I mean? It's hard to sort of change those norms. So I think that's one that, I don't know, if you guys have other.
Yeah, I think really long conversations with journalists that go unseen and basically unpaid. Those are fun. And you know, the public engagement piece of it, of being able to make it part of a more public conversation is really important. But I think that, like, there's a scale to this. And I know Meredith Clark there in the back has done a lot of advocacy on, for example, capitalizing the B in Black. There was a lot of advocacy after the murder of George Floyd about paying attention to police violence, that Sarah J. Jackson and myself are also really, you know, involved in, like, make this part of your public conversation. You have to think about police and how they acted at protests too. And so I think that, you know, there's a combination of long conversations, of you having your own conversation in a public space, of conversations. I do a lot of consultations with newsrooms and editors, trying to help them understand, well, your journalist wants to use this word, edit it out. Because of the long conversation that we had. Maybe we could have more conversations at ONA or, you know, at professional journalism conferences. Can we make an institutional change? But I think that, you know, in the end, while we can help sort of guide and prompt and encourage movements to continue, it's really hard to sustain them. As you know, as you probably know, in 2017, the AP style book was like, hey, you should start calling racist things racist. And that was a hot mess because I looked at coverage of that, like, okay, so did they start doing that afterwards? And sort of looked at how institutions, mainstream news institutions were able to implement some of these things. And quite honestly, they're afraid, right? There's fear in using these words. There's fear in using words that make people uncomfortable. There's fear in discomfort, right? And so I think that there's not like a tried and true path, but there is certainly some kind of like gold star merit, Girl Scouty badge thing that I feel like you get for participating in this what has to be a multi-institutional effort to get people to understand how much words matter.
So, question for Alice. I'm really interested in the idea that term, like framing people or describing people as having been radicalized, that you know, takes responsibility off of Collective and off of Elites. These global institutional platforms, like that's very intriguing to me. And I find that a compelling sort of argument. But I also am interested in the sort of normative role that media play in highlighting that these individuals and their actions are outside the norm, and we are therefore describing them as deviant. Like they are deviant, they don't fit in the normal curve, so therefore they're bad, and we should all attempt to avoid that crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
that
no, I
tension
do.
between them.
I mean, do you think that's good, that describing people as radicalized in this context sort of points to the deviant? Because in some ways, like, we want it to be pointed out that it's not socially acceptable to, have an attempt.
Yeah, I know, I'm torn, that's why I'm
Yeah.
asking. I don't know if I think it's good or bad, because
Yeah.
I'm like, ooh, and I'm like, yeah, but don't we want to highlight that sort of like, okay, as a democratic society, we all agree that like, those are bad, that's bad.
And I think that I think the distinction between having extremist ideology and committing political violence is a really important distinction. And often they're kind of collapsed into each other when people talk about people being radicalized, right? And I think that pointing out that committing acts of political violence, like it may not be unusual in the United States, but it is certainly like a radical act that breaks with the norm. Like it's outside of our typical, like what we would typically consider to be like an acceptable social action, in the same way that murder is not acceptable, right? Although we don't call murders radicalized. Murderers radicalized. So that's very interesting. I hadn't actually thought about it that way. I think that radicalization doesn't do much to really explain what's going on, and I don't think it really gets us anywhere. And that might be one example of something it does get us, is it gets us sort of a normative judgment on the people who fall outside of the boundaries. Yeah.
Hello, thank you so much. I learned a ton from guys. I have a question about discussion had in the word unprecedented. And one of the consequences is that if there is a hypothetical repeat of January 6th, it's no longer unprecedented. So how do you think this hypothetical repeat of January 6th is manifest, given the changing media landscape since 2021, especially?
I highly doubt we'll start off with the word protest, right? I imagine I mean, considering that the coverage in 2023 of the event was used the term riot to describe January 6th so often, I assume that that's sort of what they will sort of hype up the landscape of fearing a riot, and then if something happens, it will very quickly translate into that. I don't think the media has quite read Scott's work yet. And I don't think that there will be some, scaled understanding of one particular word and phrase, but hopefully, with some kind of concerted effort, that could happen. But not protest. It won't start off that way.
One other thing I'd like to add, and I guess this is what we haven't been talking about, is the role of very open public organizing of coups and the role like Facebook played in allowing people, and this also was present in my research on the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville in 2016, is that everyone was RSVP'd to this event using their names, their Facebook accounts. And the important role race plays in that. Like, if there had been thousands of Black people registering with their Facebook account to organize a coup on the United States, I just don't think Meta would have kept that open. And so I think this, what I would love to see, as we should all prepare for what will be a very violent experience. I don't think we can just assume that this election is going to be okay. And so that's one thing I would like us to all just wrap our heads around. And then also in terms of platforms, recognizing when people are organizing out in the open, very clearly articulating these intentions, doing ride sharing, sharing their Venmo accounts. I mean, this was like very open and explicit in both situations. And I would like to see some attention to that on platforms.
Can I add to that, Francesca, about the role of, I think this came up in what someone said earlier about, there was no level of secrecy here, as far as like, didn't need to be surveilled, for example. And I think we've also recently had conversations that came out, in the subsequent, January 6th testimony and documents filed, where, and we've now heard from like the Justice Department where they say that, like, yes, we know, and we're actually going into this election where they say, yes, we know that these conversations are happening. I think this is more a question of who the state considers a subject that can be controlled and surveilled, which is a different question than whether or not we know and can cover them. And I just maybe expand the question to whether or not we've learned anything yet about what we are willing to do to control a threat and who we're willing to label a threat. And I'm not sure that's changed.
I am not sure it's changed, and I think, also like the international research that looks at like, what are the things that have to happen for a country to stop its movement towards authoritarianism, right? And sort of move back closer to democracy, and these things are binary, right? All sort of on a spectrum. The thing that has to happen is the people who wrote the law to undermine democracy have to be held accountable. Like, across the world, that is like the thing that stops countries from sort of going in that direction. We haven't even done that, much less, you know what I mean, been able to say like, what lengths are we willing to go to? We haven't even like, gotten to the point of the sort of very easy, you know what I mean, aspects of like applying the laws that we do have to, hold the person ultimately responsible for this. So,
I mean, that's definitely true when it comes to Trump, but I mean, a lot of people have been arrested for their participation in January 6th. And a lot of people were arrested for their participation in Charlottesville. And Charlottesville kind of cut the head off a lot of alt-right organizations. Like, I use the term alt-right historically because I think after Charlottesville, a lot of those organizations, they kind of fell apart. They weren't very smart people with great political organizing skills, and they didn't feel as empowered to, like, I don't know. I mean, I guess the Proud Boys were still at January 6th. Yeah, not nothing like that. I'm talking about like the Kekistan dudes and like all that, those kind of groups. But I do think there has been an impact on far-right organization, but I think a lot of that just means they've all gone to Telegram, which is much harder to.
but even, okay, but also like, even if we look at Congress, like after the Civil War, the members of Congress who were part of the Confederacy were barred from being a part of that body. The members of the Republican Party of the US Congress, not all of them, but the ones who hours after what happened on January 6th, still voted against certifying the 2020 election, there's been no accountability. We have levers for that accountability. We have not held those people accountable.
Sure of that.
Yeah. And so we haven't even done those things, right? And like, if we're talking about the organizations that are responsible for this, we haven't held that organization responsible.
But a big challenge is that it's not just the First Amendment in the United States that guarantees freedom of speech and freedom of assembly. That's a universal declaration of rights guarantees those things. And so there's a very fine line between shouting 1776 or whatever and gearing into violence. And the way the United States handles this is through the legal system. It allows acts to happen and then addresses them after the fact. That's not the only model. Germany was its current constitution was set up after World War II as a protective democracy to prevent the slide back into the kind of fascism. And it's a different way of organizing things, and maybe there's some lessons that we can pick up from that effort. But they're still struggling with the AfD party, so they've got their own problems. But clearly we're in some difficult times here, and I think that it is going to take a while for the legal system to be able to catch up and be as nimble as we might like it to be, because this part of federal law has just not been used very frequently. And we don't have a definition of terrorism. So it's going to take a while for those systems to catch up to the point where they're going to be more effective. addressing these infractions soon after they occur.
But I also think key to Treci's, observation is that we also haven't radicalized what we think a threat is, right? Like, we still know which groups are considered a threat, and even this upcoming election is not necessarily widespread described as threatening to anyone, right? Like, if it does happen again, in a similar fashion, that's not a threat. I mean, this group isn't being portrayed as like a threat in the same way that if police kill a Black person in the middle of the street, cities immediately enact state of emergency because they may know people who may be upset, right? Like, we don't have a state of emergency issued for the United States government based on what happened, and even if we did, it's still not to be stated.
All right, okay, I'll give you the last question.
Yes, I have a question, which I'm torn. I've been thinking about it for a long time. What is your view about this change and more broadly the Republicans who call themselves traditionalists, who are never Trump? And I think on one hand, I realize, well, Liz Cheney plays a significant role in the committee, and also, but on one hand, I realize that there is a fine line between the traditional Republicans and MAGA. As a lot of the traditional Republicans' policy has really exploited racial resentment, sowing doubts about the government, created the fertile ground. I think they played a role in it. But as Liz Cheney is now invited by The View and other TV shows, Stephen Colbert, and Stephen Colbert actually asked her, did you, something along the lines, but do you think you play somehow a role in sort of advocating foreign policies that led are, she didn't see any ground on that. But on the other hand, I realize that we need allies to protect and defend American. One chapter, they that we need Republicans to fix the Republican Party, but they are the best Republicans we have. So if Liz Cheney is here with us.
By the way, we invited her. She quoted us $110,000. That's 100%.
I came for only
How much your speaker fee was $110,000? Yeah.
How do you engage with her?
The standard model of persuasion that's very familiar to political communication scholars says that information coming from some neutral source or some unknown source that is not already trusted is likely to be deceptive. And that means that information that's potentially persuasive is going to get filtered usually by people who, when they hold views as important to themselves, and discounted if it doesn't already agree with them. I'm saying things that most people in the room already know. So if we want to break through the level of information that has taken hold in the Republican Party, I can't imagine a way to do that without people like Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger and others who have credibility within those spaces. Judge Ludick, also another important voice, to provide an alternative, a credible alternative within the Republican Party of how to sort of walk back from the precipice. I just can't imagine that we would have successful changing of minds without the involvement of opinion leaders like that. So that's the looking forward rather than the looking back part of your question.
I think what Scott described is true and important and clearly insufficient, right, for this moment, because we have not seen what in all of our models of ways of thinking about this should have worked. right? Because then, you know, the maximum interpretability of that identity, right? And say, oh no, she's not that, right? And this sort of well-worn trend of in-groups and out-groups gets ported in over, you know what I mean, to people who would have been in group otherwise along, in this case, like partisan lines. So then I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, I agree, and like you know, all the evidence would suggest that's, you know what I mean, what we should, you know, be encouraging and be doing. Seems efficient. Yeah.
I just really can say one thing. I mean, the opinion leader in the Republican Party, right, is not Liz Cheney. It's Trump, and it's also, I'm feeling bad and I'd like to see something burn. Right, so unless you can somehow adopt the kind of style as Liz Cheney or someone within the party, who then adopted almost a quasi-conspiratorial style, but somehow is doing that in ways to marginalize the conspiratorial parts of the party and thus transform it, you can't really, like, it's not option, that's it. It's not about, if it's about a single leader, it's about Trump, if it's about this like rage affect, I mean, yeah, so sorry.
We will end on that hopeless note. Thank you all for joining us for the first panel. We now have lunch until 1 o'clock. Please join me in thanking our. Water before I tell other people they have to come back. Yes. You can do.
But hers is fun, but also a little different.
A minute here to come back together and finish your conversation and sit down and finish your conversation. Not forever, for now. So, again, continue to grab food and snacks, etc. We're gonna get started with our next panel. And I am very happy to introduce one of the co-editors of this volume, Rebecca Trumbull, who's a professor at George Washington University and director of the aforementioned Institute for Data, Democracy, and Politics. So please join me in welcoming. Thank you. I am really happy to be here to launch the book. More than anything, to be in the room with such an amazing group of scholars and friends who are committed to doing work that matters. It really struck me during the first panel this morning that the conversation that the first group of contributors were having about how it is we need to talk about these events, how it is that we need to name these phenomenon, can often feel very ivory tower, right? In fact, we had a question from the audience: how do we get journalists to actually act on these things? But what is really remarkable to me is that in this book, in this edited volume, we've been able to bring together a number of scholars who are committed to going well beyond just speaking to within the ivory. These are folks who care about the impact on the world. And to me, there are fewer topics more important than the impact of January 6th and the political environment, the impacts on democracy in the United States at the moment. And of course, I speak about these topics as someone who lives and works and teaches and researches in Washington, D.C. itself. I know that myself and my colleagues from George Washington University can tell you how hard that moment was, not just for us, but especially our students. GW is downtown DC. It is
blocks from the White House, a little bit further from the Capitol. And our students really felt the impact of what was happening in the city. I had really hard conversations with my family that day, right? Family who don't see the world the same way I do. And I had to communicate that we were living it and we were scared. And so I just wanted to emphasize that this is a topic that belongs not just in the pages of our journals, the pages of our books, but has to be a larger socio-political discussion. And I'm just thrilled to be among a group of colleagues who are really committed to moving that forward. Now, I'm particularly lucky to get to moderate a panel with 4 of those amazing colleagues who I think are going to speak to issues very much apropos to what I've just suggested. Before I say that, Shannon gave me the instructions, and Shannon, I wrote notes as you were giving your opening, that because there are likely members in the room who were not here for the last session, a quick reminder that we have a number of excellent books available for you to take with you today. And for those who are here, I have no idea what these words mean, but I'm going to say them. Those who are here for CLE credit, you can approach your USC professor and have a QR codes. Thank you very much. I've done my duty. Nor the Constitution. It's my pleasure to introduce our 4 panelists. I'll give very brief introductions and ask each of you to come up in turn. First is Regina Lawrence, who's Associate Dean of the School of Journalism and Communication and Research Director for the Agora Journalism Center at Oregon. Next is Jenny Stromer-Galley. Excuse me, Jenny Stromer-Galley, Senior Associate Dean for Academic and Faculty Affairs and Professor.
78 more days.
She's not counting down at all. And Professor in the School of Information Studies at Syracuse University. Next up is Yonghyun Yang, who is Assistant Professor in the Department of Communication and Journalism at Texas A&M and a research affiliate with our Institute for Data, Democracy, and Politics at GW. And last, but maybe sort of least, my dear friend and colleague, Dave Karp, Associate Professor in the School of Media and Public Affairs and also an affiliated researcher at the Institute for Data. So I've asked the panelists to give some brief opening remarks and have actually given them an order to present these. So Regina, if you wouldn't mind starting off.
Sure, I'd be happy to, Rebecca. Thank you. It's so great to be with you all here today, even to talk about such a difficult and challenging time in our nation's history. I'm here on behalf of myself and my colleague Whitney Phillips, who I hope many of you know. If you don't know of her work, I can't recommend it highly enough. So I really am going to start by just relaying a bit from the chapter that we wrote for this book. And I really have to give credit for the amazing use of metaphor and her abilities. So what we essentially argue in this short chapter is that all of the painstaking efforts by legislators, researchers, journalists, etc., to reconstruct what exactly happened on January 6th are obviously very important. As Shannon and others have said earlier today, folks have to be held accountable for what happened. But the attack on democracy didn't end, of course, on January 6th. It is well aware. And so in order to best understand it and to continue to illuminate what's going on, we need to be thinking about January 6th as a particularly conspicuous moment in a longstanding and ongoing assault on democracy. And we argue that it could be helpful to think about this assault on democracy as a kind of an anti-democratic agribusiness, if you will. And so we play with that metaphor to talk about the soil and environmental conditions that have given rise to the most visible aspects of this phenomenon. which we argue includes the wide and deep and growing networks of domestic extremists, a political landscape that increasingly helps to normalize mainstream, thank you very much, Alice, for that insight, mainstream extremist beliefs and extremist violence. Even among, and here's something I think it's overlooked too often, even among a swath of Americans who themselves are not active members of those groups, who may even have somewhat ambivalent attitudes towards groups. Also the dark money forces that are at work behind the scenes. So we talk about this notion of soil, and we talk about this notion of equipment, like the farm equipment of this agribusiness, so to speak, which of course includes the media that are here to talk about and to study. And that includes everything from the recommendation algorithms all the way down to the bundling of right-wing channels with people's local, cable customer subscriptions. So we talk about also in answer to or as part of this question talked about during the last panel, how do we think about the Republican Party? I think we can think about the Republican Party as both machinery and soil in a sense, right? The cultivator of anti-democratic action and a fertile ground for anti-democratic belief to become further mainstream. So we think that considered from this perspective, even the most critical legal investigations, like the work of the House Select Committee, that focused on the specifics of who did what on January 6th, may end up sending a somewhat misleading message that identifying individuals who are responsible is enough to sort of save democracy, if you will. And part of what we like about this metaphor of the agribusiness is think about the ongoing production of the crop, right? So that crop has continued to be produced. And even if we've managed to cordon off some of the bad fruits, so to speak, of January 6th, it really didn't slow the agribusiness down very much at all. In fact, it may have helped to fuel it in certain kinds of ways. So we just are simply making a sort of a plea for all of us, an invitation for all of us to focus on what is still happening, focus on what is leading us into the near future in terms of the next election, to emphasize the present and the future tense nature of the anti-democratic agribusiness. I think I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, that's perfect. Really, really love that metaphor, and I think it's a beautiful way to segue from the discussion about how we talk about these things to widen the scope just a little bit to almost how we think about them, right? What's the larger metaphor? I think it's really powerful. Thank you, and Whitney. Jenny.
I need to thank my collaborators on this, Brian McKernan, who's at PACE, and two doctoral students who helped slog through thousands of tweets and Facebook posts and ads by the presidential candidates of Christy Curry and Pyongyang Kim. I probably don't need to tell this audience that communication matters, right? The prior talked about the importance of words and how words matter. But I think it is important to continue to reflect a little bit on how communication mattered in the lead up to the attack on January 6th, the coup on January 6th. So we argue in our book chapter that Trump's claim that the election would be stolen laid the groundwork for members of the public to mistrust the election results, which in turn created the conditions for the attack on the Capitol. And as I hinted at, our conclusions are based on extensive close reading. I once had an editor say to me, how do you do close readings of tweets? But when you read 3,000 of them, they get kind of so we looked at Trump's messaging. We also looked at Biden's messaging. So when rioters attacked the Capitol on January 6th, they did so with the mistaken belief that the electoral process was fraudulent. And they believed that Trump had been robbed of confidence. So epistemic philosophy, so this is like Berger and Levin, Taylor advanced the idea that knowledge is socially constructed. And as Taylor explains, our understanding of democracy today is based on a groundwork laid over 3 centuries with a big asterisk around the execution of that democracy being, of course, deeply problematic. But the philosophy, if you will, the normative underpinning grounded in Locke and Rousseau and others of a social imaginary of the people having a natural right to self-government. And that elections become the source for that legitimate power through the electoral expression of the vote.
And that's the core tenet of this social imaginary that's embraced in our governance structure. But the social imaginary is not a given. And without continued, you see if I can do this right, without continued, I still can't do it, continued ritualistic reaffirmation of the people as self-governed through the exercise of the vote, the core tenet of democracy. And we argue that Trump's rhetoric during and after the election aimed to undermine that ritualistic affirmation, thereby putting our entire system of governance. So Trump began advancing this argument well before the election. As early as the beginning of April of 2020, he started attacking the voting process. It is important to remember, and we haven't mentioned this yet, which I'm surprised by, COVID mattered to this election. You might remember that we were in the thick of the presidential primaries when COVID began to spread in March through the country. And so legislatures across the country had to pass quick policy changes to allow for mail-in balloting and absentee balloting, ballot boxes that people could drop their ballots into. And this dramatic shift in the process around voting further opens up lines of attack by Trump around the electoral process. So our analysis of Trump's social media messages during the campaign suggests that Trump used this, of course, his heavily followed social media accounts to portray an imaginary that the election was deeply fallible, that there would be problems with accuracy of the vote count. And he made these arguments repeatedly and intensely through the election period. So he insinuated, for example, through his social media messages, an unnamed they that were going to take and disenfranchise Trump's. He accused Democrats, the Democratic Party, Democratic governors, Democratic mayors, even his opponent, Joe Biden, of attempting to steal the election. He engaged in repeated unfounded attacks on Dominion, which is an electoral voting system. I remember that he effectively sued Fox News and won for defamation. So by contrast, when you look at Biden's ads, posts, and tweets, you see a very different kind of message around the election. He urged the public to vote using any available means. He urged people to make a plan, to vote by mail, by absentee, by in-person balloting. And unlike Trump's arguments, Biden didn't differentiate or deprecate one form of voting over another. Instead, what he did is underscore the sovereign right, underscoring this imaginary that all Americans have the right and should exercise that right to vote. So our analysis suggests that Biden and Trump provide competing imaginaries of the vote. Biden's rhetoric portrays an image of America where the democratic process of voting is sacred. In contrast, Trump's rhetoric portrays an image of America where democratic institutions have been completely corrupted. The electoral process cannot be trusted, and true Americans exert their will through anti-democratic means. So Trump's rhetorical imaginary created a collective grievance among his supporters that ultimately found expression through violent death. In reading your piece, there were a couple. First, all sympathy and strength to the agency. All of those tweets and the ads and so on. But I really appreciate that you use this term tongue twister that may be, right, ritualistic affirmation, because I think so often, particularly in political communication, we tend to focus on the notion of repetition being powerful as a communication technique because at the individual level it makes it sticky, right? It creates memory for us. When in fact we miss this element of the social, right? The ritual element of this is social, sociological, and is probably just as impactful and powerful as repetition through memory creation. Yeah. So that was one thing that really stood out to me. Okay, you go next.
Thank you. The title of my book chapter is Rethinking Right-Wing Media in the Wake of an Attempted Coup. As we know, many right-wing media outlets played a big role in spreading the big lie and fueling the January 6th insurrection. After the insurrection, some right-wing media whitewashed it, attacked the January 6th House Select Committee, and continued to sow doubts about elections. These recent developments suggest that right-wing media are taking a unique political role in the MAGA movement and Republican Party politics. One that is perhaps not well explained by what I characterize as a partisan media framework in the field of political communication. A lot of previous scholarship in our field has focused on identifying and analyzing ideological or partisan bias. They show that, for example, right-wing media select stories that favors GOP, and they put a conservative spin on news. This approach often compares Fox News to MSNBC as if they are the two sides of the same coin. However, this value-neutral approach overlooks the critical question of whether Fox and MSNBC are indeed comparable in terms of how they operate and their role in American democracy. MSNBC, in my view, is a biased but fact-based and editorially independent news organization. But do Fox and other right-wing media really operate as biased but fact-based and editorially independent news organizations? They certainly want us to believe that or treat them that way. For example, Breitbart's editor-in-chief, Alex Marlow, once told a journalist from the New York Times in an interview that, quote, "Our bias now comes in story selection. We're not going to cover the Russia scandal as much as we are covering the cartels coming over the border." Many right-wing media also claim on their website that they are fact-based and editorially independent, and some of them claim that they have conflict of interest policy. But this characterization, which portrays many right-wing media as news organizations, the fourth estate of democracy, I believe is wrong. My book chapter proposed a new way to look at right-wing media. I argue that they function as political organizations which use disinformation and other tools to advance strategic political objectives, such as influencing voters and disrupting political processes. In the opening of my book chapter, I presented an example. On January 7th, 2021, one day after insurrection, the front page story of One American News Network, OANN, is actually not a front page story. It is a fundraising page for Josh Hawley, Ted Cruz, Matt Gaetz, Louis Gohmert, and Marjorie Taylor Greene. All of them had just voted to overturn the 2020 election result. Another example I presented in the book chapter is that Breitbart and the Daily Caller took money from the National Republican Congressional Committee to help it fundraise for Josh Hawley and Kelly Loeffler during the 2020 election. In fact, almost with a few exceptions, almost every major right-wing media outlet has done this in the past decade, including Newsmax, Daily Wire, Western Journal, and etc. In a new book that I just finished, I will present a systematic analysis of all the payment exchanges between GOP super PACs and right-wing media in the past decade. It shows that right-wing media were closely involved in GOP campaigns, taking PACs and super PACs money while reporting on their candidates. So I think given the empirical evidence and also our normative commitment to defending and protecting American democracy, we should rethink right-wing media and their role in American democracy in the wake of the January 6th insurrection.
Thank you. Y'all, how lucky am I that he was one of the first, were you very first postdoc? Second postdoc at IDP, right? That we had the pleasure of working directly with you together. I don't think I need to say much for you to understand how powerful the work that Young Ping has been doing is. The first time that you told me that you had this, this theory of right-wing media as political organization, my thought was, well, yeah, that makes sense, but how are we going to prove it, right? And what you have done is such an incredible systematic analysis
that demonstrates these connections, and I think without a shadow of a doubt, makes it clear that the sort of balanced notion that these are just, as you put it, bias, yes, or news organizations with biases, but it's just a bias on the other side of the coin, balancing what we've always seen before is frankly a little and that you have been able to bring this sort of evidence to the table is really, really helpful. So thank you for your work. Dave.
I want to know, the work on this volume started with a conference, joint conference we did. That was what?
It was the one on the 1 year anniversary.
So January 2022. And I want to note that because the thing that I'm fixated on in my chapter, in terms of inventing the next day. And when I was first writing around that, that felt far off as sort of a far off, let's not go there. And I feel like that, at least for me, that frames it different now, because it's like, oh, you mean next year. So I'm worried that I'm more worried now. The thing I'm primarily a lead here. The thing that I'm trying to raise in the chapter, the idea that unless there are consequences, not just for the rioters who invaded the Capitol, but for the people who was a little fixated on John Eastman, who has, I think he's now been disbarred, and he's still looking at jail. Back when I was writing that, John Eastman had, a few months before that, been invited to present at the APSA conference. And not by APSA, but by the Claremont Institute, because the Claremont Institute was an affiliated organization of APSA, and they had lots of journalism. If you're not familiar with the Claremont Institute, there's been some great journalism. They used to be a conservative but legitimate political theory association of conservative theorists that during the Trump years started arguing that actually, since we don't win in democratic elections shouldn't exist anymore because they aren't good for the American. They are the leading set of scholars and interpreters of Trumpism trying to legitimate. And published on their website plenty of certainly racist. They had invited him, and I did a little campaigning with fellow political scientists to get them invited. They're no longer part of the chaos. But the broader point I was trying to make there, like, I'm proud that they're not an APSA. I don't think that hurts much. And if they do not feel pain, if they only gain profit from the actions of January 6th, then of course we should expect more. Right? If the actions of January 6th lead Josh Hawley to fundraise more money and increase his profile, we should expect not only Josh Hawley, but others in the Senate to say, oh, that is what our party wants. We talked before the break a little bit about Liz Cheney. It would have been great if she had come here. I'm glad we didn't spend 110 grand. But a related question there, this isn't in the chapter, but I think it's a riff that we should Ziblatt and Levitsky, who comparative scholars who've written a lot on this, have presented the template of democracy, the need to build common cause with modern republics, with these institutionalist republics. In theory, I fully agree with you. And then there's the added practical problem of how much do you do to bring them on board, given how few of them there are. So part of the problem that I'm really trying to get into in the chapter, and years ago, I think it matters a lot that every elected Republican who has decided to be a bit of an institution, stand up at all to Donald Trump, has now left. But it matters quite a bit that the RNC is now run by Laura Trump. Because that means that the Republican Party is entirely right now party of Trump. And we as scholars and also, I mean, journalists and public intellectuals, like all of us, want to grope for the idea that there must be some part of the party coalition that is pushing back, either loudly or quietly, and that Trumpism is an anomaly. And we must make common cause with them so that we can finally go back to being a democracy where democracy is system of government where parties lose election. Yes, that is absolutely where we need to get, and also we should be honest about the fact that right now, there are so few of them in the Republican Party. There are a lot of strategic sacrifices we should be making to bring like, they don't actually bring that much. So another one of the themes that I'm trying to make in the chapter is that only the Republican Party can fix it. I'm a little professor in Washington State. Anybody who can like follow me on social media can tell what party I vote for. Party network isn't going to change based on the direct criticism of anyone in this room. But for American democracy to keep going, you're going to need either systemic reform that ain't happening, or we're going to need a Republican Party that fixes it. Like, we can talk in Q&A about how that happens. I have some hunches that are like almost optimistic, like as close as I get, at least.
Yeah.
That's the key point that I think we want to sit with right now, is that the reason why next January 6th, rather likely, is that, well, Rudy Giuliani, like, lost that, like, he now owes, what, $70 million or so? Like, it didn't go great for him. Donald Trump has faced a bunch of lawsuits, but most of them managed not to actually face for the election, because there are members of the court and other institutions that decide to stand in the way of the ballot. So long as there are not elite consequences, so long as being Liz Cheney, you are out of the first. As long as being Matt Gaetz means, great, you're a star of it. We should expect one of the two parties in a two-party system be a party of Matt Gaetz, Donald Trump. Of course, that's not going to last in a democracy. There have to be elite consequences to them. They have to decide, we can't keep doing this. That for us. Either because we lose elections or because we don't get invited to the parties. Like if they face consequences on concepts, I think that matters too. But that's instinct of sort of an organizer. Come at everything through the lens of an organizer, right? That instinct of power and pressure and figuring out what is going to motivate us. We need to keep that in mind, because only the Republican Party can fix the Republican Party. And right now, the members of it who are institutionalists, there's like two.
Ending on the optimistic note.
No, that's for Q&A. Ask them for Q&A if they want me.
One thing that I want to say to Dave and about your work, again, I've been really lucky that for the last 5 years, my door has been, in the office, has been directly next to Dave's. And so we've had a lot of strange conversations over the years, but Dave has really shaped, and this chapter is part of that, has really shaped my thinking as a political scientist on what institutions and what norms actually mean. Right? I think that we have, as a field, we have fallen back far too much on the assurance that norms matter, and that in fact, norms are more powerful than they have now proven to be, right? When it comes down to sort of brass tacks, how can you get the money in the bank account? And it turns out that the way you get the money in the bank account is by doing things that crumble institutions and push against norms that people. And trying to find the practical ways that we deal with that is really, really important. So I've said a few words after each of these presentations about how I've thought about each of these chapters. In no small part because our theme for this panel is researching threats to democracy. And the work that each of you has done has really had an impact on the way that I think about the research that I do. And so I want us to start off pulling on that theme just a little bit more, and then later in our discussion, I think probably going to, so essentially starting off thinking about how do we speak to other researchers with our work? What are our calls to our colleagues in the field? And
and then later move to think a little bit more broadly about who are we as researchers and what are our responsibilities in the larger world. So starting with that first element, one of the things that I found really impressive in each one of these chapters is that you each interrogate work that's gone before, each identify concepts, theories, and so on, that you think are problematic, that researchers in our field spend too much time focusing on or too little. So I wanted to ask each of you what thoughts you have about where are we putting the wrong emphasis, either too much emphasis or too little emphasis, and what are the consequences of that in your thinking?
I have a long-standing bit, like dating back 12 years, focusing on ceteris paribus assumptions, and when we like ceteris paribus is what we when you see all these people in the room, hey, look at me, wow, he looks. Ceteris paribus, all else being. That we have a habit in the research community of assuming that this election must be like other elections, which allows us to conduct our study and feel that it is comparable to all of it. But, and I think that has led us not to take seriously the ways that the party is changing and thinking. Back in 2016, I was at a political communication pre-conference talking about the study of that weird election. And there was a scholar who I'm not going to call out now, but it was basically like, I'm analyzing the tweets and the campaign communication. Trump's campaign communications are no different than anybody else's. Like, it's just another election, like all the other elections. And I was like, I don't know, this seems a little different to me in ways that might matter. In particular, and look, everybody who contributed to this volume is convinced that January 6th was a fracturing enough event that we should take it seriously. That's not something that is universally believed. And that always is puzzling to me because, again, like I sometimes feel like I need to shout at fellow political scientists, again, not the ones that if they stop having elections, what are the things you're studying? Like, if you were a scholar of like campaign commercials and they stop having campaigns, what do you study? You should be a little worried about the fate of democracy just professionally. But I think that instinct to interrogate our own ceteris paribus assumption, say, what are the ways that this case that I'm studying now is similar to the ones that we were used to theorizing about? And what are the elements that actually need to get re-looked at now? Because while we don't want to like assume that every election is completely new and different, then we would just be pundits, we ought to at least ask, is there something going on here that challenges the way or unsettles the way we usually study things? And maybe point our attention towards the new and the different. Because that's where I think we can do the most.
Yeah, I really appreciate those comments. I think that in answer to the question, what are we a little too focused on? I think we have been very focused on information, obviously. And I think that really needs to be answered by, balanced out by, complemented by, not really thinking so much about information. And I two thoughts here. One is that I really appreciate how some of the chapters in this book, Tony Nadler's chapter, the work that Dana has done, Johnson's work in this book, are really pointing us toward stuff that's not so much information, it is narrative. It is the deep stories, as Harley Bushield and others have that we need to understand, I think, not just what information people are maybe grabbing on, being exposed to, and then, taking up and coming to believe, but what is the grand story that they see themselves helping to enact? What is the grand story they think is playing out in the country? that they are historically involved in, right? Like, what movie do you in? And I think that could really complement our focus on disinformation. And I think there's another element there, because when we focus on disinformation, we automatically then necessarily are focused on, you know, those people that might support or come to support this anti-democratic movement. We focus on the people who perpetrated January 6th, et cetera, and we have to do that work for sure. But today's discussions have really got me thinking about the much larger swath of Americans that don't support that. Probably don't know or understand very much about it, but don't support it. What's the grand narrative for them? What's the grand narrative that that most Americans can see themselves in? And it seems to me that there's a ton of work that needs to be done there to kind of remind or provide anew stories of democracy in a way that are really meaningful, even with all of democracy's many shortcomings in this country. I think we need to connect with grand narratives that can somehow address this crisis.
I really like that. It strikes me that takes us in important ways away from focus on fact checking, on media framing, right, into the world of stories and brand narratives and understanding the more systemic role that these, right, individual messages play within the larger systemic narrative. I'll pick up on that, because the hard part is that, of course, there's no single one thing you can point to and say, that's why we got to January 6th. There it is. That's the thing, right? It's a complex set of things. And this is one of the hard parts when you're a social scientist, right? You want to be able to develop the theory, test the theory, collect the data, right? But there's certain things that are bigger than a social scientist can really get their arms around. You know, so because it's a system, it's a set of events and situations and actors that sort of led up to that moment, and then will continue afterwards. You know, so imagine, for example, that the economic collapse didn't happen in 2008, right? So we have, as was predicted and has happened, the economic recovery in the United States following that economic collapse has been very slow, and it has been very bifurcated, right? So if you are wealthy, if you have stock, right, you're in good shape. If you're working paycheck to paycheck, you still today are being hurt by the economic consequences that started back in 2008. If we hadn't had that global economic collapse, maybe the economics would be different, such that people wouldn't have the activated narratives that Trump pushed, for example. Imagine that Obama didn't, right? So the kind of the coalescing of people saying, I don't understand how we have a Black president, activating racial tension, identities, coalescing against the first Black president. You know, imagine we didn't have preppers. My dad was a prepper. You know what I mean when I say that? Right, remember the TV shows about prepping? Right, we political communication people, we never pay attention to pop culture. Why? We should be. There is all kinds of things happening in pop culture around being ready for, right, this massed armed revolution that will ultimately take us, because our economy is going to collapse, these bad people are going to take over our country, and we're going to have to make this happen. So everybody get your bunkers, get your guns, get your gold, and, you know, your pantry of canned goods, because the revolution is coming and we better be ready for it, right? So pop culture, we pay no attention to that, we should. The technological shift, imagine we didn't have Twitter. Would Donald Trump have gotten elected in 2016 without Twitter? So, you know, you mentioned, for example, the regulatory environment, 100%, but the platforms themselves, right, are playing huge roles in this. And so trying to get your arms around all of those different things, to be able to say it's not one thing, it's a whole set of things. It's the public imaginary, it is the economic system, It is our pop culture. It is this fetishization around guns and revolution and fighting against. It's racism activated over and over and over again. All of those things, right, kind of culminate into this. And it's damn hard to point to as a social scientist and say, there it is.
Indeed. And Kim, do you have any
Yeah.
thoughts on this?
Yeah, for me, I think 2 points. I think there's a lot of perhaps too much emphasis on the conservative bias of right-wing when people analyze right-wing. I think that they do have a lot of bias, but I think they also, a significant part of what they do is no longer really conservative or sort of bias, no longer that. I think it's going beyond what is conservatism mean, but that's conservatism mean and what is bias in terms of biased news coverage. Second point is that I think there's a lot of emphasis on studying content because right-wing media, we believe that they're media organizations. Of course, what media organizations do is they publish content, right? But if we change our thinking and start to think about them as political organizations, then we might want to pay attention to other kinds of activities they do. For example, the offline coordination with dark money groups and Republican operatives, right? And also how decisions get made internally within that organization. Right? Is there really editorial independence, or did the owners and managers of right-wing media dictate what they cover and how to cover them in key elections or about key candidates? The Dominion voting machine versus Fox settlement revealed a lot about what happened behind the scenes within Fox. Rupert Murdoch acknowledged that he, suggested or pushed editors and journalists, reporters at Fox News to tilt the coverage towards certain guilty candidates. So there is evidence there, but I admit that to get that kind of evidence is really hard. They don't want researchers like us to do an ethnography or participatory observation within their organization. But I think it is really important to get that kind of ease.
To add one thing to that, and I'm going to say your work in this book and the book that you have coming out is an exception to what I'm going to say. But I was really struck reading through all of these chapters that maybe we've been focused too much on media. Because actually, if you read a lot of these chapters, they don't talk very much about media, interestingly, because I think of what Jenny, Dave, all of us are kind of saying, the situation is much bigger and media are playing very important roles in various ways. But is that really what is that what our central focus should really be on? The methodologies for grappling with these much larger, more complex issues.
Well, that's it. We're done for the day. No more media tomorrow. January 6th. No, I think that's a point. And how do we, how do we conceptualize what media are that are relevant here? I think we often fall back on the now tired and not at all full distinction between traditional mass media and social media and digital platforms and so on. But how do we think about them as part of these larger communication ecosystems and larger information ecosystems, right? Even just beyond the traditional organization that we tend to think of. I want to shift to the discussion just a little bit and ask you all what you think our responsibilities as scholars are in this space. We come up through graduate programs that traditionally teach us to focus on the empirics, right? To gather data, analyze that data, share facts, to ground it all in larger theories. And in some instances, and particularly with some advisors, we're encouraged to speak to wider audiences and engage with the wider world. But quite frankly, that's not the overall emphasis most of the time. So where do you think our responsibilities lie? Are they to science and inquiry first and foremost? Are they to democracy, to wider society? Are they to specific principles, equity and inclusion, for example? How do we navigate these potentially different roles that we have as teachers and scholars?
I was just gonna make a snotty comment, which is that the institution, right, higher education, we are incentivized to get tenure, right? And the tenure incentivization means that things like working with journalists, spending that time, Deanna mentioned this, somebody mentioned this earlier, the amount of time it takes to just help journalists, oh, Shannon's you, talk and help teach journalists how to understand time. That's a lot of time. You can't put that on your resume and say, look, I got another thing, give me tenure. So we have a problem with the incentive structure in higher education for faculty types like us don't facilitate or don't support things like what you do, which is working with these organizations in ways. Now, you've managed to be very successful nevertheless, but I think it's a challenging situation. You think about, I'm sure there's some PhD students in the room or aspiring PhD students in the room. And that's one of the things I think is just, it's a failure of higher education to not honor, recognize, value the work that we should be doing, working with journalists, working with organizations, working with our government actors, which Rebecca does beautifully, right? But that you have to be in the right position for that to be honored and recognized as important. So shame on us in higher education for not recognizing that we have many different values we can provide to society. But in terms of the career track, right, the only thing that matters in the end is grants and publication. And I would just quickly add to that, the increasing expectation, junior faculty, straight out of the PhD programs, that you're supposed to have X number of peer-reviewed publications already, which I think is really undermining, robbing people of their opportunity in graduate school to do what graduate school should be for. Absolutely. Which is the deeper thinking, the broader reading, that, you know, the one time in your life where you may have a little more time and focus to synthesize them broadly and think big. And I think that's not being utilized in many. And can I just note, you know, the fact that we're here in North Carolina, given some of the things that happen in the state, even to this particular institution, I also get concerned about you know, what's okay for us to even be saying in these organizations, in these institutions, because of the political structures that we currently reside within. You know, again, if you're a junior faculty member or a PhD student, I mean, it's, you know, you potentially are sacrificing things if you decide to be active and to speak out. I mean, we're no better than journalists when we try to pick our words so that we're not offending certain constituencies that are stakeholders for us. I'm sorry, I'm on a soapbox, I'll stop. I don't know what came over me. Righteous indignation, I don't know what the hell it is.
I want to piggyback off of that righteous indignation just a little bit. Here, and many of you in this room, right, know that I've been doing work for over a year now with scholars who are close colleagues and friends of so many of us who are facing coordinated campaigns of intimidation and harassment right now. One of the terms that is being used very actively, I've heard multiple times at Heritage Foundation event just two days ago, was referring to those of us who do this work as pseudoscience, right? So really trying to go at that core claim that we're often asked to fall back on, which is that we study facts, we study the empirics, we speak about truth, not just opinion, but that when we convey particular norms and values, it is moving away from the science. Right? It's really sort of latched onto that and are using, and I very much suspect, right, we're all going to have to get used to pushing back against this claim of pseudoscience going forward. I wonder how you would react to that. How would you push back against that? You yourself or your colleague being referred to as?
I remember the first lesson of framing perhaps, which is you wouldn't want to reinforce the frame by get in an argument with people who don't understand or respect science about what science is. So I don't know, I you know. Glad you're asking. Steve?
When I occasionally have chat conversations about this. I, again, approach things kind of as an organizer. There are a set of opponents who mean us harm. And so I would want to figure out what our goals are, what their goals are, what their needs are, and find ways to help. I mean, like that. I think it is important to start by recognizing that what is happening is a campaign to discredit academia and knowledge itself, so that they, which means that we don't treat like that. My favorite academic was Dave Schachter. And so there's a bit in the semi-sovereign. In semi-sovereign people where he mentions.
Can you say louder who it was?
Oh, E. Schatzsnyder. This SCHATTSCHNEIDER. First name is E.E, because if you're on to Andrew Culver, you would go by E. So he has a bit. Okay, so the semi-sovereign people basically invents framing theory in the mid-1960s, a couple decades before the field of publication existed or framing theory existed. Like, that dude's a legend. E. Schatzsnyder, in that book, look, now we're getting me started. We'll play over. In that book, he has this wonderful passage that I teach my students, where he notes that political debate is not like, or like political contestation is not like an intercollegiate debate, where the terms have been agreed upon. The articulation of terms is the point. He's already in the 60s, so he uses he as a general reason. He who set the terms of the debate. That, by the way, is not a direct quote. I'm going to know it by myself, not getting it word for word. So you all will permit that or go read the book. It's great. So again, what we want to be focusing on there, conflict theory, Schatzsnyder, that approach is the Heritage Foundation is trying to exercise an agenda. What we want to do is understand why they are taking shots at us, and then try to formulate a strategy as supporters and allies to one another to fight back. Like, one of the worst things we can do is say as scholars, we are going to demonstrate how non-pseudoscience we are by being above the fray and just doing our science. That's a bit like the journalists who early in the Trump years said, we are going to, like, who was it, Marty Barron, who said he thinks we're at war, we're at work. It's like, lovely turn of phrase, Marty Barron. I have news for you, though. If somebody declares war on you, you don't get to just say, no, 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 it's not war. If someone has declared war on you, you are at war whether you like it or not. So I would much prefer that the Heritage Foundation and certain members of Congress not declare war on us. That's also bad for society. It's bad on so many levels. But they're going to declare war on us, then I would say, okay, then this is unfortunate. We are at war, and therefore we're looking at strategy.
Let me take one half step back in this conversation. So Regina, as you pointed out, don't win a framing war, right, by trying to counter argue. Dave, you're speaking to the sort of larger audience for all of this. What about when the audience is our funders and our administrators would like us to be saying, but we won't say those scary words anymore. We won't talk about things like equity, inclusion. We won't even talk about democracy, right? What we will do is the science, we promise, and we'll put ourselves out there as the scientists. What do we say to our funders and our administrators?
I think we make clear what the stakes are here. Right, like what they most want is for this to go away. And I get it, like if I was this is a joke that I used to make around the Brett Stevens thing, but aside, because for those of you who don't know. But anyway, like, my provost got, thing that I wanted to point out is like,
Boy, did they ever.
And it was on the first day of the semester. And so one thing that I was aware of is like, the provost does not know who I am before the email comes in. And if I'm in the provost's shoes, like, that's not what I wanted my week to do. Right? And in the same way, like when this is coming up, part of what they're exercising is like, oh man, like now the Heritage Foundation is coming after a bunch of my, like, I didn't want to have to deal with this. Can I not deal with this, please? And while it's work and it doesn't help that universities are never well run and therefore they're not going to do a good job of it, doing the internal work of making clear to them, here is what's at stake here. And I know that this is frustrating for you, but like, let's be clear on what story, again, like what story is being told. And while you didn't want this role in it, the role that you're not now playing. Same with our funders. Like, I can understand funders deciding that they would rather not have to deal with this noise. And like, they have, board members or other people in their cocktail party circuit who like, they would rather this all just go away. And their instinct is going to be, okay, we just won't fund this anymore, and that way it'll go away. It's then on us to do the, let's be clear, very hard work of convincing them that that is not the story they're in. They're in a story where there's an attack on the production of knowledge itself. That attack won't stop if they give them what they want, because they aren't actually upset about this thing. They've got a broader project. And therefore, they're going to need to stand up and be allies. And the good news is that's actually courageous, which is just a ton of work also. And it sucks to do it. There we go.
I want to note before I turn it over to the audience for questions, that most of this last part of the conversation, right, it's been senior scholars with the general market. Young King, I'm not putting you on the spot to ask you to say we don't want to, but I also want to create some space. I think there's something that's missing in this discussion that the senior scholars with tenure who are relatively protected here are mentioned.
Yeah, well, I work at Texas A&M University. Something happened last year. So I think that it's a challenging political environment. And because I am, like many others, a junior scholar, so we don't really get much involved in the decision-making process at the university or college level. What I do know is what I hear from my senior colleagues and the leadership at our department. So there was recently a piece out that singled out my colleagues at my department at Texas A&M University using very old as work professor, that kind of thing. It's not at the level that you experienced. But I think, I wasn't targeted, so I wasn't. But I think my colleagues turned out to be overall fine. Some of them, I mentioned that they were confronted by people in their community, especially with their kids, which is really bad. In addition to that, nothing worse happened.
And I also just, want to lift up and recognize the fact that it's relatively safe for some of us to talk about these things, much less so for others. And so especially when we're calling for, us to take stands and public stands on these, we also have to be mindful of the blowback effects that those can have on other people and really emphasize the community in all of this, right? Much more so than the individual moving forward.
Can I add give an idea, can I make a riff on that too?
Yeah, of course.
Which is, you guys, this white dude, fellow tenure cis white dudes. given our identity-based resilience, you should be standing in front and taking forward. Like, again, I briefly mentioned the breath, like, I got 0 death threats during that breath. 0.
Wow.
Wow.
What does a white dude need to do to buy a death threat?
You can have some of mine.
Yeah.
I mean, like, this is a point to be aware of is, part of allyship is also being aware of, there is, like, things would be worse for my colleagues than for me. And particularly if you're well protected and comfortable, that means that there's extra stepping up to do as an.
So, what questions do you have for all of us? Please.
Yeah, I teach here at UNC School of Journalism and Media. My question is for those individuals who believe in democracy, though may not have any conscious sense that they are fighting for democracy, but who believe in it in principle. What is the best strategy to activate those people who actually go to the polls and vote?
I want to note temporality, right? Voting isn't until November. One of the obnoxious things, that's each of me, but an obnoxious thing about American elections. Well, but like, there isn't actually anything we can do to, there's not a message that will get people to go vote right now, if they can't vote. Right now, we are kind of, you know, that is like, there's a civic importance to elections, but we actually don't lose it for elections. I do think it seemed pretty clear to me, though I'm not up to date if there's been published research otherwise, that a thing that ended up mattering a bit in 2022 was the secretaries of state that ran on a platform of, I'm going to overturn democracy because there isn't a legitimate election where Donald Trump doesn't win. And they ran on that platform. Organizations made clear the stakes there. And there was a debate at the time as to whether putting democracy on the ballot would actually resonate. And at least it seems as though it is. But like, again, like part of why I want to point out temporality is if you are shouting about how democracy is on the ballot right now, very loudly, there's actually a bit of risk that people will tune that out because they will have been hearing that from you for several months. There'll be a sense of like, you're always saying that, and yet nothing changes. When the answer is, yeah, no, our elections are too long. It's been at risk these whole 6 months without any voting. But I would expect, or I would certainly hope, assuming that their campaign operations find that resonates, I would expect in the closing months of the election to make clear that the anti-democratic rhetoric is real, we should be treating it both literally and seriously. And the hope is that enough of the American electorate takes that seriously to want to fight democracy if they realize it.
Get abortion on the ballot. You know, that's one obvious driver that's bringing younger voters to the polls. It's very similar to the tactic that's happening was in 2012, Republicans putting gay marriage on the ballot as again an effort to try to draw anti LGBTQ policy voters to those, you know, it's the same tactic of push on the ballot and people will vote, and that is good stuff.
But great response. So there was a very high profile fundraiser recently. President Clinton, President Obama, and President Biden all attended. I wish George W. Bush and also other prominent Republicans that support democracy. And I wish that fundraiser can take place near the election day. I think that will send a strong signal that Republicans and Democrats are standing together supportive.
I want to chime in to that same point, that That to me is what's essential. What makes me uncomfortable in all these conversations is the notion that it is Democrats stand for democracy. Like the idea of polarizing, like making democracy into a person. In the same way that I hate, no offense, the yard signs that say like, it has no home here, science is real, and it puts science with all the other stuff. I just think the politicization of things like science or democracy, I feel like that's bad. So, you know, thinking about creative ways to work with journalists about just really covering what civics are and how institutions work and educating people on what democracy is and what it requires, as opposed to democracy. It's the thing the Democrats are running. I'm just gonna leave that there.
Well, and like Shannon was just earlier today, that you were pointing out that at least for some number of Americans now, the very word democracy has become politicized, become associated with the political left, liberal, et cetera. That's really hard territory. Like, how are we gonna navigate that territory? So I tend to agree with Dana. We have to figure out some sort of common ground, which might be obvious and like well done, but we have to figure out some sort of common ground around basic democratic institutions and norms.
But if it's already happened, like this is like someone's declared war on you and you're like, we're just working, like we don't have a choice. Like, you know what I mean? It's saying like, well, we'll just be nice and nonpartisan about this because there are partisan attacks, you know what I mean? And I don't think that like, I mean, I agree in theory, you know what I mean? But I don't know that we have the power to.
I know the genie is out of the bottle. I get what you're saying. However, I also think a lot of it is about framing. And I do think that if you are in under the hood talking about what democratic processes are, what democratic institutions are, literally talking about how here are some of the things that Trump has said that he's willing to do. And here's how those things are violations of democratic precedent and democratic norms, as opposed to the Democrats are the party that's going to protect democracy. It just feels like that might be a better way to go about it.
Can it be both? Because people have to do something on November, whatever, I won't remember the date because I'm just living in fear of it. But like people have to do something.
Love you too.
They're messaging.
Love you too. We've got a comment in the back, question in the back.
I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna help at all here, but I feel like the science has always been politicized, right? I mean, if we think about what the academy is, I always think about like, you know, white men at the University of Salamanca in Oxford discussing whether or not indigenous people have soul. Yeah. And like whether or not they are human and how, you know, whiteness gets invented in the kind of very premise of like the university and like in what we mean by science, what we mean by, you know, how are butterflies different from dogs in the same ways that white people are different from black people, right? Like, so I don't,
be objective when it agrees with white supremacy.
Say that again.
Science only gets political neutrality when it agrees with white supremacy.
Yes, and in fact, science gets built on white supremacy. Yeah. Our understandings of what is true and what is not true gets built on the understanding of what is white and what is black in like both racial lenses and what is in terms of what we understand as objectivity. So I guess I'm just saying what the right is really good at is understanding our weaknesses in terms of the things that we avoid, that the kind of things, kind of investments we have, particularly in neutrality and the notions of objectivity, and that we have our own house of cards. So what they're good at is saying, no, actually, we're gonna knock down this thing that you say that we all pretend we all know what it means, and we're gonna redefine it. So democracy is one of those things. Like, what do we even mean by democracy? And this is like one of those things that I'm constantly myself trying to read around, because I don't think we do such a good job of defining what that is and where we get those terms from and what that means in terms of our imagining of the American public. And I also don't think we do a good job of talking about like social theory and like political theory in ways that like aren't abstractions. So and because they become an abstraction that gets deployed by us in certain ways, and when I say us, I mean people who kind of contend that they believe in a multiracial progressive democracy, like it's really vulnerable. And I think it's our kind of fear of grappling with the ways in which we built upon these abstractions that make.
Thank you for that. Any other questions, thoughts, reactions? By the way, very, very much welcome this having turned into a larger conversation, right? Not just Q&A with the panelists. So if we want to keep that up.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, you got it.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And it's precisely, I think this is the way these sorts of things are most effective. So just wanted to put it out there that as the moderator, I'm very much encouraging this dynamic to continue. Please, the woman in pink.
I really enjoyed this discussion. I have a question about more research-oriented things. Do you think the threats to democracy that we're discussing also threatens the relationship between academic and non-academic organizations that facilitate research to safeguard democracy?
Give an example, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm thinking about like how Reddit, Twitter provide really important findings to understanding sociocultural phenomena that relate to how we understand democracy and how it's changed over the past years. And you mentioned also how like inner workings of right-wing media organizations are very difficult to get access to. So I'm imagining or hypothesizing that that relationship is only going to strain further. I wanted to ask that experience, how it affects your ability to produce the research that aligns with values.
Everyone should join the Coalition for Independent Tech Research.
Ooh, what? Say louder.
Coalition for Independent Tech Research.
Yeah, we're doing a lot of the work there.
I don't know what's upstream and what's downstream in this model, but the thing I want to note is like I always thought it was noteworthy. There was a piece I wanted to write and I didn't get around to. Facebook suspended Trump after January 6th. But I think at least as importantly, they suspended him just after the evening of January 5th. Because the evening of January 5th is when two Democrats won Senate special election in Georgia, and the Democrats became in charge of the Senate. Which means as a practical matter, if you are Facebook as an organization, and you are asking yourselves, what kind of hearings are we gonna face? Do you expect the Republicans are gonna be in charge? You're less likely to apply your voice to Donald Trump. And notice, by the way, when they suspended him, they were like, we're gonna suspend him for like 2 years? Which as a practical matter means we will revisit this after the next election. And again, not to, so I don't sound too cynical on this, if I worked for Facebook, or I guess Meta, like that's basically what I would have recommended strategically. Like, what is in our company's interest? They don't need to work, like their fear has never been competition because they get to buy up their competitors. What they fear is regulation. So as a company, don't tease the bear. Or don't poke the bear. So like under that, like we had these companies being relatively more transparent with researchers and also putting more money into trust and safety. During the techlash years, when it seemed like there was public demand for trust and safety, and both parties were saying, what the hell? And now, over the past few years, as one party has decided, no, we're going to do the Twitter files, we're going to insist that conservative voices are being suppressed, and trust and safety is the problem. The companies have said, what we should do is not spend money on that because we get yelled at. So they're doing less. They're just acting as corporate actors. They're information monopolies, so that's a problem. So like I feel like that's a response to your question, but I'm not sure if it's an upstream or downstream response. So put that where you want to put
Francesca?
I didn't want to cut, did you want to go? You still have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a great question. So this is, I don't know how based in logic this is, but it's more like here that January 6th was a test, right? For the overthrowing of democracy, and that this coming election, I know a lot of people freaked out about it, that what is the possibility of something like this happening, but it actually being successful based on what it was in the period?
Do any of us have better intel than most others at this point?
I think the fact that the writers are in jail, that at least many of them are in jail helps.
The
Like-
organizational structures are weakened. So you think about Proud Boys, right? They're very important actors in that space in terms of organizing, mobilizing, planning, the tactical kind of front end. So having some of those leaders jailed helps. But unfortunately, there are probably other organizations and other actors that are planning what the next January, whatever, right? Maybe it's the 6th, maybe it's the 20th, maybe it's not, maybe it's the day of the election, right? Who knows? But I am very, very worried about, and I don't think I'm alone at all, actually, in that, in thinking about what either a Trump win looks like or what a Trump loss looks like as we walk into those final days of the election.
So I just had a quick follow-up to that comment. So-
My dad's bunker is available to me.
I just had a follow-up to that. So what I'm kind of hearing is like, it's kind of a lose-lose situation. Like, we're gonna have to face this problem head on regardless of the outcome of the election.
Well, so there'll be a problem, but how big the problem is, like, there's a difference between a handful of guys with guns being mad
Yes.
and like the sacking of the Capitol, right? Like, a thing that the January 6th rioters thought would happen was that all of the cops would have their back. And they didn't. I'm worried that this time they will, but like there will be some form of bad. Like, we're not at a stage in any story where like everything just goes great with no drama. But the scale of bad, this is also why it probably matters a lot that Donald Trump on his campaign trail is talking about how they're martyrs, right? Like, that's bad. So it could be very big bad or it could be small bad. Let's hope for small. And I think scale matters a lot. We have sunny. But yeah, like, could be mess. That could be good.
So something that surprised me recently was like the role Truth Social ended up playing in subsidizing Trump's ability to stay afloat, right? That's great. And I think it was fascinating because we were all kind of joking about Truth Social in terms of in terms of its power relative to things like Twitter, and then you have Twitter, and so I just was wondering if any of you wanted to talk a little bit about, because I hadn't even, it blew my mind, and I was wondering if any of you were as surprised as I was, or if some of you were like, duh, and where did you see that? Because I just was, I didn't see that coming, and I felt embarrassed that I asked.
Well, but let's be clear on the way that it's matter. Like, it's not mattering in the way that we study social media.
Right.
Like, it doesn't matter as a social media.
No, she said that.
It matters as a stack that is now getting traded on the markets,
Yeah.
which means that foreign investors can just hand money through the market.
Yeah.
Which I a little bit, I was a little less surprised by that just because I've been reading a lot of Matt Levine's newsletter and he does a good job of explaining weird market things.
Yeah.
And since my project has been, the past few years has been on tech, like, if you spend all your time looking at things like the Bitcoin boom and bust, and then boom again, you spend a lot of time being like, oh, markets are weird fiction. So in that sense, I was like, oh, we're having a markets are weird fiction day, but now for Donald Trump. But like that collision of like Truth Social is just a vessel for people to pump billions of dollars over to Donald Trump in ways that would be illegal, but now it's the stock market, so not really the kind, like.
Yeah. It's the perfect.
understanding to me of that, the perfect vehicle.
And then can I ask how this fits into your model of having your organizations as political organizations?
They mentioned foreign money. Newsmax got foreign investment from Saudi Arabia. And I see the parallel here. So, yeah, it is very hard.
So everyone should read Natalie's
Are
newsletter.
journalists writing about this and this a lot? Like,
But it's finance journalists as opposed to political journalists.
Exactly, which is actually what makes it better.
you know,
Because they're not selling it like this.
The newsletter, I'm like, newsletters have been extremely helpful for this. I'm not even sure that that's really.
you've been waiting patiently. Yeah.
So this is kind of a question building on what you just kind of talked about. Like, if they didn't have the super PACs with foreign investors, like how are they making, like, are they still making money? I'm just kind of like asking the business model, right? Is like, because I'm looking at like some platforms like Gab or whatever, right? And those aren't just, it feels like they're not sustainable as business models. And I'm like, how are you making money? And whenever you look at the documents, you're like, still like very confused. Like obviously.
Isn't the head of Gabby's making his own financial system? Right, isn't that his
Kind of,
mission?
right, but he also is now trying to implement like making them pay to post because the infrastructure is increasingly, and they're like, whoa, why would we?
Why would we do that?
Yeah, we can just go anywhere else, and I'm like, that's interesting. I mean, I just saw a news story about that, that's not a definitive ever, but I'm just kind of asking, you know, you seem like you actually have an understanding about these like larger news organizations, or larger to me, because Gab feels small sometimes, but like these larger, you know, news organizations, like what is their business model if you take away the kind of like money that's getting pumped from super PACs or like foreign investors, for people who are not like, can they make money?
Yeah, thanks for the great question. Very few actually media are publicly traded companies, right? So kind of difficult to think how much money they make. So usually I rely on investors. The journalists, for example, the Saudi Arabia's money going into Newsmax was from a journal. I think Fox News definitely makes a lot of money. Everybody knows that. But I think it will be misleading to extrapolate that to every other major right and say this media sector makes a lot of money. I don't think that's true. Breitbart struggled a lot after 2016 and in 2017 because of the boycott against it. So it lost a lot of advertisers. Steve Bannon himself admitted that he was losing money. And Daily Wire is very successful, I would say, very successful. So it depends. The New York Post, also based on a report, only started to make money, I think, like 2 years ago. Over the past few decades, it has been losing money. National Review has been losing money. For Daily Callers, at least for the first few years, the major funder of Daily Caller, Foster Friess, said that it's okay we're not making money, as long as we are changing the conversation. So the journalist Li Fan interviewed him, and he said that. So that was a quote. So I think it's important to emphasize that even if they lose money, there are these important financial backers, billionaire donors on the political right that are willing to continuously support them, fund them, to keep them afloat over many decades. I think that is a critical part of this story, how right-wing media work, how they operate.
I want to draw a parallel to the nonprofit world for a minute. Because when right-wing media is losing money, we have to understand that that is an expenditure in order to give voice to the perspective. Right, like this is a thing. I come out of the nonprofit world. Like there's fewer left-wing billionaires in the world, but also left-wing billionaires are giving charitable money to make the world more like their ideals. Right-wing billionaires are often investing money in organizations that are going to help them to be less. That is a different type of activity. Right, so if their publications are losing money, like that quote is, it's surprising that he said it on the record, but that's entirely unsurprising because as opposed to a billionaire, I'm gonna prop up this nice civil society sporting journal. I hope eventually make money, so I don't have to spend money on all of it. Like, that's because they're thinking it's charitable giving, not as an expenditure for the project that helps make money. Right, like, we're seeing the same thing in media organizations, and you should be unsurprised. Like, of course, Gab isn't going to be directly profitable, but so long as it's helping to further the goals of we are going to be less regulated and less taxed, that's a fair expenditure. Like, that's going to help them make more money, and that's just what they're trying to do. Like, it's rational.
So I think this is a really nice way for us to wrap up the discussion that we've been having here. Clearly, I think one of the take-home points of this discussion has been that as we're looking at media and their impact on political events, socio-political world, that we've got to expand our understanding of what their roles and purposes and functions are within that environment. That too often we have gone in with the assumptions that these are rational economic actors, right, that are operating to generate profit, and how is this, just think about this sort of stupefaction, right, the wonder, the question marks that we all had when Musk took over Twitter and immediately started losing money, and everybody was predicting, oh, it's just going to shut down. But he's kept it going, though he admits it is money losing losing money hand over fist. These empirical realities are so in our faces, and as a sort of amalgamation of larger disciplines, I think we're losing that point. And it's something that we need to focus on quite a bit more, understanding that there are multiple logics. There is not a single media logic. There are multiple logics, and we need to better understand those and share those logics with others going forward. So I hope you all will take a second to join me in thanking our outstanding panelists. Thank you to the audience for having a really great conversation.
We have a 30-minute break, and then we'll be back. So stretch, get some sunlight, have some snacks or drinks, and we'll be back at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you for asking that, man.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Like how you really know you're in the right place. Oh, yeah. My computer is gonna do that thing where it's like, must start update now. Right now. Waiting for it. Okay, so everyone, we've been here all day, so you need to like stand up, stretch, we'll all stand at any point. I'm really excited to be doing this panel today. First, I just want to thank you for inviting us all down here and getting us all in one room together. It's like one thing to like have a book where we're all together, but it's another thing to be able to be face to face. Especially Daniel, who like just led this project and led so much of around the project. So thanks, Shannon. So I had jotted down what someone said earlier, like when people step up when they're in a position of more safety and privilege to kind of, and Daniel is the emblematic that was also, Dinner conversation, we're like, we just talked for like 10 minutes about how wonderful that this college is, what was happening last night. So, okay, so I poked around your archives, UNC archives, a little bit, to try to understand this place, because like I've been here twice, but I don't really know UNC or Chapel Hill all that well. And I came across this interview about integration in the local high school that I had never heard about before. Apparently there was an incident in 1968 where a group of Black high school students had chained and locked the doors of the high school shortly after, for about an hour. And they did that shortly after the Black high school, which is called Lincoln, had been closed down for integration. One Black student who was named Walter Durham talked about this and the implications of his last name do not escape me by no way. Middle class of Black people locally. When he was interviewed about it, he told the interviewer that there were no strategy, no goals, there was no clear list of organized demands, but here's why he did it. So Walter Durham says, and about himself as a teenager, well, one of the things that we said was going back to Lincoln versus Black high school. Another one that we thought that we were after was to tear the wall down. Let us be a part, let us belong to school. Let us be a part owner of the school, that we can come to school every day and enjoy school like everybody else did and feel free to do that. Just didn't feel free as a whole that we could do that. And so when they asked him, well, what was it that your Black high school had that your white high school or your new school did not have? And he said, that family atmosphere. Another Black student, Rainey Norwood, who was also involved with this like lockdown of the school, right, in a different manifestation of lockdown, where people were trying to get out of the building instead of trying to get in. He said, and he had also been involved with the local Black Panthers. He said that, quote, his father said, son, you're gonna get killed, right? When he said he was gonna go get involved with the Panthers, and he told his dad, quote, I feel like I'm dead already. He saw what happened in the integration and the resulting diminishment of the Black educators in the institution he came from as he literally went back to this white high school. So he, in that interview, talks about watching the principal from the Black high school, who was like this big, huge figure for him, get put into a back office once the school gets integrated and have no power. This struck me because, as I note in the chapter in my book, when the CBS Morning News covers the anniversary of January 6th in a segment that focused on a white grandmother, a sweet white grandmother who was part of mob violence on January 6th, she describes a sense of, quote, patriotism, unity, and hope at the Capitol. And that's in a space where people are calling to lynch the vice president, hunt down women lawmakers like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and saying that they plan to hang Nancy Pelosi, right? This woman gets put in jail for her saying, send her out so we can hang her right now. And so our continuing inability to conceive and produce a country that is not so built upon maintaining stratification and hierarchy, and a media system that is also dependent and organized around inequity, that's what we're all confronted with here in the book and in all of our writing around the book. And that's what we're trying to deal with in a conversation called Defending Democracy. It's not just about protecting the democracy that we have, which is a conversation I think a lot of people are having in the larger public sphere, but it's actually about recognizing the failures of the democracy that we have. And spectacles of white violence, like on January 6th, are not only about the targets of that violence, but about the failures of white progress and social change. And so I'm hoping to get into that today with my current panel, Sally Andrews is sick. That's sometimes we get to talk more. And so Meredith Clark, her chapter in the book talks about using racial justice and reparations to rethink the norms and rhetoric of contemporary journalism. Andrew Thompson, not here, Silvio Weisbord, he discusses the centrality of digital organizing in right-wing activism, and Paul L.A. Johnson helps us think in the book through Black Lives Matter and 2020 protests against police violence and the George Floyd protest as kind of the context of January 6th in the background of the Trump 2020 campaign. And so I'm in my introduction. And so they're each gonna kind of share with you some reflections and we'll continue the conversation. Thank you.
afternoon, everyone. I, as a Black feminist scholar, following the tradition of scholars like Audre Lorde, who would introduce herself and tell you a little bit about who she was as a way of orienting how she did her work. And so Audre Lorde would introduce herself and she'd say she is a Black woman, she's a lesbian, she is a feminist, she's a mother, she's a cancer survivor. I am a Black woman, a cis-het Black woman, an educated Black woman, and someone who operates from Black feminist praxis as an extension of my professional background in journalism. So taking the lessons that I learned from working in the newsroom and applying them along with lived experience to analyze the world around me and how I see that world taking shape and unfolding. That said, when I think about the volume that we put together here, I am reminded of how difficult it was to write a chapter for this volume. As I've written in my remarks here, I'll say that January 6th was the day that I canceled my subscription to the myth of American democracy. The notion of Black humanity, of my humanity, as part of the American, that is white, wealthy, straight, male, Christian, imaginary, was dashed years earlier through my lived experiences of being denigrated by teachers, harassed by neighbors, and rejected by peers. The killings that helped portend the first wave of the movement for Black lives only affirmed a part of my logic, that the most effective means of protecting myself from the fear of being unable to protect my children from the normalization of their disposability was not to have any in the first place. And for years, the decisions that I'd made to pursue a career in journalism as my contribution to racial uplift, and then shifting to academia as a means of self-preservation while still pursuing said commitment to racial uplift, that this time through research, teaching, and service, kept me moderately comfortable about the state of American democracy until that very day. As my co-panelists here have researched and written, Paul has talked extensively about the US institutions and how they rest on an assumption of Blackness as the condition of social death, echoing work by scholars like Orlando Patterson and his exploration of the afterlife of African chattel slavery, Christina Sharp on the wake and the weather, that is the condition where Black death is the norm, and Carol Anderson on white rage and domination as a mechanism for control. And Silvio's work, which I just recently taught with some of my students about trolling and journalists, lays bare the fundamental flaw of journalism as an institution, and this assumption that there is an aspiration of a participatory public, one where everyone is equally involved and committed to equal ideas of democracy. In Andrew's work, I note the racial appeals in news media that indicate that racial messaging with an explicitly anti-Black focus boosts support even among non-white people of color for candidates who use them. And so when I think about the conditions that we are operating in, I am reminded of the contribution that journalism has made to bring us to this moment. That is the repetition of frames and phrases that normalize Black death as a condition of existing and as a condition of the function of our very democracy. That in order for democracy to work, in order for different groups to hold power, another group must be subjugated. And what I see and what I continue to critique in news media is the patterns that have been unexamined, the practices that have been uninterrogated, and the habits that we continue to extend even to this very moment that normalize things like authoritarian rule, making them into entertainment in addition to news. So as we talk today, I'm looking forward to talking about a critique of those practices, how we, even as journalism educators, may be incidentally contributing to the forwarding of these narratives and to the normalization of this system where we're trying to fight to defend democracy, the democracy in a country, an idea that in my mind has never really existed, one that perhaps we have an opportunity to redeem and reclaim for future generations. Look forward to the conversation.
Hi, thank you for the organizers for having me here and in the book. My interest in the context of this panel is to talk about my chapter for the book, provide a more perspective, what a research agenda could look like, in the way that we tie it to defending democracy. So this is sort of what I'm going to say is sort of informed by my read of recent trends in the global field of the study of the ascent of the far right, anti-democratic trends, post-truth and politics. And here's my point of departure. So I find sort of some lines of research these issues. I'm not convinced that sort of we are asking the right questions, so that the approach is sufficient to understand the problems that we're interested in, and I think that bring us all together here. So there are many things that we know. What we don't know. What we don't know is what I would like to focus on. So there's an extensive literature on media and the far right, primarily in the US and Europe, sort of coincides on the criticism of news media that has normalized, amplified, trivialized far right ideas and politicians that have been documented kind of in two different ways. And this comes to the sort of takeaway, as Ruth Wodak observed, that the boundaries of what is said in the media have changed. I'm also saying, you hear that? Can you believe that so and so said that? What are they doing? That's unprecedented. Okay. But the question here is how, if the boundaries have been changed, how the boundaries can be reinstated, if that is what is possible. But not only what is being said, but who is held accountable for whatever is being said outside of, let's say, the boundaries of democracy. So, and I think that we need to place these sort of communication and media developments, particularly the literature on disinformation, within the broad context. In the broad context, we can spend a lot of time talking about what the broad context is. If I find a common element among sort of far right, different parts of the world, it's basically a reaction. Right? Far right has always been a reaction to, and reaction to basically rights-based politics, multiple forms of rights-based politics, human rights politics, particularly in democracies for the last 50 years, 60 years, give or take. So that to me is sort of the big picture here. Therefore, if we take this as sort of what the big picture is, how do we interrogate our assumptions? And that's what I will try to do here. What are the self-correcting mechanisms of democracy? That's a question that Hans Stranz just posed in an article in Communication Theory. Does democracy have safeguards that work? What kind of safeguards? Legal? Accountability? Norms? Right? How do we think about de-mainstreaming anti-democratic ideas? How do we know when and why bad, dangerous ideas lose traction or become weaker? What are successful examples? These are the kind of thinking I think that we need, once that we have, I think, a pretty good understanding of what the problem is, what are the drivers of the problem that we are confronted with. To tackle these and other questions, I think that we need to approach critically what I would like to call the informational wager of liberal democracy. What is the informational wager of liberal democracy? The possibility of reason, the power of facts, the prevailing of the best argument over bad arguments, shared communication and dialogic values and practices. And somehow all that seems sufficient for the best resource that democracy has, in principle, to counter or to overturn anti-democratic communication and politics. You can tell by the tone of what I'm saying that I'm not convinced that that is right? That basically these principles, rights, and these values that underpin the informational wager of liberal democracy are sufficient. Let me ask some questions. Since 2016, we, and I think the academic community, we have sort of supported, studied an array of counter strategies that are grounded in the informational wager. Fact-checking, literacy, and many other things. So we have doubled down on information because we characterize this information as information problem. And what is the recipe? If we ask certain questions, it leads to the answer that we have. If we define it as a disinformation problem, the answer might be in better information, right? So let me ask a question. Are we making progress? Have we made progress? The tone of the conversation so far is like, probably not. How do we know? How to promote or restore, if you have a more romantic, nostalgic sensibility about this thing, how do you promote facts, information, all that sort of good stuff that underpins this paradigm? That's another question, or another sort of a question. Do we think that the enemies of democracy, white supremacy, Trump, Putin, Claremont Institute, your uncle, do you think that they fear current information approaches to countering this information and hate speech? They think that, wow, they find a way to counter us. That's true now. Is that their reaction to what we sort of explicitly or implicitly say is sort of the way to confront this information? Can we assume that conspiracy theories, malicious information, and intolerance will fade out from digital platforms, no matter what can be done about it? Can we think about the decreased presence and influence of anti-democratic news spaces, the so-called, and I hate it, that traffic of conspiracy theories, basically trolling? My sense is that probably we got on the wrong track trying to understand and tackle this problem. Why? Because not all the answers to the problem of what drives far-right movements, this reactionary mindset, can be addressed through informational correction. And the reason is because the problems are not informational. But here's the thing. Research after research shows that actually it's not an information problem. What do we find? Frequent findings about this kind of problem is that social, tribal, partisan, ideological, affective identity underlie this information and other forms of toxic communication. This was hardly surprising in 2016. Yeah. So what needs to be done? I'm not sure what needs to be done, but I think that we need to change it. Otherwise, we're going to continue to build or reinforce what we found. Yeah, it seems to me without changing fundamentally the way that we approach this problem. I hear some suggestions and I will stop. Probably move beyond understanding information as a discrete set of data and focus more on what already has been said. Focus more on narratives, on stories, on identities. That is fundamental. That's additionally about the question. Second, we should foreground organized politics, strategy, ideology, something along the lines of what Dave was saying earlier, rather than focusing exclusively or mostly on individual knowledge, attitude, and beliefs. Third, probably is another opportunity to do comparative cross-national research because of the similarities, in spite of some differences, of the similarities of what is driving this process. Remember, the alt-right or the far-right is a global movement. It's not just, it has specific domestic aspects, but it transcends national boundaries. And in closing, I think that what we need to do is that we need to redefine the problem. Otherwise, we misunderstand what is driving the alt-right or the far-right. So if we remain loyal to democracy's informational wager, and I will say that we as educators, we believe in that, otherwise we'll not be doing what we do. But we need to understand how that is viable, how it can be successful, given the political and sociological forces driving this process. I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Well, I'd like to echo the thanks to CTAP and everyone who's organized, and also very lucky to sort of blessed by the incredible presentations by these co-panelists. I'm just going to talk a little bit about kind of I guess to go back earlier to one of the panelists mentioned kind of deep stories on the right. Thinking about some of how the structure of what's going on in January 6th has to be kind of put in the whole framework of what conservatism in the United States has been up to for a really long time. And thinking about, in particular, what Lou Mirage, a rhetorical critic and theorist, defines as the kind of post-Ferguson context, right, for the kind of Trump era. Trump, as this kind of echo, actually, of the 1960s. We're sort of getting at this conversation today. When does democracy become a bad word? Well, it becomes a bad word at the start of the republic. System that says we're afraid of it, right, of mob rule. And then it really gets scary in the 1960s and 1970s when there becomes a kind of global and transnational dimension to this, tied to the way that the international struggle with decolonization is connected to the domestic struggle with decolonization and anti-racism. In this same moment that capitalism is kind of reformulating itself to a more intense variance that is like, that exists in a kind of non-accidental relationship to the rise of anti-racism, the new international, right, kind of context and the challenges of the empire. So to speak about a current radicalization or kind of collapse in efficiency or effectiveness of the Republican Party in the last few decades kind of requires, I think, putting it, sort of palimpsest type, overlaid with this longer history, right, and to see the ways in which the development of the language of the majority, Ronald Reagan's invocation of an idea of freedom in a rhetorically, honestly, right, sophisticated but still very nihilistic manner is happening much earlier. And the way that the kind of what we might be experiencing now as, right, some of us are experiencing now, if we weren't paying attention, as a kind of very punctuated crisis of democracy is the culmination of a decades-long strategy by American conservatism to tell a deep story about why democracy is threatened to them and their personhood, and to prevent it from ever arriving, right? Or in their estimation, so the January 6th, right, coup attempt is part of this, a logical extension of this legacy of what scholars have identified as in which the people are invoked. The concept of the people is then walled off and defended from alternative interpretations or definitions of who the people could be. And then that is the definition that has been enforced by the media, right, who are sort of vulnerable to being played by the refs. In the sense that the people is a democratic concept, right? How can not everybody have a claim to make to be part of the people? It's the old kind of paradox of tolerance, which conservatives absolutely excel at turning into an anti-democratic movement, right? To say, oh, democracy has this universal promise, this element to it, and there's a kind of element of which you can't litigate against another person's status as a person. Well, fine, we'll use that to make sure that when we say ridiculous, anti-democratic, nasty, and racist things, you depart from that definition and challenge it. We'll accuse you of being anti-democratic. And within the American, right, grammar, right, system, language or whatever, we actually don't have a very strong set of antibodies to respond to that challenge, because our definition of personhood in the United States is anchored to the fact that the state, civil society rests on this history of dispossession, rests on this, violent racism. And so as a consequence, the right is actually iterating a quite American definition and understanding of freedom, right? When it's enunciating it in the context of the 1960s and 1970s, when it's enunciating it in January 6th Capitol, because what it is saying is factually true, that the open, right, ability, best ownership of the House of Representatives, I think the most democratic part of our federal government system, right? The fact that that is open to capture by multiple forces is unacceptable to American conservatism, period, right? And the occupation, literal and symbolic, which occurs on that day, right, is a kind of, I would say, like, moment of non-arbitrary, open and public statement from American conservatism about what their principles, what their policies, and what their aims are, right? Which is to say that they understand and know who the American people are, that they have a right to occupy and rule from that building, and that challenges to that will be met with violence. And it's both a lot more complicated than that over the decades of development in terms of knowledge and science, but that's also not very complicated because it's a relatively straightforward statement that is based on a fundamental understanding what it means to be a person. And so I just want to kind of highlight a couple things that jump out in the event itself. There's been an incredibly important move to sort of point to the use of intersectionality as a vocabulary for thinking about the challenge that the American right and the quote unquote radicalization of the Republican Party poses to us. And you can actually observe this in the grammars that are used on the day on January 6th. So if you watch the whole part of whatever you can stomach of the ProPublica video collection of what's happened on that day, you see a kind of a complicated interplay, right, between misogyny and racism, right? And you see that, for example, the appropriation of activist slogans like whose streets, our streets, right, recontextualized and then reformatted for whose house, our house, right, as a kind of sloganeering which is like making a kind of what is not just an appropriation, right, from social movements who are, defined in relationship, especially not exclusively to the civil rights struggle, but it's a move to kind of literally go to the idea of the house, the ruler, paternal authority, patriarchy, right? The giant Iris Mary would kind of connect to a very simple definition, understanding what a free person. And then the other thing I just want to highlight, and I'll leave it here because we have such an amazing panelist, and such an incredible group, and so the conversations have been great all day, and I can't wait till we have more of it, is just to also think about the element of destruction, right? The media sort of publishes all of these images of occupation, right? The messes that are existing inside the rotunda, people being punched, attacked, kicked, knocked over stadium barriers and so on and so forth. And that part's being presented as if it's a sign that there is something rotten in the republic that forced to be. But I'm shocked to see this last year. Joe Lowndes, who's written some amazing work on the American right and conservative populism, right, published an essay in the Washington Post on the editorial page, citing the American Studies Richard Slotkin, evoking the classic idea of regeneration through violence. This idea that if you live in a country whose basis of enunciation and existence is the dispossession of people and their elimination or eradication or forced assimilation, and also treating other people like property, on what positive basis does that offer the ability to generate a community that can self-govern? And Slotkin's answer to this question is it doesn't offer very much of one. And so the United States has a kind of disproportionate reliance on both witnessing spectacles of violence and the performance of violence itself as a kind of active citizenship. So for many people, knocking down the paintings in the rotunda, punching security guards, fixing it up, bringing weapons, that's a way for them to be American patriots, right? As a fundamental and direct understanding of what they're doing. And also, right, Slotkin says this, but I think you can also pick it up in a lot of the points on racism, in particular, that I exclusively did the apartment section. We as Americans are also trained to witness those scenes, and especially if we are white or wish to identify one day as American or white, we are trained to witness those in a distance so that we can both identify what is happening as problematic, but separate ourselves from that thing that is happening and say, that isn't who I am, right? And that's how whiteness is made. That's how American citizenship is made. And so I think that's one thing that the media isn't just seeing, right? But as a fundamental activist mandate, what it thinks it's supposed to communicate is doing and communicating to the American public. I hope that's something to wrestle with and talk a little bit. So thank you all for letting me speak a little bit.
The strong, I think, kind of calls to really reckoning with what January 6th represents, and where the failures are. And so I guess I will dive in with a question before we open it up. And I think the first one is, when you guys kind of outlined in certain ways, the first question I had was, how does the news media fail to adequately address white supremacy in news coverage? If there's anything for that question, as you said, that you all might want to add, because I feel like we're calling on the media better, right? You were asking the right question. And Meredith, you were talking about the practice and habits of journalists and journalism educators. And so I'm wondering, and you all were talking about the distancing effect for white supremacy that I guess I'm wondering, like, you can talk both more about how they failed to adequately address white supremacy in like concrete ways, but also like ways that you think they should be doing it a bit. Probably not. Like diving in. Or is that like?
I mean, I can just very briefly say it's like it would be nice if people kind of stopped talking about how there was this nice, happy Ronald Reagan coming in tradition.
Can you speak up a little bit?
Sorry, yeah, my mistake. I wish there would be a little less talk about how there was this nice genial Republican tradition with Ronald Reagan. And then, we don't know what happened, but you know, everybody got real drunk, still drunk, and maybe we'll sober up and we'll get back to like just the It's just not separate, right? It's all about more of a certain kind of freedom. It feels like a more textured argument, depending on which kind of intellectual strain of conservatism you go to, depending on what seminar you're in or which training regime you dubbed at the Heritage Foundation. But it's actually part of the same population for general. And maybe there would be a different answer to this question if there was kind of some figure on the right who was more competitive with the kind of vision that Trump and the Trumpian future offers, where you could say maybe there's something salvage there. But right now, with no figure like that waiting in the wings, I feel like they've got to kind of ditch the like, we don't know why we're on track bit. You know? And I think that's like something a lot of people still hang their hats on. You know, even and many academics too still kind of believe this, like Ronald Reagan's all the time than other academics. So I don't know, it's the top of the media.
Yeah, this idea that the Southern strategy was like a nice turn. American politics, right? Well, we're not calling you the N-words anymore. It's a euphemism. Yeah.
It's friendly, it's very friendly.
I look really, so I'm thinking pretty concretely about how media fails to adequately address white supremacy in not only its coverage, but in the practices that give us the coverage, right? And I'm working on an essay now about how we rethink the First Amendment for the 21st century. And in the group of scholars who are working on this question, there are several legal scholars, and God bless them, I love them because they're talking about, you know, the legal implications in ways that most people in this country are never going to directly have to deal with. But what most people in this country deal with in terms of the First Amendment is thinking about how the press is situated as a watchdog on government. It's supposed to be there to protect the interests of the people, so on and so forth. And so I go back to how do we first come up with this concept of what the First Amendment does, who it does it for, and to what end? And I got back to the case of Times v. Sullivan. So this is the lawsuit brought by an elected official in Alabama following the printing of an ad in the New York Times, Heed Their Rising Voices, that draws attention to the plight of anti-segregation workers in the South, and folks working for integration, right? And the ad was disputed. There are facts in the ad that are disputed, but ultimately, this is where we get the idea that the First Amendment protects us from damages where you might libel a public official, right? It makes it very difficult to do. It sets forth the doctrine about actual malice. And it is the thing that is taught when I look at syllabi from across the country. It is the case that is taught to help students learn how they function, what their role is as a journalist. You have a responsibility to do this thing. But what I do not see being taught when we teach Times v. Sullivan, did you know that there are other people who are party to that lawsuit? That there are 4 individuals who are named in Times v. Sullivan. There are 4 Black ministers in Alabama. So it's not just that this elected official wanted to silence the Times because he recognized that the Times was amplifying the voices of Black freedom workers in the South during the Civil Rights Movement. But it's also bringing home a very specific kind of violence to these 4 Black ministers. That you may find an ally in the media somewhere, but you are not going to be safe at home. And if I cannot win this battle through physical threats, if I cannot win it through legal action in this home state, then I'm going to take it to whatever sort of protection you think you have. And I think when we leave out those parts of Black history as we teach things like the First Amendment, we are erasing critical experience that has relevance right now. Because right now, the American people are in the same position as those 4 Black ministers. The First Amendment is being gamed and weaponized in ways that people have not had to deal with because they always saw themselves as part of the people. But now you're seeing that the people, the imaginary that Silvio has talked about, and if you haven't read this article on trolling and journalists, you really should. But this imagined idea that we have a democracy that everyone is participating in good faith, it really helps to complicate the idea that there is no one singular public. There never was. And that the rights that are being upheld by the First Amendment, the argument that Marianne Franks makes about fearless speech, those rights were intended for a singular group of people. You think about it, we had to go from the First Amendment to the Reconstruction Amendments, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, before anyone else got the right to participate in the freedoms and the rights of the First Amendment. And that took over 100 years. So in that 100-year time span, you've got white property owning, land owning men who are the only people who have the right to this sort of protection from government intrusion on speech. If we had recognized and taught from the very beginning that this is a very limited sort of right or freedom, I don't think we would be in this mess right now. But what we have done is allowed ourselves to imagine that we're all part of the public, that everyone shares in this equally, that everyone has this protection. We don't, and we never did. And until we correct that sort of assumption, we are going to continue to be gamed by thinking we all have a buy-in in this, we're all experiencing it the same way. The system never was that way. The foundation was broken from the very beginning, and news media doesn't address that in everything from the fundamentals of how we teach what the news media's role is to how we actually practice it in our newsroom.
I mean, Sylvia, I want you to join.
Just I have a few thoughts, but I mean, I think that the answer to your question about why the news media failed to address what actually how power works. That's always sort of a good default to understand that. Second, that is so bounded to what political elites say and don't say. The political elites don't talk about white supremacy, chances are. And third, the mainstream American media, particularly political reporting, I probably spent too much time in Washington by now, it still needs to believe in a sort of mythical center on both sides, no matter what reality looks like. Why? Self-preservation, there's no better alternatives. I mean, there's no alternative imaginary to justify what journalism, what political journalism should be about. And these questions appear sort of in some ways when talking about should we cover Trump or not cover Trump or when, which in some ways it is, why not covering issues that need to be covered? And lastly, that if the media were really committed to democracy feed, so to speak, you will break it down into what are the drivers of anti-democracy. So you have reporters covering white supremacy as a news piece, as opposed to something that occasionally, randomly, will quote unquote show up in the news just because whatever happened. That would be to sort of reimagine the way that sort of the news media covers politics. And I think that there are exceptions, but on other issues, that is so difficult for the average American newsroom to rethink that if you really want to cover anti-democratic movements, we need to think differently about the conventional way of structuring the way that sort of we cast the net into political.
May I add to that really briefly, and not just covering white supremacy, but not covering white supremacy as part of a lifestyle beat.
Right.
Yeah. Yes. I've had it with news tradwives, this looking at Richard Spencer as a dandy and his fashion and how he's created this empire for himself.
Stephen Miller's lovely way.
As it's all curiosity and fun and entertaining, and what are these people doing that is so different? What makes them harmful? They're just kind of like it's not aberrant or cute or a trend story. This is a serious problem, and it needs to be covered in the same way that we covered things like the budget, traffic, the environment. I agree.
I have so many things going in my head right now. Like I'm thinking about how, because Silvio's chapter, you're talking about the importance, the way that we have to kind of really think about digital organizing as critical to this moment in politics. And I've been thinking a lot about how digital organizing has also transformed left politics, the left movement building, and it's, I see here, yeah, she was saying, you said you're gonna have my back, so.
Oh, I did.
So like this kind of movement TM thing that we have going on, right? Like, I'm the founder of the movement, which means I get the coin from that movement, right? That I get to like travel, I get the speaking tours, I get the books, I get the TikToks, right? So like left-wing activism has also been transformed in this moment as well. And I think I was thinking about TikTok in terms of like there's a lot of stuff the government could be doing, but the regulation of TikTok, or like the forced kind of sale of TikTok, is fascinating in that respect. If we're gonna say who needs to be regulated in big tech, like, you know, you could have made general moves around what they're arguing TikTok is posing as a danger. You could have made policies that affect all of the companies around surveillance and, you know, collecting information from people. And so I'm also, I guess I kind of want to bring in some of that, right? Like, how has digital transformed not only like how we think about journalism, but also gathering practices and routines in a way that further enable white supremacy and like right-wing mobilization. I mean, that's a big question, so you don't have it, you know, fine with that. But you all are kind of making me think about like how this is transformed, and even how January 6th doesn't happen. Transformation.
We will beg the questions, what are the questions that we still don't have good answers that are interesting? Continuing just simply what we have been discussing for the last 20 years. I think that January 6th not only complicates the original story about the ordinance, but it alerts to sort of the problematic forms of subconscious digital participation. Because it's not only digital organizing that will be, you know, misguided to think about it that way, because so deeply embedded with elite politics, with money, with sort of American history, that it's not just, you know, grassroots movement of people who found each other. So, and I think that that's what sort of we need to foreground, meaning how do we contextualize digital organizing within the broader structure of organizing? And that to me is sort of, I mean, unfortunately, what January 6th suggests. And if we want to think about in the context of defending democracy, how to avoid a January 6th next time, whatever it's how you pay attention to the ways that what may seem to be digital organizing can be actually, you know, sort of astroturf, right? That is basically supported, bankrolled by people who are vested interest in that. So that to be further complicating original arguments about digital arguments about this. I mean, that already has been done, but I mean, thinking about what is next, that kind of literature.
Yeah, I often think about how like some of our work as scholars, like I feel like some of these people take it. They're like, this is constructive. You shall buy Twitter now, right? Like it's like, it's movement building. You shall, you're like.
I know we heard a version of that, like, oh, we gotta build our own, you know, turn blue sky into the counter to the, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, we're helping them actually. We're, you know, and so I think so I mean, I want to turn to that question before then we open it up, which is like, well, then what are we as scholars, what are we as educators, and where are we failing? Where are we contributing to this kind of mess? And what are the things that we can be doing better? I like, do I have to, I'm so glad I don't have to answer it.
Well, I mean, some things already have been said. What I heard is like, how do we know that we're asking the right questions? Know what we can. Or what funders like to fund. Sorry for putting it. We can do interesting stuff, but it's really what matters to understand the complexity of it. Or sometimes you can say, well, this is very simple. Information about something else that was more simple. Second is how, what was said in the previous panel, how we reach out beyond the academic community. Basically, what all the incentives are not really on doing public scholarship, right? Especially if you're not tenure. That raises all kinds of questions. The other point is how we set that we do, and some experiences of actually people academic publics to do that. How do we change universities to recognize this kind of work, in spite of the fact that there is sort of quote unquote I mean, in society against scholars having taken a much more public role. So, those are some of the things that we are aware of the difficulties, the challenges, and the depoliticization of information. He explains partially the popularity has been depoliticized. We're only politicized around Russia, not around, how if you look at this democratic movement, this information is simple, it's not a project, it's just and it always has been, if you look at the history, the far right, like the in some ways it's not such a novel development.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that the kind of understanding of education is a crucial institution that is part of this circle, right? Like, we're not outside of the field. Actually, we get called by the Washington Post and NPR, Times, like we're part. And because we do the knowledge production, we're ending ourselves, like, how we as a nation understand ourselves, and it's part of that. Anything else you want to add? I mean, I really like your piece there, Silvio, in terms of thinking institutionally around even like training students on public engagement, and not just the practice of public engagement work is like going out there, but even on how to write that, like how to like understand and analyze and do ethnography in a way that allows us to, or autoethnography in a way that allows our work to be legible amongst other scholars in this. Anybody else want to kind of think about stuff that we should be doing right now?
One thing that I'll offer, because I know that as we've gone on through these panels, we've tended to end on very encouraging notes. But something that I've had to accept is, and I'm going to butcher this quote badly, so I'll try and paraphrase it, but when the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr., Dr. King Jr., talked about the work that he was doing and the fact that he might not ever live to see the outcome of that work. When I accepted that as a reality for myself, like, I'm not a political figure who necessarily has to worry about assassination or, my life being on the line as I do this work, but I do need to think about the commitment to the work beyond getting tenure, getting promotion, getting a raise, getting on this television show, and think about how this is a contribution to, if I want to see this country standing, long after I am gone from this plane, then this is the work that you do, and how it puts in relief the urgency of now. Like, if I cannot do something right now, does it mean that the work that I'm doing is not useful? And it doesn't. And that's necessary, I think, for sort of training yourself to be able to withstand exactly how discouraging this can be. And that's one thing that I offer just to, as sort of a touch point to go back to, because there are certainly things that I would suggest, like, you know, having the News and Observer here today would be fantastic. Having, and I know that there's some representatives from the DTH, there's students here in the room, would be fantastic. It would be a great way to educate about some of the things that we're talking about. But all the changes aren't going to happen in small and incremental ways. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't give up on that. But we also have to recognize that we may never live to see the sort of favorable outcomes that we're looking for. Hopefully that encourages us.
But I think there is some joy there too, in terms of like the kind of joy you get that activists get from movement building. I think we also all get when we come together. I mean, I had some joy last night when I like got to sit in a room with all of us and get to like talk and build and think out loud these ideas that we're kind of recognizing and that we are hoping for. And I think that kind of collective notion of building together is pretty critical to this work as well. In understanding that we're working together. Like, yeah. Anybody want to add anything before No, I can't. What happens when I'm thinking and then it's like, I didn't think that happened. But yes, please.
You mentioned doing ethnographic and autoethnographic work, and I just wanted to, as we pass by, this is one of the reasons that I think Black feminist thought and Black feminist theory is so essential to this kind of work, and specifically why it's being targeted by anti-critical race theory legislation, right? There is something about, well, not just something, the specific aim of Black feminist work is making the sort of intellectual pursuits legible outside of the academy and making sure that they remain connected to life outside of the academy, to life as people live it every single day. And that if we keep that in mind, it helps us to find those places where we can actually connect with people outside to make sure that the work is being echoed in the way that it should, that the work is reaching the targets that we want it to reach.
Yeah, well, and also, I like your idea too of welcoming other people into the room. I remember the first time when I almost went to Stanford for grad school. And so when I went there, you know, they bring you to a room, they're like, there's a great conference, Grace, you should go sit in it. And I was like, yeah, I'm into that. And so I went, and I was a journalist before I came to grad school. And so I went and sat in the room, and I was like, this is the most boring thing I've ever done in my life. I think I was horrified. I was like, what have I done? What have I done? Like, I'm leaving journalism, and I'm going to go sit in rooms with other people who read papers to each other. That they already wrote. Before you got, I don't understand what's happening here. And everybody was just sitting attentively, and I was like, this is not me. This is not for me. And I think, you know, I don't think we should be in here making TikToks. Like, I don't think we have to dance and coordination to like get people engaged in the room. But I do think there is something about our resistance to engagement, like in a larger conversation, our resistance to what Black feminists called on around a tradition of traveling worlds, right? I mean, Ida B. Wells is part of the reason that I come into academia, because I was like, what would she do? Like, somebody's like, I will pay you to think and write. For a living. Yeah. For a living, but Ida B. Wells would be like, yeah, and I was like, she would do so I was like, okay, I'll do that, right? But she also was like an anti-lynching crusader, right? And she also was like a target of this swarming behavior that we see now getting very easily marginalized on digital platforms that are intimidating, harassing, and like, trying to create the erasure of people like Roxane Gay and all of the other folks. And so anyway, I think there is something instructive about our forebears and their ways in trying to intervene in these worlds that we have not, as scholars, we kind of accepted the way in which they tried to divorce us from that tradition that we need to acknowledge. So thank you for that. And Sylvia, my last thing before we open up, which is, I love the thing that you keep saying, which is, are we asking the right question? Because, you know, while we debate cover Trump, don't cover Trump, show his tweets, don't show his tweets, cite him, don't cite him, we're not asking, well, what are we not covering, right? There is organizing happening in North Carolina. There are Black women doing certain things. There are, you know, LGBTQ students who are responding to the assault of trans activists that is not getting covered. So we're debating Trump and not Trump, but actually we're not talking about the disappearance of all these other things.
Because that question fits the boundaries of the way journalism. What we're asking is, within the entire thing, not the question of about what is newsworthy versus balance the right thing here. That is a very narrow way of conceptualizing the problem that is much bigger than, you know, I'm not saying that's not important, but that misses the point of what really matters. So you're not gonna stop democracy if you decide, well, I'm not gonna cover Trump because, you know, whatever. I mean, whatever decision about that question. So
And it's a great thing to say because we, as those of us who are training journalists, are thinking about the world, and they are also not asking the right questions, right? We're not pushing them when they're in the classroom. So I think that's something we have to keep asking our students. Okay, so please jump in. Does anybody have a thought or yeah?
And I think the way this perspective of the people that I've never before, like almost drew my mind to the idea of structural racism. But after that, when you time to be it's something that like I've grappled with a lot and I still haven't been able to come back.
Yield before I answer. I feel like I've talked a lot, so I will answer, but.
Yeah, I guess I have a brief take on that, which is just like, we can think about kind of two components in the way that racism is treated, right? One is what scholars kind of call the drive, a little bit the economy of it, right? So the need to continue to perpetuate racism, and by racism, what's contained with that, in that is the need to continue to perpetuate a mode of thinking about personhood. One person is a person at the expense of others, right? That doesn't really, right, or change over the time of the United States, more or less. Right, and it's those ends that are the most, I think, frightening to the right and the inspirations, these reactionary affects and attitudes. Other part of it is a kind of idea of, you know, the idea that some concept or experience comes back to you in a form that you can kind of get, but also miss. You might think about January 6th as a kind of like moment of almost non-uncanniness, right? In which the actual content of what the United States of America is about is on the television and experienced by people. Right? This is a direct statement about what the United States is. Right. So to this question of like, is it the people? Is it the structure? Right? Is it the history? The answer is kind of yes. Right? It's that it is that there is contained in the idea of the country this whole history that is rendered for this understanding of what it means to be a person, indistinguishable from a very negative and traumatic idea of what it means to be a person. Right? And so to be able to understand a different way of being in the world that would be unintelligible to that's history, right? Which is what many of the movements for liberation and freedom and progress in this country have been doing at various points, but right, have yet to be made fully into their own. We're all feeling badly, actually. You know, then that would be kind of a way of saying, right, saying to the question, is it structure, is it people, is it history, right? The only resolution to that question is one day living in a world of it.
Take that up with otherwise. So one of the more productive spaces that I've found for thinking through such questions is the notion of otherwise possibility. Sean Crowley, the scholar at the University of Virginia, writes about otherwise possibility, different ways of seeing the world. Also thinking about Robin D.G. Kelly and Freedom Dreams, and thinking about radical imagination and totally re-envisioning what might be. And those two modes of thinking for me are necessary, because my answer to the question about is it the structure, is it the people within the structure, or the practices that the structure helps create, is along with Paul. Yes, answer is yes. I go back to the founding of this country and the creation of it. My argument is that you cannot fix a broken foundation. You're trying to build a house and the foundation is broken. No matter what you put on top of it, no matter how you design it, it will always be broken in some way or another. It will sink, it will lean to one side, you will forever have structural problems. And when you begin a country by situating some individuals as less than human beings so that others can be human beings, and you move people off of their land and you exploit and extract labor for hundreds of years, there's no correcting that. There's only doing something that sort of paradoxically our founding documents talk about, and that is working towards perfecting. So perfecting, when you think about making jewelry or refining, it is an ongoing process. Thing is never perfect. It never gets to its ultimate good. And I have to step outside of, is the structure bad? Is it the people? What is it that's wrong? And to think just totally differently, not what is, not what was, but what could be. What could we do totally differently? Going forward with the radical notion of, I don't know, getting rid of the Electoral College as an emblem or a representative of our slave past, right? Rethinking the fact that we have this Constitution that needed to be amended in order to recognize people as human beings and bestow to them rights that are still limited. Like that 13th Amendment that says that you can be enslaved for committing a crime, still there, still on the books. So I think about what is necessary and what happens, or I guess what's useful for me is intersectional lenses that help us think through the examinations of the structure, the examination of the people, the examination of the practices and the beliefs and what have you, and how all of that is necessary to complicate what we are working through, because ultimately all of those oppressions are working together to sort of fix our society the way that we have when we experience it now. So all of these different points are necessary, and above all else, a radical imagination is necessary to totally rethink what could be.
Well, and I will say that I think part what we're struggling with is people's imagination of the future too, right? Like their resistance of what they see the future looking.
So I study religion and I'm like, I want to invite religion into the room. Because we've been talking about January 6th in media and haven't talked about the crosses and the Bibles and the shofar and, you know, all of these religious symbols that were present there. And as we're talking about systems of power, right, we also have to think about like the just founding myths, right, and how people are just going to hold those ideas, but also how, you know, in the historically at the Black church is like a way in which trying to counter that kind of religious rhetoric that happened here. So I'm really curious about like, talked a lot about journalists trying to reach those, that community in terms of public engagement. And like, what is that engagement, specifically that can speak to people who are beyond just like in professionalized spaces like journalists, but like there are, you know, queer affirming clergy people who are trying to do work. There are people in other kinds of nonprofits trying to do work. So I'm curious about like, in general, like how we might think about not just how we teach in the classroom, but also as like researchers and scholars, how we're also reaching audiences beyond just journalists and also like reaching other forms of systems of power. Like we're talking about gender, race, but religion, probably selfish and say that. Specifically.
I mean, religion is in the chat, but like, has religion ever left the chat? Like, I mean, that's, again, I mean, I talked earlier about beginning of like colonialism here and like how critically tied to the church university was. I mean, if you go to any of these like 600-year-old universities, Oxford or like Salamanca or in Italy, like you see the church is right, like it's part of the church, right? I mean, they were hand in hand. Even the kind of construction of academia and the structure of it and the way we wear these like big ass big robes for graduation, like that is all coming from our ties to the church. How we understand, when I was talking about science earlier, the way we understand science is very much tied to our investigation of creation and through a very kind of like understanding of divinity. So I in our work as scholars as divine, right? So I mean, I don't even know. I don't know. I guess to me, like yes, I mean, girls saying yes is the answer to some of these questions, and I feel like yes, religion is present. But I guess you're also asking about specifically January 6th. I'm like thinking about the Ku Klux Klan, right? Like I mean, I'm just kind of like it's hard for me to even know when those things have separated. Using religion as a tool of oppression, particularly, I mean, forever, but also in the U.S. context, just feels like it's very crucial and like tied to how we understand our politics. Like, what was it, Henry, who made it? Like the Church of England gets created because he had an affair. And he was like, he wanted a divorce. Yeah. Yeah. So like this kind of reckoning of religion and politics. It's like, yeah. Anyway, I mean, but you guys have any other kind of reflections on like religion and January 6th? Like practice. In the Trump Bible. Yes. And the Constitution. And the Constitution. With the Constitution. The Federalist Papers. But he has never. I mean, 2 Corinthians, yes, he has. Yeah. Right of the Bible.
I wanted to respond a little, even though I'm not a scholar of religion like she is. But one of the things I've been tracking is how even evangelical churches are dealing with the implications of sort of like the MAGA and Trump ideology, because a lot of that goes directly against basic Christian teaching. To the point where there's preachers who are getting pushback from their congregation because they don't like scripture because they think it's too deep. As a progressive. Yeah, or, I mean, obviously, if you, yeah, but it's really interesting to me how the version of Christianity that is used to uphold Christian nationalism in the current moment keeps getting further and further and further away from even fundamentalist evangelical Christianity, which is specifically designed to be coherent with that, right? And I would love to, Luce, I'd like to hear your opinion on that too.
Yeah. Sure. I mean, so January 6th is an especially interesting thing because a lot of religious scholars, like, there's work done, it's called Uncivil Religion, which is a project that happened at the University of Alabama. It's a digital religion like scholarship kind of publication from a couple of people who were basically saying that, like, we expected these kind of religious symbols to show up, particularly because, you know, Republican Party, as we've been talking about, aligned with Christianity in very particular ways. But the question of is Trump's version of Christianity true to what the Bible says is like a larger question of like continuing splintering in the like Christian tradition and in general, like people having to actually answer for theological doctrine. And like in a country where most churches have less than 100 people, right? But at the same time, mega churches are becoming increasingly bigger. Most mega churches are non-denominational or functionally non-denominational. So that means that we don't really know what doctrine we believe. And so what happens is, like, when things like this happen, either you say something or you say nothing, and people have something to say either way. And so, like, I think I think it's a matter of like taking a side. Like, what I'm saying in terms of like religious scholarship or realistic, I don't touch it at all, you know, which is part of the problem. And again, for me as scholars studying religion, it's like the symbols were very blatant, and people were very clear about their perspectives on like what, I mean, it's inducing apocalypticism, excuse me, and inducing like the coming of the end times, which like intentionally so.
Yeah.
And so like all the scholars who were talking about left behind series, and like we need to make sure that we're on the verge of saying something.
Sharon Crowley has this amazing book called Towards the Civil Discourse, right, where she's kind of going through this argument about apocalypticism in the early 2000s, especially around the like post 9/11 moment. And why is this really resonating like this? It's because there's this language about the end of history that the like kind of late 20th, early 21st century dramas are moving into, which is kind of where these evangelical communities were moving to as well. And a plug for another book, Sam Martin has a book called Decoding the Digital Church, where she sat through like hundreds of hours of sort of post-Great Recession era sermons and listened to and coded and interpreted all of them. And they basically provide like a very authoritative case for why and for what reason there would be this like significant support for something like January 6th. And then the third thing, just to put a pin in it, and bring it all the way back to the whole coalition of the right, is when the post-war right starts to form, it forms out of weakness. Because World War II, Great Depression, Holocaust, First World War are all commonly understood at that moment in time as actually crimes that will be laid at the foot of capitalism, liberal capitalism, and there will be people made to answer for them. And so the reorganization of the right, both domestically and internationally, happens around a kind of felt apocalypticism from them, where they're like, the New Deal is going to be the end of us, right? When we are asked to atone for the crimes of Auschwitz and imperialism and 2 world wars, the world will be over for us. So there is a kind of apocalypticism that is shared between the big business industrial interests and, right, what develops in the evangelical community in the United States throughout really the history of the whole United States, which intensifies and becomes a kind of polarizing and partisan coded phenomenon.
I want to offer a few thoughts. I mean, part of the world I know better. If you look at the upsurge of the far right in Latin America, it's clearly that both the evangelical part of the Catholic Church and central to that in the way of giving the script. Canada understand Bolsonaro without the evangelical power, politics, money, and media. Plus he had the blessing of religious leaders. And I think that gives the script, in terms of what I was saying earlier, as an anti-rights discourse. The power of, quote unquote, combating gender ideology or trans ideology and all that comes straight, just fed by some countries, evangelical church, and the Catholic Church is much more complicated than that. It's not only that, it's much more complicated, but clearly in some countries, that's where sort of the grassroots mobilization, the script comes from, right? So that to me is sort of the logic of sort of, human rights advances have gone too far. And the pushback, what are the ideological reservoir, combat that, comes from that. It's not the only one. The other point is that, and I'm not an expert, I should be on the literature of fascism. The relation between fascist movements and religion have been much more complicated than conventionally, ranging from really highly, much more secular movements to movements that are clearly identified depending on the country. So if you look at Spanish fascism, which is very clear, sort of joined with the Catholic Church. You look at other countries in Europe, don't really fascist movements and organized within similar. So I think that's is my expertise, but I know that how religion is integrated with sort of five rights.
Well, I just think it's interesting that, we can look at the efficacy of framing about the church and the right, because the conversation that we're having right now is about the white evangelical church. We're not having a conversation about Black liberation theology, or even the more troubling question about how white evangelicalism has made its way and is also reinforced in Black church spaces. Like, you can look at the candidate for governor and see how
And racial minorities Meredith, which is
absolutely is
Asian American church, I just want to point out.
absolutely. And so it's I don't know, it's really interesting to me, and I think that goes back to the initial question that we start with, right? What is the fault of news media in all of this? How news media has framed evangelicalism, which I come from an evangelical tradition, which means none of our conception of this. It's supposed to be go out into the world and preach the good news of Jesus Christ. Like, I don't know what y'all are doing. But how we have come to think of this as, and not label it for what it is, and that is a political movement. Like, this is not religion. This is partisanship, and it is a vehicle to reach, as you're saying, those people who are outside of academic spaces. They're not necessarily in political spaces, but one of the places that we can get them is on Sunday. And so how do we use this particular space to tap into their ideas of identity and cohesive identity? And that is the tool that's being used. Really fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, you're making me remember, Lord, don't judge me, but when I was in high school, I came out of white evangelicalism in terms of school I went to, and then Black evangelicalism in terms of being a Black Pentecostal child. And the white side was very well organized, right? So there was this whole thing in high school that I did that was called Riot Club. Did anybody have a Riot Club in high school? I started mine. Okay, now you're gonna judge me. So Riot, can you remember what righteous indignation and or something? I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm from preschool to 7th grade. I was at a white Baptist school, and so, but that was about getting teenagers in schools organized around Christian values. But it was very anti-abortion, so that was a big part of that thing. And you got directions. They would send you free materials to help you get your club. They would give you talking points. And so, I mean, I think this stuff is deeply embedded in terms of Trump is like a figuration of a whole bunch of stuff that has been working for years. But I think there is a piece of the political movement in building and organizing. So we talk about the trad. I mean, we said trad wife already, but even Miss Audra Noir, Brooklyn Gibson, who's my new colleague at Rutgers, she does work on Miss Audra Noir and the kind of the way in which targeting Black women is really critical to conservative beliefs and conservative mobilizing, right? So obviously the welfare queen, but all these other ways, and how that is capturing Black men as well and Black women. So I'm online today arguing with this woman over a t-shirt that's I submit, I shut up, I cook, I create, so, and she's wearing this, and this other woman's you don't know the Bible. That's what the problem is here. And so it makes me think about not just how the right uses Christianity, but how the Democrats do not use Christianity the way that they could, and that's partly because the Christian left is a problem for them. Yeah, the Christian left sounds a little too socialist. So Jim Wallace was one of those people from the Christian left who was a figure who was calling on progressives to think critically about Christianity as a way of serving the poor and helping the needy. And that's not, Nancy Pelosi, I'm a capitalist, is not that version of Christianity. And so it leaves it open as well for the right to be the kind of Christian representatives. And I think that is also part of the key to January 6th, is not just they're able to carry those symbols, but they're able to monopolize them. And that's particularly because of the ways in which I think Democrats are beholden to other things that make the Christian left too hard for them to claim. Anyway, I mean, that's my Did anybody else wanna, we're at 4:30, I know we're about to close out, so I know we started late, if there's any, like, one last question before we head out. Okay, well, y'all are amazing. Yeah. Yeah, I think we have a bit of a break, thank you so much.
Yeah, we'll be back at 5:30 for our last panel of the day. So take a nice, yeah. It's 5:30.
If you need CLE credit, right there on the table.
Okay, are you?
You can go to my house. Coming over to my house. I mean,
You know, you're for that. Got it.
I haven't found a way to scholarship yet, like I'm like. Okay, yeah. Or like, I mean, like, depending on your partisan. But I don't know. How to get into that, because the people who are running it New York Times, like Dante Stewart and like people who are actual like theologians who create some kind of ministry model attached to it. So it kind of is their vocation in a more right. Right. So it's like kind of right in like the text, but then it's like scholar makes you an expert is like really weird. When can I say like I know this? I can have this is like I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. Because I'm going to the reception later. I activated. I did because I thought this wasn't the reception. So I signed up. So I RSVP. Like I reached to them. Yeah. So the reception 7:08. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Like you're like no, really? There's not the academic bit. Maybe like how old are you? I think so. Yeah, just a while investment from all air. Like I have no idea. Like I've never been to the project. I didn't even know they had. I didn't know. Yeah. Never. That is advice. Yeah. I don't know about that. I have it. Anything else? I was like, I don't know what publication like that out. Then when I'm gonna eat dinner, they're like, yeah, I don't. It's something that I would like to do. Shit for me when I want to run symposiums like what I did. So like pretzels, so everything. Yeah. I could keep doing that. I don't know how that feels. Same way. Find me writing. Kind of like, I don't know. I'm trying to figure things out. To make this a. Yeah. I'm here.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
It was the first choice.
I don't know. I just gave you a look. You don't have to do anything because of my look.
5:30.
You good? You good? Great. All right, it's 5:30. So the last panel of a really incredible day. Just a programming note, I was informed that there's going to be a loud stream at 6 p.m. At South Building. Evidently, it's a UNC institution.
It's like a part of their like art day. They do like art throughout the day, arts everywhere. And so I guess screaming is like, you know, the most primal of arts. So that's happening.
Can you scream too?
Oh yeah.
I think we should. I mean, we can read this as like an expression of angst, anger, or maybe I might even imagine a cathartic celebration for the success of this magical gathering. All right, I am Daniel Priest. I'm one of the principal researchers behind the UNC Center for Information Technology and Public Life. I want to thank again whoever hasn't been here throughout the day, both Felicity and Corbin, for really doing the amazing work of helping us put together what's truly been an extraordinary and generative event. Yeah. As folks know, there are books over in this part of the room. We have Khadija Costley White's wonderful branding of.
It's gone.
Oh, it's
gone.
It's available on your local bookstore, Branding of Right-Wing Activism, by Khadija Costley White, a associate professor at Rutgers. We also have Danica Young's new book, Wrong, which she's going to tell you why she's right in a minute. Francesca Tripodi's amazing propagandist playbook, and of course the Media in January 6th volume, which we are gathered here today to officially launch. First, I just want to thank everyone. I feel like I'm at a wedding. I want to thank everyone who traveled so far to be here. All the contributors to this volume. It really is a great honor to have so many people in the room whose ideas and work I've been engaging with for so many years. I love how in this volume we gathered people at all different stages of their careers. I think they all share a broad normative commitment to multiracial, multi-ethnic democracy here in the US, as well as elsewhere around the world, and who engage with media and power seriously. It has been a wonderful honor to gather together you all as contributors to this volume and think alongside you the last few years that we've been doing this. I also just really want to shout out for a minute, because we didn't get the chance to do this yet, my fellow co-editors on this volume. Khadija Costley White, who you heard from on the last panel, just a note to thank you for your prescient work on the roots of the American reactionary violence that colors our own era. I said this to you privately, I want to say it publicly. Khadija had been thinking about this for a decade before the rest of us got here. I thank you for those contributions. Shannon, my close collaborator, for all of your very close attention to power and really your endless striving to get our public communicators to be better, and your constant interventions in the world in the service of democracy. I appreciate that.
and Rebecca, for really leading the charge of accountability, particularly over platforms, both in the US and in Europe, as well as all the ways that they shape our lives. And also a shout out for protecting our community, and all the endless service you've done on that front. So I want to give those folks a hand now. All right, so during our last panel, I think just real briefly going back to the roots of how this whole project started, which really came together on the first year anniversary of January 6th, 2001, in that it really was a call. It was a call both to understand how fragile multiracial democracy in America is, and how young multiracial democracy in America is. And it was a call to really help us understand and protect this idea, both in our academic fields and in the many industries that we're oriented to, particularly journalism, platforms, social media, technology, the things that as media scholars and communication scholars, we think about on a regular basis, in addition to the political institutions that shape how we contest power in democracies. In this final panel, this is kind of our task, and I couldn't, again, be more honored than to be able to be up here with two friends, and I say that in the truest sense of the word, whose constant wisdom and insights, I think as public scholars, really have helped us understand the life and the times that we're in, as well as the threats and dynamics of not only what we saw on January 6th, but also for understanding contemporary dynamics of power and democracy, and whose undying commitment to public life that both of you share is really an inspiration. So with that, Tressie McMillan Totten, who's an associate professor here in the UNC School of Information Library Science, also a CTAP principal investigator. Tressie's work has long been at the forefront of understanding power inequality in media. She's written on the economics of higher education, the politics of knowledge, as well as broadly thinking about sort of what is the shape of public life, how is public life monetized in new ways, and how does that give rise to the ways that we can express ourselves as individuals, as citizens, and as political agents and actors. And Danigal Young, who's a professor of communication and political science at the University of Delaware. Danigal is a scholar of political psychology and broadly wrote this amazing new book, which everyone should pick up and order copies for your friends, also at your local bookstore, but really thinking about how dynamics of identity, platforms and media created the context, not just for January 6th, but these intentional dynamics that are shaping our political life and our political communication more broadly. So with that, what we're going to do is we're going to give short 5-minute openings, sort of this broader theme, or 6 or 7. We don't know how long Dana's going to go. On media January 6th in American history, Dana's going to kick us off, and then Tressie, and then me. And then what we wanted to do is sort of have a conversational, lack of a fireside discussion that just reflects on a few broad themes, and then we'll have lots of time for sort of Q&A, given all the really amazing people who are. So with that.
And an awesome day. My head is exploding in fireworks just from all the new stuff I'm super excited about this because I work at really at the level of political psychology as it intersects with sort of media economics and media effects. And I'm just really excited for this discussion. So we sometimes talk about January 6th being about the big lie, right? That lie that Biden hadn't really won the election. But as we've discussed today, the beliefs and ideology and the worldview as part of January 6th were far larger than the big lie. Yet, belief in the big lie helped to serve the motivation to social identity, rooted in whiteness, Christianity, cultural conservatism, maybe perceived identity threat posed by the wrong kinds of Americans
both salient and exploitable. My work examines misinformation not on the side of supply, right, that is misinformation that's out there, but on the side of demand. There is a market for wrong. Why is that? Because we're actually not driven to be accurate in our understanding of the world. We're actually driven by motivations that satisfy other fundamental needs. Social psychologists refer to these as epistemic needs, existential needs, and social needs. To sell books, I call these comprehension, control, and community. And also, people love it. Like when I get interviewed, people are like, oh, can you talk about the 3 C's? I'm like, and that is why I didn't use those original words. Comprehension, that is the big lie, helped these folks understand how they could have lost. Easy, they didn't. Control, that is the big lie, helped them have power and agency. That is, they can take action to stop the certification of the electoral vote. Community, that is the big lie, helped them feel connected to their team. That is a team of good, real Americans. January 6th offered all 3 of these, the people whose salient social identity had been chronically activated, reinforced, and distilled through a political and media apparatus that successfully leverages our social identity threat for power and for profit. But America's political history helps explain how and why this media apparatus operates so much faster and more furiously on America's right than on the left. So let's remind ourselves that over the last 40 years, different kinds of people have sorted themselves into our 2 major parties. There was the racial realignment of the parties in the 1960s and 70s, and the Democratic Party had finally stopped compromising on the issue of civil rights. And then the Republican Party responded by mobilizing white evangelicals through appeals to their whiteness, pushing back against efforts to end racial segregation of white Christian schools. The clustering of this white Christian moral majority on the right was accompanied by the geographic and cultural sorting of Americans into the 2 parties as well. But most interesting to me, perhaps, is the epistemic sorting. I am a political psychologist. The epistemic sorting of the parties as evangelical Christians and their epistemology, rooted in faith, emotion, and intuition, over evidence and data, increasingly clustered on the political right. And an entire way of knowing, that is lay epistemology, gut-guided thinking, faith-guided thinking, and common sense, was coupled with this socio-demographic identity of sameness. Why this matters is that when we have good fit in a particular category, that is, when we look like our team, worship like our team, we live like our team, make sense of the world like our team does, then we will be more readily activated by out-group threat. We will respond more emotionally. We will participate more in response to threat activation. And so right now, the Republican Party is more efficiently activated, mobilized, which may also help account for the asymmetry that we currently find in the supply of misinformation in our information environment over the last decade, at least. Look no further than Fox News and what happened in the aftermath of the 2020 election to understand how these social identity-driven dynamics intersect with media economics, which is the other piece. It took 4 days for news organizations to declare Joe Biden the winner of 2020, and on November 3rd, Fox called Arizona for Joe Biden and was the first network to do so. 4 days later, Fox News' Bret Baier announced Biden as the 46th president. And for Fox viewers and Trump loyalists who had spent months hearing tales of likely voter fraud from Fox hosts, Fox's call on Arizona and the election constituted the ultimate identity threat. That violation was met with immediate pushback. Newsmax enjoyed a 500% increase in ratings. Trump told his supporters to stop watching Fox and start watching Newsmax. Former Fox viewers who had left the network for Newsmax after the election debacle reported feeling like moving on from Fox was like losing a friend or part of the family. Others felt satisfied by the appreciation they felt from Newsmax, as though Fox was taking them for granted. All this comes from reporting from Washington Post Jeremy Barr. So Fox Opinion hosts increasingly crawled back to their viewers by doubling down on the big lie and the core identity threat underneath it. As the New York Times' Michael Grimbaum put it, Fox's content thus moved Trumpward. This Trumpward shift included a Trumpward shift in epistemology, guided by intuition and hunches rooted again in identity threat over evidence and truth. Tucker Carlson amplified a discredited conspiracy theory about the giant suitcases of fraudulent ballots, saying, "We're going to show you a video. You may have seen it. Seems real. Pretty unbelievable. We spent all day trying to find out exactly the context here. We know fraud took place. We know ballots just kind of showed up in various places." Note that Shay Moss and her mother, two Black female election workers in Atlanta, Georgia, not an accident, by the way, in the same way that Trump's, quote, "bad things happen in Philadelphia" was not an accident. Ms. Moss and her mother underwent months of harassment and death threats that destroyed their lives as a result of those false claims. It turns out when social identity needs shape our understanding of truth, facts no longer matter. And this is how the identity-driven wrongness is sustained and perpetuated on America's political right through the deliberate activation of identity threat by political elites and political media, capitalizing on a deep American history rooted in a palpable, motivating anger, not fear, but anger, aimed at a perceived demographic and status threat.
That's just delightful.
Thank Okay, thank you, though, seriously, thank you for a truly engaging day. I've not only enjoyed hearing everyone, I've been trying to take notes for some of our public who's been following us on social media platforms, live stream, which dovetails with some the way that I work and some of the work that I've been doing actually more recently. So I've been writing and speaking quite a bit recently on how platforms are eating our publics. And I want to talk a little bit about that because I think there's a sort of underlying assumption, someone mentioned earlier, that we've got these sort of like underlying assumptions or a sort of a bias that elections work. That might have been you, Jay, that elections work the way that they work, right? I think we have the same sort of bias about publics working the way that they've always worked, and that publics have the same affordance and access they've always had. I actually think that that's not necessarily true, and that it presents us with some challenges for the way that we think about everything. Collectivism, social action, electoral politics, media, both traditional media, citizen journalism, from the top down to bottom up. And so that's why I've been thinking about it. I think it happens at the micro level, institutional level, at the macro level. And I think about platforms because I think about the political economy. I'm a Black feminist who thinks about political economy through a Black feminist lens. And I think that platforms and publics is foundational to us understanding January 6th, because one of the things that all of the powerful actors involved in January 6th were able to do was to correctly identify the mechanism of power, attention, and affect necessary to further a cause. The fact that they were not successful in the way that we think they needed to be successful doesn't mean that they did not meet some of their goals and their aims, right? A spectrum, not a binary. I actually think January 6th was quite successful in many ways, right? So in my writing and thinking about platforms and publics, and what I mean when I say that platforms are eating our publics, I mean that it is foreclosing on our ability to collectively face the John Dewey sense, self-organize in the Ida B. Wells sense, to define and challenge a problem in the Du Bois sense. Platforms are not just a technical solution. Platforms operate as capital, as container for imaginary ideas. They operate as media, as mediatization. And I think important for our conversation today, they operate as a set of politics.
And when they do that, they really do change, and I would argue delimit the extent to which a public exists and can operate. And it does so unevenly, right? So there's less public for everyone. I want to be clear. There's less public for everyone presently than there was at any recent time in the past. Pick a time, any time. There's less public for everyone, and this is why it's kind of tricky, I think, to name, because it is true, there's less public for everyone, but even less for some, for the marginal less public than there is for others. And that comes at the expense, some people to the benefit of others, right? So it makes it really hard for us to say, well, no, everybody is suffering, but not equally, or everybody has less access to a public, but not to the same degree and not to the same type. And so one way to imagine this is that when participants in January 6th can create a public, can call into a public the way they did at the Capitol, there is less public for other people that comes at somebody else. Right? Even if their ability to call into a successful public is eventually shut down, right? They are still able to call into state violence and foreclose on publicness for other groups of people. All right, so that is my bit of fun. All right, so I want to talk about this link between, more specifically here today, the way that a sort of historical continuity can happen at the same time as a contemporary rupture can happen, because it's been one of the things that has kind of jumped out at me in today's conversation. And I think it's important for us to hold how both of those things can be happening at the same time. So we've had this sort of slow moving de-evolution of publicness that I think is just a consequence of how capitalism does not like the risk and the variability of people being able to call into something outside of the market. And then there does seem to be something distinct about how this iteration of whatever you want to call it, platform capitalism, neoliberalism, digital capitalism, whatever it is, seems to be doing something really specific. It's changing how media works, it's changing how institutions can respond, it's changing how we can work, how we can live, how we can art, how we can imagine. It's changing fundamental assumptions. I don't think it's saying too much. So then we should think about then what is continued, what's the historical continuity? Well, there's one historical continuity that is specific to the January 6th case. And I want to speak about this study by Rebecca Bucci, David Kirk, and Robert Sampson. Robert Sampson's a well-known sociologist, and he and his student have managed this study for a very long time, but in managing that study, they had this moment after January 6th to observe how people in the study perceive the participants in January 6th, whatever you wanted to call it, as we talked today about how important it is to name things, right? And so since they managed this study, they had this moment when they were doing data collection for their annual data collection for it, to say, how did they perceive the people in January 6th? They gave them three categories. Were they extremists? Were they protesters? Or were they patriots? Right? And we can think about all of the stuff that would go into all the political ideology, all your understanding of citizenship and the nation state that would go into what you would think of those three categories, right? And I think there are a couple of interesting things there for our conversation. One of them, someone mentioned, I think it was both Paul and Meredith earlier today made wonderful points about January 6th being thought of being made falsely equivalent to Black Lives Matter. So one of the things they tested was if you supported Black Lives Matter, no matter what your race, you were overwhelmingly likely to think that January 6th participants were extremists, which I actually think is potentially interesting news. All right. Right? You can think about how this then would put you at odds with top line media accounts of what we decided to call January 6th participants, right? How it can make you antagonistic to news accounts. You can think about how this would make you antagonistic to mainstream electoral strategy that has been absolutely resistant to labeling January 6th participants as dissidents or un-American, right? You can kind of see maybe why you would then have this uphill battle with people who feel strongly that these people should be cast out of the political imaginary, right? Across race. But here's what I find a little bit more interesting, but you gotta know, if you know anything about the history of this country, that race shows up somewhere. Doesn't show up here, but you gotta know it shows up somewhere. So where does it show up? Someone mentioned earlier, that this, slow moving intersection of patriarchy, misogyny, and racism showing up around January 6th. And that's where it shows up, in the image of the image of, because if you, were a gun owner, I know. Oh, that's good. Yeah. So if you are a gun owner alone, right? If looked at gun ownership alone, the researchers found no relationship between gun ownership and a statistically significant pattern in perception of January 6th participants. But when they looked at gun ownership by race, they did find a connection. White gun owners were an outlier in viewing political uprisers most favorably. They thought of January 6th participants as patriots, right? The only outlier actually in the data, more than 70% of Hispanic gun owners and non-gun owners labeled participants as extremists, but white gun owners were significantly more likely to label January 6th participants as patriots. Why do I want to think about that? I want to think about it because I want to think about the link between race and all of these other intersecting identities that I think surface what actually Jardina would call white racial identitarian politics as these places of rupture around race and identity and how they express themselves in our current moment. And how I think the way that we think about race and history needs to consider both the historical continuities and these moments, moments of rupture that, yes, we know that something like gun ownership matters, but again, gun ownership alone did not reveal this relationship. It was the intersection of gun ownership and race. So I think there's something that's happening here around the white racial imaginary that is both broadening and fracturing. And that we need a theoretical, empirical, and narrative work that captures that, because as we keep talking about today, the deep stories that are being tapped by the right is doing that very brutally. And platforms are being ruthless about their ability to commodify those deep stories. And the attention regimes that platforms only know how to do one thing, and that is amplify those deep stories. They know how to take powerful assets and amplify them at scale. And there's almost nothing more effectively powerful than the deep stories that are tapped into a vein of historical continuity that best explains a temporary rupture for which we do not have an empirically true story, but that needs to be explained, right? Where we don't yet have a folk theory to explain, people will create one. And what I'm arguing is that in a platform economy, it is uniquely skilled in a way of tapping into that vein and doing work that used to be manual, right? That you used to have to kind of go community by community and do. We've got now a socio-technical capitalist regime that can automate that, right? And figure out how to mobilize. It doesn't need our help in mobilizing that affect. And I actually do think that is distinct and something that to reckon with. Science, culture are not quite.
Knew I should have been the last speaker. Not only on the last panel, but after the day. Oh, wait, is that the screen?
Screen.
It is 6. It's on the screen.
Oh, that's too perfect.
That's all right, so what I wanted to do is just pull a few threads together. Some amplifying what folks have said today,
earlier, as well as on this panel, and then maybe sort of push things in a few other different directions, and then we can sort of jump into it. Given the title, Media Generates in American History, it is worth remembering where I think Scott Alquist started us today. In his presentation, America has a long history of political violence, right? And it's just really worth recognizing that that's the way we see continuities in political systems, not ruptures or one-offs. This was mentioned earlier, but it's worth saying in Wilmington, the 1898 election, there was a coup that overthrew the Republican-led fusionist government. White Democrats killed over 200 people, dozens of others flee. What's worth noting is media is central to that story. The Raleigh News and Observer played a very key role. They published fake accounts of white women's rapes by Black men, made false allegations that Wilmington's Black population were preparing to take over. It played a key role in the devastation of violence in much the same way that I think Khadijah's work shows us the role that an earlier Tea Party movement normalized violence and normalized anti-democratic action. It also is worth remembering this other history of local news, because we tend to valorize local news as being bastions of democracy. Reality is, as Patty Ward and Sid Bedingfield show in their brilliant book, Journalism in Jim Crow, most local news in the South for much of the 20th century was horribly racist and in the service of white, one-party ethno-states, authoritarian states. Indeed, Robert Mickey's work, and I think this is the other theme that emerged a lot today, but it's worth putting a point on it. You're a young democracy. We are a very young multiracial democracy. Really, up until the 1970s, you had vast one-party states built around the white Democratic Party that existed through much of the South. Wasn't through the passage of rights amendments in the 1960s that you gradually see expansion of suffrage, as well as the ability to vote for non-whites in the US. When you think about the US comparatively as a democracy with that history in mind, it actually provides us with a much better sense of just how fragile we are as a nation when it comes to being truly multi-ethnic and multiracial. And again, it helps us also contextualize the US as a case among many other cases of countries that have also suffered democratic strain. That's where I'm going to end in a few minutes, in a minute. Dana talked about this, other people talked about this throughout the day today, but it's worth emphasizing this as well. Partisan sorting that happens in the post-civil rights, right? So this is the work of Liliana Mason and others who basically show that starting in the 1960s and afterwards, see the sorting of various identities within the two parties. So white evangelicals, white rural, white wealthy, white middle class folks becoming part of the Republican Party's coalition, and the Democrats become a multiracial, multi-ethnic, more secular, urban, and poor and lower class party. And this coincides with other shifts as these coalitions move in two different directions. So the Democratic Party, as Doug McAdam has argued, becomes the party that institutionalizes the agenda of the civil rights movement. And with that, expanding the civil rights movement, not just in terms of race, but also in terms of LGBTQ equality and other struggles for equality. The Republican Party, meanwhile, and this is Anthea Butler's work, becomes sort of an institutional home for white evangelical projects, which includes the anti-abortion movement, anti-LGBTQ rights movement, etc. What's key is that prior to this moment, the parties were not well sorted, right? And Dana mentioned this before. So there were not clear political issues that voters could weigh in on. If you wanted to vote for civil rights before the 1960s, you couldn't. It didn't map onto partisanship in a clear way. You had Democrats who were pro-civil rights and Republicans who were pro-civil rights. So when you hear people wanting to go back to the good old days before things were so polarized, for instance, and so much partisanship, it's that the parties were simply incoherent on the defining political issues of our time. And therefore, an apolitical, deeply unequal consensus ruled over the US and colored our politics in various ways. That's story one. Story two is just changes in media institutions we've heard so much about. Tressie got us the moment of like platforms hollowing out public life in various ways. It is worth mentioning, I know a number of people talked about this, Paul, Silvio, is really that sort of the decline of the mass media era and mass media authority over much of the 20th century. Rise of the conservative media as an alternative in the World War II and post-World War II era, like Nicole Hemmer's work, et cetera, but sort of that broad epistemological, moral, and political fragmentation, as well as the key role, as Scott reminded us before, of like changes in regulation and things like broadcast, like getting rid of the fairness doctrine, which led to shifts in media economics, the rise of talk radio, Fox News to be able to figure out how to make money in partisan broadcasting, all of which from the early 2000s sort of give us sort of a much more partisan media sphere, and especially a developed conservative media sphere. And then the internet being used in certain ways, particularly as we've seen lots of research around like white supremacist violence, stop the steal, et cetera. But also, good old days, fueling movements like Me Too and Black Lives Matter, right? And all of which sort of leads us at our moment is that what we see, our politics is so divisive now because struggles for equality and against unequal social power is being fueled by these same platforms that are targeting unequal racial and social order. So media, as well as platforms, are enrolled both in projects of social justice and social defense of particular order. Where I want to conclude before we sort of jump in is just to think about not just what came to a sort of head on January 6th, but also its aftermath. Most comparative political scientists agree that the country has been autocratizing since 2016. Francesca wrote about this beautifully in her chapter for the volume. The US has a long racialized history of efforts to restrict the vote, voter ID laws, questioning safety and security of elections that's institutionalized within the Republican Party. But also it's worth thinking about the aftermath of January 6th, right? Some work that I've done with Hisu Zhang, who's amazing, who's here, sort of puts a point on this. During the 2022 midterm elections, 291 Republicans ran for office at the state and federal level while denying, contesting, or otherwise questioning the results of the 2020 presidential election. 179 of those candidates won their races. If that's not a clear and present threat to democracy, I don't know what is. The Variety of Democracy Index, their 2023 report, lists the US as an autocratizer alongside Indonesia, Brazil, Ghana, Greece, and Poland, and moving on a path of electoral autocracies such as El Salvador, Hungary, and India. In electoral autocracies, there's a lack of a rule of law, lack of free and fair elections, lack of universal suffrage, and transfer of power, right? And where I want to end is just by saying it's only by acknowledging that January 6th was political violence with political objectives rooted in political history can we actually start the hard work of creating inclusive, equitable, multiracial democracy where difference is articulated in terms of adversaries and not enemies. With that, a little bit. I don't know where we're going to start, but one thing that came to mind while you guys were talking, are there counter deep stories? Are there counter deep stories that help us articulate forward thinking the world we want to live?
Can I take that in 1 second, but first say something else? Just like, what I think is kind of interesting is that, you know, we talk about the concept of intersectionality, and folks who are studying this space where people are abused online, you know, the idea that like if you occupy kind of like taking target of like people online. What I think is interesting is that what we're talking about, like when you were talking about the idea that these platforms amplify deep stories at scale, and that there are things we're talking too about how it's whiteness combined with these other categories, we don't have a term to describe intersectionality on the right. And it's the intersection of multiple identity categories that all align
that seems to literally empirically exacerbate some of these trends. Like there's work that shows that if you're looking at trust in media among conservative Republicans who live in rural spaces, they were the ones who exhibit the lowest levels of trust in media, right? So it is a different kind of intersectionality, but an intersectionality of right-wing identities, right?
It's not a different kind of intersectionality. That's intersectionality. It's just that white people don't like to be thought of as white, and so they haven't done their process. It's intersectional white identity. But intersectional theory we've actually, intersectional theory has always said that it would do more for white people than it would ever do for marginalized identity, for them to think of themselves as racialized.
Let's do it.
Oh,
I'm not right.
I'm in favor of y'all get together.
Happy to be everybody's digester. That's
But no, I'm dead serious. I agree with you. No, really, I think that the work that has been most exciting, and that is work that absolutely more critical whiteness scholars, and I want to be very specific in calling that out, more critical whiteness scholars have always said that there has not been more development in the, it's not a mistake. It is not an oversight. You try to get published the work that says that there are intersecting white identities.
Let's do it.
Journals in the center of your field, and I support it. But I'm telling you that's not an oversight. Yeah, yeah, but no, I agree, yeah.
Well, it's just interesting to me that the empirics from political scientists all point in the direction of that. Like it's very, very clear. But that's not a term. That terminology is not. That's not a term we use in that space.
Right, to raise the distinctions. Because it's part of it's the power in the movement, A, to not think about being white, and then B, not hyphenate white, because if you're gonna maintain a demographic majority, in some way, you need a project of incorporation, not differentiation. So it had to come as a political project on the other side as a countervailing force.
Well, there we go. There's the countervailing deep stories. That was what you opened with. What are the other deep stories?
Yeah, no, I think that there are tons that, now, are they, I don't like to think of them as counter, to be fair. I think that, as someone mentioned earlier, you then are accepting the dominant frame. To me, the story that whiteness is socially constructed, that example, that the conversation that we just had about intersectionality, I think all of those deep stories exist, and that we have the literature for that exists, but the work of making them dominant deep stories is a different story. And whether or not we have every time we have the capacity to turn those deep stories into what we might call dominant or master narratives, what we have seen is the very quick co-option of them into commodified hashtags, commodified counter social movements, corporatized social movements, corporate co-option. So one of the things that I think about is how quickly something that is a sort of radical call for calling in or for collective action becomes a tagline for a Dove commercial, right? And so neutralizing its political possibility. And so there are many deep stories. It's just that they also, in an attention economy, when they have the ability to call in political action, they also have the ability to make someone money. And then that depoliticizes them and neutralizes them. And so I think if anything, we've learned that queer communities and Black communities have a ton of deep stories, and they make a lot of white companies a lot of money, and then don't do a ton because of that to often make sustainable social movements.
Yeah, and that's the counterpoint where I wanted to go after that is it even possible to have those deep
politically liberatory in the platform era.
Yeah.
So much of the monetization and commercialization of movements in public life, as well as, and I think Meredith made this Clark. Meredith made this Clark. Clark made this also the means in which the weaponization and co-optation among rival political movements can happen in this space as well. So it's that double, both commercialization, monetization, and weaponization as a counter-political project.
Meredith also made the Clark that, I agree with Clark that, point, I would strongly agree with, institutions gets a bad rap, but I think because we think of, sometimes social institutions, and I want to maybe make the point of also thinking about organizations, which is just a collection of people working towards a goal. And I think that that is really important for radical imagination. And so, because at some point you got to move from the micro to the action part. And I just don't know of any other way. If somebody's got something else, please tell me. But we can sometimes narrow, one of my forces to ride into the dust is narrowing our imagination about politics to only electoral politics, right? And forgetting that most people, someone said earlier, taking the question of like, how do we get people to turn out and vote? You were like, well, not today, because there's no election today. But even our imagination, do you see about all of our political activity gets narrowed to this one time every other year when really all of our political identity making happens through all of this other activity and interaction. And to my mind, that's where all of that work tends to happen. And for that, we need these other organizational spaces, some that can be mediated and many that I think need to not be mediated by platforms. And so is that, it may not be my thing, but it's religious institutions, is it community, is it not-for-profits, is it even types of, work and art spaces, educational spaces, et cetera. But I think thinking of the political possibility of all of those is the place where deep stories have to be fomented and collected.
And I was gonna, also to call out Jenny Stromer-Galley, I don't know where she's here somewhere. Yeah, so your great point earlier about pop culture and entertainment as being an important source of these stories and identities that matter for politics, but also like as a political communication style is almost entirely of our frame of reference and only sort of happens in this other area of media and popular. Dan, I'm wondering if you can tell us
Which part?
Well, it's sort of like the sources of identity and stories from a political politics.
So what I was actually thinking about, the one place that brings me some, so let me just move away for 1 second. One thing that causes me to, look, I am just notoriously idealistic. I know it's awful, but one place where I do get hope is when I'm in the data, like literally when I'm in a data set, I'm looking at folks, I'm looking at their, and truly when it comes to opinions on public policy, two parties are not mono. And that brings me, so I just working on a survey on knowledge and opinion on abortion, which if you tune into conversation at the national level, you feel like it's very simple. You feel like it's pro-life, choice, right? And when you actually look at the data and ask really detailed questions about how you perceive it, what does pro-life mean, what does choice mean, what does the 6 week mean, what do you think? It really is so much more complex, even among as conservative, as Republican. So my question is there a way to capitalize on the fact that there is so much nuance in the policy of Americans? Identify not just as leaning Democrat or leaning Republican, but among those people who say, yeah, I'm a Democrat, Republican, I'm strongly. Is there a way to work within that space to understand, to create those stories that allow them to see that we are working on this project? We are all working on this project.
many of us are not exactly sure where we stand on some of these issues. And is there a way to have a conversation that is not rooted in identity? And I do think there is some literature that suggests that there are ways to transcend those identity categories that we've talked about. The problem is that our current media environment, when you move up in these levels, it does not allow us to operate outside of those social identity categories because they're just activated all the time. But that's not, it can be otherwise. There can, like we talk about otherwise, it can be otherwise.
So I think that the challenge that I have in thinking about this is that hardening, globalizing of identity is exactly what movement is about, right? So we can talk about complexity and abortion rights views or pro-life views all we want, but if you're looking to institutionalize reproductive freedom in the United States, you're part of that movement, and you need people to You need people to think about it in terms of the movement identity, right? If you're fighting for equality, right, you need people to think in terms of an identity that can be advanced as a set of political claims and contest power. So like, I think what you're talking about runs against, like, that would be great if we were all equal, but we're not.
I get what you're saying, but at some level, is it possible then, is it the case that these social movements that you're talking about then can operate hand in hand with democratic system when people are not all?
Yeah, I mean, what I would say is like, that's exactly what, so at its best, right? Democracies should be about, you know, Mahmoud Mamdani's phrase of like adversaries, not enemies, right? Like, you contest power at the ballot box, you build power however you can.
Yes.
Including by strengthening and hardening identities, as well as the identities.
But that's not how psychology works. Social identities, the way that we operate as social animals is that if you get me to think enough in terms of my social identity, that I feel like your work poses an existential threat to my ability to live, that I'm going to see you as an enemy, not an adversary.
But clearly there must be like gradations of this, because we've had many successful elections, right, that haven't gotten any existential threat to that state. And I don't know of anyone, like, for instance, here's an example, right? So like, I would say for a lot of groups represented by the Democratic Party coalition, the right is an existential threat, right? And yet they're not storming the Capitol when Donald Trump got elected president. So why do we see that disparity? Other than, of course, other than that, like one side is forced.
Well, I think there's also an asymmetry there, but when you look at the data on how people perceive the Republican Party when they have high identity salience within the Democratic Party, there is a perception that members of the other party are less than human, that they are morally more distant from me, that I do hate them, that they are a threat. So those things are real, those things happen. So I appreciate what you're saying about the idea of enemy versus adversary, but if you're talking about how these social movements need people to embody these identities in order to fight for justice, I don't know how that works in an environment where you also see the other side as merely an adversary in this sort of like debate. Just based on human psychology, I don't know how that works.
Well, I'd like to introduce two concepts for social psychology, which is this idea that you like linked fate, right? Which is that you can consider, and I hear you on activating sort of like a master identity, but there is this mediating effect of thinking that my behavior, which I think might be low in some groups versus others, which is that my behavior impacts others. Right? And so I may think that, which is I think might help explain why some people can absolutely see someone as an enemy and not, however, think that I enact violence to meet ends. You see, because my behavior is linked to the well-being of other people that I care about, or care about is saying a bit too much because there's
linked fates with them?
Self-interest. No, linked fates with people like me who I share. Our fates are linked. So this is a shared group identity, right? So there are certain things that I think I can maximize my individual interests by doing, but I think would diminish the interest of peoples whose faith mine are linked to in a group, right? So I can think that voting, you know, to smite my enemy, right? Because it will improve my individual well-being, and, you know, also harm somebody. But I think, yeah, but I also like other people like that need us to be okay, right? And so you can see strong group identity among people whose activated identity might be that they are Black, that they are women, that other strong identities such as that mediates this ability to act from maximizing their individual interests through violence. So even if so I'm not quite buying that what you have at the group level is just an aggregate of individual grievance. There is a mediating effect of group behavior, right, at the group level, and I think some of that would be linked fates. And knowing that that at the linked fate level, that any act of violence or acting out in that way will be visited upon a group of people. But also that maximizing interest for the group, that you are acting in the best interest of the group. And I think that might not be there for the type of interest that you're talking about.
That's so funny, because I'm thinking like, then how is it possible that concept is moderated by some other elements related to power? Because I would imagine that the folks who were at the Capitol on January 6th, even if they had a sense that like my fates are lit, like all of our fates are lit, they could also feel like, yeah, and we are going to act out violently, and it's okay because this is just, and there's not going to be real punishment for us because we are in a position of power and we have the right to act out violently.
Yes, and that's what we're saying, other groups don't.
Yeah.
Right. So it's
Listen, I mean,
Yeah,
right?
and that is not actually, that there is a very serious asymmetry there that would make them not the same thing. So while they may be activating the same psychological frame, they are not activating the same. Yes, because at the social psychological level, power is involved.
Yeah. I would also just one piece to add to is that I think when we think about the calls to action on January 6th that we've heard from a number of folks today, and it's very well documented, it's about not only sort of historical disenfranchisement of white people and white Christians, it's also about a threat to bodily security, a threat of violence, of rape of white women. It's very graphic images that relate back to immediate security, right? I think when you think about other stories of existential threat, tend to, I think, in more liberatory movements, think in terms of structural power as it gets worked out. Now, there's a very real political violence component for us in today too, but also sort of thinking about existential threat in terms of working on groups in various ways that power exercises itself through systems and institutions that legalize and legitimize violence in ways that become routinized patterns that you don't necessarily see the same response or same calls to action in that way.
So when I have written about the sort of threat salience on the right, and I always get pushed back. Folks are like, no, I don't think that conservatives have high threat salience. And it's like, well, no, it's not existential threat salience, it's interpersonal threat salience. It's literally like physical body threat salience. It's not, people are like, if Republicans had high threat salience, they would act on climate change. I was like, yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. We are talking exactly about that. It's a threat of interpersonal violence. And I also think that, I did some work on looking at support for vigilantism. And it's very much about wanting to have physical autonomy to be able to carry out justice on one's own so that one can
get back at individuals who do you wrong. And it's about having not just bodily autonomy, but like, I want to be able to be a lone ranger who acts on my own to carry out whatever justice needs to be carried out against whatever things I had perceived that have been wrongdoing. And that too is something that we see a very asymmetric support for that kind of vigilantism.
And also like that bodily vigilantism was also the cornerstone of fascism as a political movement. It is 6:30. Why don't we open up to some questions as well? I know we're 10 minutes past that, but we have great people in the room.
Yeah, so this is actually, I want to shift it a little bit. I'm glad you ended on the fascism question. This is kind of center left and left wing identity making. Recently, there's been a lot of online furor over whether or not Trump qualifies as a fascist. I'm thinking about the recent book, Did It Happen Here? The tete-a-tetes between Corey Robin and John Gans online, which have become very heated. I don't want you to weigh in on whether or not Trump is a fascist. Rather, what I want to try to figure out is you have these ostensible allies who are really going into a blood feud with one another across these two sides about this question. What accounts for like the salience of this question? Like, does it matter? Right?
Oh, gosh. Thank you.
Everybody agrees.
Thank you for asking.
So
I have so many thoughts that I should not say. So, Tom, Corey, know them both, think they're great thinkers that have obviously contributed a lot. I just want to, let's get that out of the way. So I think there are a couple of things. If I wanted to be very high-minded and theoretical, I think that there is as we've been having this conversation about the slipperiness of moments of rupture, of wanting to, use the tools we have to capture these moments and fix them in time, right? So that we can, I think, account for, chaos may not be the right word, but we are trying to fix in moment in time things that are in flux, right? So I think there's some of it. I think there is also, if I wanted to be a little less high-minded, but I think still in the space of being, I hope, intellectually generous, I think there is a methodological imperative here to want to draw really theoretically clear lines around so that, we do the work that we know how to do, that we're trained. And then I also think that there is a lot of intellectual thank you. Involved in, you have developed a track record, an archive of how to understand the world, a form of intellectual production, of knowledge production that is frankly threatened by a model that might be hybridized, that might be hard to classify, right? And getting there first or getting there, right, there's a lot of consequences to doing that. And the consequences are highest where the stakes are lowest. That's why you see it among people who agree with each other the most, and not with people far apart with each other, right? And so I think that's why you see it amongst like colleagues and friends and on the left, where really we agree where the stakes are high. We know the threat, right? What you're really fighting about, you're at the edges of the threat because there are really no stakes there. And having said all of that, yeah, fascist. Yeah, like I really appreciate Corey very much, but what a
Khadijah, sorry.
Yeah, now I'm like, what was I gonna say? I mean, the one thing I had wanted to just raise was that I really enjoy Nicholas Winter's work. I don't know if you've read Dangerous Frames, but he draws on social psychology to talk both about like intersectionality and about like group threat and social threat and the ways in which the way that the media frames certain issues can activate race and gender, even if it's not explicit, right? And how there's certain things we grow up with understanding only in terms of race and gender that we don't realize. And it's not like the school busing thing, it's like other things, other issues that we actually hear. And I'm trying to think of an example, but he basically plays with language so that it activates. And he starts off with the metaphor of the alphabet. For those of us who are probably a lot of us learn the alphabet through gender. And so the vowels are A's, the soft sounds, A, E, I, O, U. Did you guys learn that way? Yeah. Maybe it was just me in Christian school. Okay. Miss A, Miss E. So they're all women, right? And then all of the consonants are hard and strong. And so they're all masculine. And so we grow up understanding the alphabet through the lens of gender. And so he kind of builds upon that through political psychology and schema to talk about how we understand political issues through that lens. And I actually think it's really useful when we talk about the empirical work that people are asking through political science and saying, well, I'm asking something that has nothing to do with race and gender. And he's saying, no, actually, your question is both race and it's gendered. I mean, a lot of political scientists do that, but he does it in really interesting ways to talk about schema. So more of a comment than a question.
I love it. Right, the scales of time.
Oh, right, I'm gonna add and do another comment, so add to because I think I wanna push a little back on the concept of threat and the idea that this threat has been deeply manufactured via media and so I agree in the sense that I've heard from my respondents this idea of threat, this I can't put a Trump poster in my yard. I'm scared to profess my support for Trump. You hear it in the culture war dynamic of students are scared of us because we can't be conservative.
Self-censorship.
Self-censorship and freedom of ideas as being part of the protected need. And so I don't, and I think what's interesting or what gets lost in not considering whiteness as intersectionality is I am living stressed in a society, right? As a white woman, I pose the largest risk. And when it comes to public safety, for the largest amount of people around me. And yet I've been raised my whole life in the world of where I grew up as I am, my safety is constantly positioned as the concern for many when I am very much so. And so I think.
Wait, so what's the pushback?
So no, the pushback is how, and I don't know how you're seeing this in the data, but when you were saying the salience, the physical threat being the most salient, what does that mean?
Meaning that for conservatives, for people who identify as strong conservatives.
Yes.
And who say being a Republican is an important part of who I am. When I talk about being conservative, I use we and not I, etc. That it is a sense of their physical safety that is very much what's correlated with all of the things that we're looking at in political psych. So like the fact that they're lower in tolerance for ambiguity, lower in the very much driven by this sort of physiological threat monitoring system. That's I'm keenly aware of threats in my environment. I double check to make sure that my door is locked, et cetera, et cetera. This constant sense that I might be the victim.
But they're not.
Yeah.
But so what I wonder is is there then a question in this where it's asked, are the threat? That's what I'm wondering. Because this is where I think there is this disjuncture, right? Where
but
there's but in terms of the
I hear what you're
story,
saying, but I'm just studying for the
understanding it.
Right,
I think if we're
So
trying
can I
to-
say,
yeah.
so I've worked on this project, and we've got a couple of papers, with some public health researchers about deaths of despair. Anybody familiar with this research? The perception of status loss is so great among some white Americans that it is having, at a population level, an effect on their life expectancy. Yeah. Right? Which is, I think, at the, psychological cognitive level is what, Dana Gall is saying. It doesn't matter whether it's free.
It doesn't matter if it's.
They think they're under, no, and, but what you're saying, which is also true, is that, so what?
Right.
Like, to your point, is our paper. Our paper in response to the death of despair was, it's not real.
Right.
And so it's not a public health crisis. Like, there's nothing to fix here.
Right, there's
It
nothing-
is
yeah. How could you be
a
more?
almost imperceptible narrowing
Yeah.
of, an unfair accumulation of status advantage,
Yeah.
and that's not a problem to solve.
Yeah.
We're not actually supposed to intervene there at the population level. If you cannot acculturate to this negligible loss of status, advantage, I don't know what to tell you. What we're talking about is sort of perceived risk and lack of resilience, right? What I think might help us bridge this, I just want to introduce this concept of like racialized emotions by Eduardo Bonilla Silva and others, but this idea, because emotions are not rational. And some of what I think we might be talking about is to what extent are we supposed to intervene in a process that just happens and that occurs? Well, it happens and it matters to the extent that people act on it in the realm of social action. But I think I might go so far as what I might argue is that not every group level perception is a social problem until it is acted on at a group level and impacts another group level's ability to act.
Right.
So it's not a problem actually that white people feel lost or sad or threatened. It is a problem when they show up on the Capitol with guns and whatever, right? And so for us to find the right level of analysis there. And so I think what we might be losing here, which I'm obviously losing, I'm a sociologist, of course I come back to this, is that the aggregation of individuals is not necessarily the same thing as group behavior. That something else is happening there and that we gotta get the right level of diagnosis for it.
And I think what's key about this, that January 6th is emblematic of defense. It's defense of unequal set of status and group interests for white and white Christians in this.
Yeah.
That threat is real, and then that defense gets mobilized. The defense gets mobilized to protect that.
And can I also say they're not all, and I want to go a step further when I brought up the racial economy of emotions, that as much as, yes, they were defending and yes, they feel threatened. No, what caught people there once we go back and we actually look to Francesca's research and reporting and to our own eyes, they were having a good time. They're party. People were feeling threatened in the moment. These are people who were like, just like people who showed up at lynching parties, just a cookout. And so, yeah, I just wanted to make it was like the hierarchy here of racialized emotions to be able to retroactively apply status threat. Says whose emotions we value structurally and hierarchically is also an imbalance here of structural power. To be able to retroactively say that you were feeling threatened and that what was activated in you is status threat. When we saw with our own eyes that no, you were actually having a great time.
Yeah, amazing that happened.
Yeah.
That was their defense.
Yeah.
It was self-defense, and I think that's where.
That was part of the.
We're illuminating then to know that these kinds of perceptions of interpersonal threat and monitoring for interpersonal plus more socially, culturally conservative.
Well,
I think
in the history of those groups, right? Like those perceptions get organized in certain ways that aren't political, right? And so it's like the plantation owner being like, I'm constantly feeling threatened by that the snakes might be uprising.
Right.
Okay. And in 2024, like that legacy is still there, right? Like that is deep pattern cultural rooted
Yes,
in
it's
power.
rooted in power and
That's
culture
why
and all
we
that.
have policing.
Yes,
right? Like-
and some of these correlations hold, like, I get that I'm the lone psychologist in the panel. But some of these traits and these correlations hold. When we look, internationally, and we look comparatively, and there is this clustering, and it's like, well, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? I don't know, but it is the case that people who are monitoring for interpersonal threat tend to cluster over here. And they tend to be like more conservative on issues related to sex, race, immigration, crime, blah, blah, blah. It just is.
Well, we did have colonialism backed by the Catholic Church, so racial capitalism, plantation. That's how I might explain it. Khadijah, I know I saw you.
Okay, I actually remember, I'm sorry, I remembered, part of the reason I brought up Nicholas Winters is because he talks about soccer mom, for example, as a white intersectional identity that gets activated really easily through political science and political discourse and media training. And so he talks about, like, he was the first kind of political psychologist that I saw who did this kind of work that talks very explicitly about how intersectionality applies to his work. And then the other thing is that to the question, I guess this is a question and less of a comment, which is like the question of like, well, why does it matter if it's fascism or not, right? It's the same question of like, and I know most people, talk about things that people avoid talking about or stay clear Israel and Gaza, but the question of genocide is also really important, right? And all of this is about the narratives that we tell, the way that we try to understand history and who we should be with and who we should not. So when we're talking about morality, these are melodramas that we have kind of played out and we have helped us understand our own history. And so fascism being linked to white supremacy is really key to people having to kind of try to undermine that being part of what Trump's appeal is, because they're also trying to rebrand white supremacy, not just as like white pride used to be like a way that people were trying to rebrand it, but now for all sorts of other ways. Some of you probably can think of them faster than me. I was trying to think of all the ways that white supremacists talk about identitarians or like white, oh Lord, it's
Race
white civil rights, white,
Race realism.
Yeah, like there's just all these kinds of reframing, and that is because it is important whether or not it's fascism. It is important whether or not it's white supremacy, and I think that's part of the question. And I guess my last question is like, when we talk about violence and we're talking about January 6th, I'm trying to also be like, but the Supreme Court is fucking violence. My language, but it's violence, right? Like women being forced to carry like pregnancies that will kill them. Is actually violence. And so there's also, I know we talk about structural violence, but I think we also have to pair like the Jan 6 folks being like, no, we're working in concert with the structural violence that is already made manifest and empowered. And so I guess the question part is like, you guys see, like, do you see those things as, like the question of violence and like how you're framing and understanding violence? And also, I feel like I just had another question there, but now the question of like language, like, is it like, where are we falling?
I love that question because I think I feel in discourse, and I think that the metaphors that we use are so important because, as you say, they are all about us trying to understand a world that we can't see and touch all of the elements. So we use language, the metaphors to help us understand. It sometimes is literally as simple as who are the good guys, who are the bad guys, and more importantly, which one's not. Right? So what we are asking is, when we are fighting over whether or not this is fascism, I think one of the reasons why we are having this fight right now is, yes, it's about Donald Trump, but it was also because we started having a conversation Jim Crow was a fascist. It was about the story we started telling ourselves about this like shifting of an American narrative in a moment, this pushback against the 1619 narrative, pushback against a reorientation about an American narrative that even people that agree couldn't quite get over a hump of an internalized narrative about who they thought the good and the bad guys were, which means which one have I been all of this time? And I say this to even people again that I respect and light. It is hard. We'll talk about threat salience to an identity. It is hard for people to accept that even I, a person who has gotten it right, I've been on the right side of this thing, but if you shift this a little, you're saying that I haven't always been on the exact right side of that story this entire time. I think that is part of why you would see somebody see people in this moment push back in that way against some of the language, right? So yes, it matters what we call things, and it matters that the violence that we would, that why we struggle with calling this violent. Well, what, it wasn't like they, they didn't go and they didn't shoot a bunch of people, right? And it's because there was so much violence happening inside. The structural violence mirrored the violence that was happening outside, to your point, right? Someone has kind of made the point that the very fact that at the same time you have these laws that are gutting, right, democratic participation, it could be happening, those happening at the same time is exactly why we would have people arguing over whether or not we should call this a coup or not, right? It is because it shifts just ever so slightly whether or not we can hold ourselves accountable for the fact that we have voted for someone who has allowed this Supreme Court to exist in this iteration, right? It shifts our in a way. So that's why the language, I think, always matters. The metaphors always.
You know who's been super helpful? I don't know if he's written formally on this, but Stuart Coles, you may be familiar with. He's an Iraq war vet, and he writes very passionately about how we think about violence and how when people say, well, it's fine as long as you're not being violent, and he really pushes back against that and talks about how there is so much institutionally supported violence. And he will remind people all of the time, here we say this is okay, and this is okay, and this is okay. So how are you going to then try to say that violence is not okay? There's so many instances of it that we think not only are they okay, but they're necessary and they're good. One thing that we haven't talked about that maybe I'm gonna get run over by a bus if I talk about, but I will anyway. Something that, actually, Tressie, when you were talking about about how if I change the metaphor or the lens through which I see this, all of a sudden then I have to face the fact that maybe I have behaved in ways that are conflicted, or maybe I have supported things that I shouldn't have supported. We haven't talked about the concept of intellectual humility, and I know that Shannon, we can fight later. But the way that I think about intellectual humility in a very helpful iteration is the idea of what Penny Cook describes as actively open-minded thinking, which is always being open to the possibility that, not just that you might be wrong, but actively looking for opportunities to seek out counter-exemplars that maybe could update your view and update your view about yourself. Right? Like, I don't know how many times today I have been reminded of things that I am maybe not thinking about holistically, or maybe being myopic about, but like, I freaking love that. Like the idea of like being open to the possibility that your own impression, your beliefs, your knowledge is itself either incomplete or founded on, shaky footing, or that it's evolving all the time. Right? I mean, but truly, I will just say, I don't think that I see enough of that in the discipline among, and I think that would be wonderful. We're not fully cooked. We're not done.
Are there some things we should not be open to, though?
Of course. But
So, okay, so all I want to say is, this is the question I was going to ask on. I was going to ask this question in the earlier panel about like, what should research look like, but like, I think that we really have to be attuned to the role that we play as researchers in what we call things, in the kind of research that we do, and the types of things that we normalize, and the unintended consequences that those things might have. And intellectual humility, and this idea of it, is one of those things that you know, this is like to Tressy's point, like, we fundamentally agree, we're arguing on the margins here, but like, it is one of the things that there are so many premises to which I agree with, but I worry about the way that that could be taken and weaponized by people who are not arguing here in the margin.
That's why I have leaned towards actively open-minded thinking, because I think that really suggests an active seeking of truth, that I am open to reconsidering all of the time because I'm truth seeking. Not because I always think that I'm wrong, but because I'm actively truth seeking all the time.
I agree with this, the spirit of this, but considering my work, I would be remiss if I didn't point out a couple of little things. And I'm just gonna do it. I'm sorry, I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it. It's Friday, and I didn't get to fry my cream. But I didn't get to do it. So, thank you. As of like yesterday at 3 p.m., there have been 82 bills across this country introduced to ban DEI legislation across this country. 13 have been approved, 12 have become law. As of yesterday, 82, 13 approved, 12 have become law, so 1 pending. Others working their way through various state legislatures. University of Michigan has instituted this disruptive activity crackdown to keep students from protesting. You've got artificial intelligence universities start to use AI to surveil students who may be thinking about protesting. Campus cuts coming mostly to humanities programs, and summarily dismissed 20 workers at the University of Arizona this past week because they did work that could be interpreted as doing diversity work. And a scholarship was just canceled at Duke because not because it does not comply with the Supreme Court decision, but that it could be interpreted as not complying. So again, anticipatory compliance, because it's a scholarship that was earmarked for African students. In this environment, I suspect that something like intellectual humility would be applied in a way that would not, that would reinforce a march towards the accrual of power that is trending in one direction, right? I just think there are a lot of forces out there right now that are instilling a lot of humility for some people and not nearly enough humility for others. That there's a lot of discipline of some.
Saw your hand a while ago. Sorry, I want to loop back around.
I wanted to ask you something. What about the commission afterwards? To have this vote on now, is there a binary if I just leave all this by first hour? That thought. They got their case, and it was, so, talking about that. But what I was really thinking, we're talking about has there been thought of how Ferguson and how groups of power or structural nations, it does those people in the capital, color or margin, it would be a whole nother bloodbath. How come we're not, you know, as a layperson who do the last not addressed at all?
The first question was like, You have to buy it wholesale to report for politics, I guess.
Yeah, so what we do know is that there's data that suggests that even after the commission, I believe numbers were something like 75% of Republicans reported that continued belief in Big Lie was a very important part of looking at in belief that January 6th was just political expression and exercising was also a really important part of it. So I will say it does seem small enough in terms of the
And I think from our discussion earlier, we all concur with the fact that the race of the January 6th really mattered for the response. And I think somebody said it where never would have gotten to that moment
Yeah.
had the race.
Yeah, I think somebody even called this the post-Ferguson moment, that we needed to think of this as like, yeah, we got here because of Ferguson, that needed this idea to think of it as a counterweight to Ferguson.
It's 7, so I'm going to give you the last question. Yeah.
This has been really great discussion on, I think, language. But going back to Dr. Cottom's earlier point about how I guess like a lot of times our discussions about politics are so limited to, oh, the election, how are we going to get people to vote? I'm wondering if this framing and this focusing on multiracial democracy sort of does that same thing. And it's so, I guess like that idea of democracy, I think in common parlance is just so rooted in the idea of elections. And then also I think simultaneously in the American context, thinking about, oh, American democracy as this great ideal that we've constantly been striving towards. And I guess just like what sort of possibilities it enables or forecloses.
I love this as a concluding question. Let's maybe go right down the line.
I'm gonna actually draw a line back to Meredith's point earlier, that it presumes that you had a strong foundation to build on it, that you're just refining around the edges, right? So I do think that there's, and I think part of the reason why every attempt to sort of like write the cricket room of the discourse, the public discourse about is this fascism, is this democracy, or whatever it is. One of the reasons it's so contentious is that it is a threat to the idea, one of the ruling deep stories of American democracy, which is that it is fundamentally linear, right, and self-perfecting, right? Somewhat like a market, that if we would just sort of leave it alone to do its thing, and that's why social movements are fundamentally a threat, right? Because if you just let it do its thing, look what it's got, look how far it's gotten, right? And that we've got the fundamentals down, and that the fundamentals were written into its structure, when in fact, the only thing that is actually ever approximating democracy has been challenges to it, right? But that again is like this, that is a threat to, I think, I would argue, one of the sort of like foundational American deep stories. Not to mention that you think it's racialized, because who of course is always challenging and trying to get the American deep story to kind of live up to its ideals, right? And racialized and gendered and all to be respected in their own ways. So yeah, that's what I would say. So yeah, I do think it forecloses on some possibilities, because we could never get to the Angela Davis quote, we never really grasp at the root of the thing, right? We can never actually get to the really important issues and questions, because you're arguing about, things at the edges, right? Expanding the Supreme Court, as important as that may be, to like the election year, but not really to like the fundamental question of like democracy, right? At the same time, it is the way that we have made inroads in participating in the form of governance that we have. So like most things, I tend to think of things as a trade-off, and that is the trade-off we have.
So when I talk about, so I teach students that are in communication courses, some of them are political science, but I've taken to describing American democracy repeatedly as like our current multiracial, multi-ethnic, pluralistic democracy, aspirationally. Because even if the foundation is broken, at present, everyone is supposed to, well, current categories, but everyone has the right to vote, right? Starting at age 18, et cetera, register to vote, et cetera. You're not. And so the idea that therefore, because this is how we have set out the legal framework that we exist in today, therefore that is what we are. We are a multiracial, multi-ethnic democracy. So to the extent that there are any efforts to reduce our access to the polls or certain people's access to the polls, gerrymander, or to fix things so that people have less access to the polls, it is operating antithetical to what we have decided is what we have. And my hope, especially with my first year students, like I just want them to constantly be thinking, because words matter, that this is what we live in right now. We have decided this is what we're doing. So we're either doing it or we're not. So we're doing it. If you're pushing back against that, you are operating outside of it. That this is what we are. We've decided. So that's how this is just sort of my own little anecdotal approach.
Yeah, and I mean, just to conclude, because it sounds like there's a party on. I mean, look, I just in very like maybe personal terms, but also as I think about it, I think Dan and I might actually, because we have productive tension. That's one reason why I really respect it.
You.
You know, look, I think a lot about how dominant groups can give up power, right? And what stories can lead people who have privilege, who've enjoyed higher status, who have enjoyed sort of the fruits of inequality, how can they come to see themselves as the products of systems that put them into those positions, right? And a theorist who I love, and I've mentioned a million times, Mahmoud Mamdani, has this idea of the survivor. And it's this idea that people are born into political systems. And yesterday's victims and yesterday's perpetrators have no choice but to live together. And therefore, it's a survivor comes responsibility. It comes responsibility in the sense that they are born into these systems, they've all experienced these systems, but they have unique responsibilities. And I think that shifts the conversation from someone like me as a white cisgendered man, from one of guilt to responsibility, that I have a set of responsibilities that are political in their fundamental nature to be reckoned with, because we were all born into these systems in various ways. And I'll end with a quote from Mamdani, because I think it's a great quote. It comes from his book, Neither Settler for Me, which I've seen about a million times. But his quote is all, and he's writing about post-apartheid South Africa. His quote is, all must be born again politically. And I love that idea because it is about the fact that we are all in this together, all have shared responsibility, but some people have greater responsibility to be born again politically and to create that multiracial democracy that we're working toward. With that, thank you all so much for coming. And yeah, check us out, follow us online, Center for Information Technology and Public Life. And thanks again.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much for this.
I also want to give a huge shout out to Anna Andre, who worked all